Are we live? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream a Large Boot Campaign real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, it's a wild Friday, Junior. You have no idea, man. I'm telling you, there's a lot going on. We started off with very poor meta earnings. Mark Zuckerberg and the credit card and the spending and a little bit of the worrisome fears. It clapped some things. You were down a lot already on the futures. Tech stocks gave up. IBM started going lower. They're down 10. You have given up a lot of earnings from last quarter, and all of that was weighing on the market. And then the data. Holy crap, dude. The GDP data, mind-boggling. There's a couple of things, a lot of juggling. If you saw the market right when it came out, it was pretty wild, and there was a huge miss on GDP. And now the awkward part is that this miss on GDP, it would have been good. However, there was a price component that rocketed up. So you had a huge miss on GDP, and that's showing the economy was not as strong as people thought. But then all of your price pressures rocketed up. So that has people kind of meandering a little bit more worried about stagflation exactly. But it's brought the bonds down a new low since November. It made the loss even worse. And now you are now pricing out rate cuts for December. So we're going to get a lot of action here. It is a crazy Friday, Junior. We'll see what leads into tomorrow. But Chatadonia, I hope you're ready. And like the video, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of pre-earnings and post-earnings plays. But Chatadonia. Good morning. How are you, baby? What up, Sungrown, Winning Loser, Blizzy B, Walter Wright, Mark J, Carissa Hines. Good morning, Najee Wolf, Awaz, Ben Stall, Joshua, Gunnar, Zoraz, Monica, Battleborn, baby. Good morning. What up, Chris? How you living, Christina? What's up, Brown Tom Crows? Good morning, Keldrick. Good morning, Agent of Chaos Energy, Marco, Jose Chase, baby, Rogelio, Azel, Big Curly, baby. Kurt McGirt, Agent of Chaos, Hypnotic. Good morning. What up, QXO? How you living, Marshall? What's going on, Jeff Kent? What's going on, Tony? Good morning, baby. Happy Friday, Junior William. Oh, I see you, see money. I see Gary Avari, baby. Good morning. 707, Ken San, XRP, Frankie, B. Dizzle, Ari, Ayush, Casket, Candy. Good morning, baby. Oh, Lucky Soldier. What's going on, baby? How you living, Prabhu, Armando, Me Nacho, Cambellini, Dino, Mr. Buddha, Tim Whitman, Troy Lenman. Oh, my goodness. Chatadonia. Happy Friday, Junior. What up, Todd? Dub, Lalo, Rahul, and my chat just crashed. Said, oh, snap. Now they don't want us to turn up. They don't want us to turn up in the morning, bro. Oh, good morning. Well, Chatadonia, I hope you're locked and loaded. It's crazy. I'm telling you, man, the last couple of days, what we have been dealing with, now you got bonds and data and real stagflationary data and all of it, man. So we are going to see, but in the meantime, let me get you Josh AI to open up the morning for you. Okay, sound good? Sound good, baby. Sound good. Let's get it. Good morning. Like the video. Like the video. I'll just say it. Like the video. Stocks hit as U.S. yields spike after economic data. Stocks sank in early trading as a handful of big tech sold off, with data showing a significant economic slowdown amid persistent inflation pressures. Equity futures signaled the S&P 500 will extend its April plunge, with Meta Platforms Inc. tumbling 15% on plans to spend billions of dollars more than it previously anticipated amid its artificial intelligence push. Treasury 2-year 2-year yields, which are more sensitive to imminent Federal Reserve moves, spiked to 4.97%. Gross domestic product increased at a 1.6% annualized rate. According to the government's initial estimate, the economy's main growth engine, personal spending, rose at a 2.5% pace. A closely watched measure of underlying inflation advanced at a greater than expected 3.7% clip, the first quarterly acceleration in a year. Corporate highlights: American Airlines Group, Inc. said it expects a second quarter profit greater than Wall Street's expectations as the carrier navigates still high fuel costs and capitalizes on travel demand while some competitors pare domestic flying. Southwest Airlines Company is slowing growth, ending service at 4 airports and offering voluntary leaves to address significant challenges in 2024 and 2025 created after Boeing Company again reduced the number of aircraft the carrier will receive this year. Royal Caribbean Cruises Limited boosted its full-year profit forecast as demand for cruises continued to surge, prompting record price hikes. Caterpillar Inc. reported first quarter results that showed machinery sales dipping from a year earlier and warned its second quarter figures are also expected to be lower. International Business Machines Corp.'s weak consulting unit sales disappointed investors, overshadowing its acquisition of software firm HashiCorp Inc. Ford Motor Company, rapidly retooling its electric vehicle strategy in a decelerating market for plug-ins, posted first quarter results that beat expectations on strong sales of work trucks. Merck & Company raised its annual profit and revenue forecast as the blockbuster cancer drug Keytruda continued to dominate the treatment landscape. Harley-Davidson Inc.'s first quarter revenue beat estimates despite high borrowing costs and tighter consumer budgets. First Citizens Bancshares Inc., which scooped up Silicon Valley Bank after the lender failed last year, lifted its guidance for lending income for 2024. Hertz Global Holdings Inc. reported a loss that was nearly 3 times worse than analysts expected as it accelerated sales of electric vehicles to reduce its fleet of Tesla Inc. models that have weighed on profits for the past year. Xcel Energy Inc. is taking a first quarter charge of $215 million related to its role in the worst wildfire in Texas history. ServiceNow Inc. provided an outlook for sales in the quarter that fell just short of analysts' estimates, suggesting that corporate budgets for software purchases remain tight. The shares declined about 5% in extended trading. CVC Capital Partners increased the size of its initial public offering by 500 million euros, $536 million, and is likely to price the share sale in Amsterdam at the middle of an initially proposed range, indicating the depth of investor demand for the long-awaited listing. BHP Group Limited proposed a takeover of Anglo American plc that values the smaller miner at £31.1 billion, $38.9 billion, in a deal that would create the world's top copper producer while sparking the industry's biggest shakeup in over a decade. Tech problems. Technology stocks led declines in U.S. equity futures Thursday after Facebook parent Meta's disappointing outlook highlighted the limitations of the AI-fueled rally. Meta's spending forecast, coupled with slower sales growth than anticipated, sent the shares tumbling as much as 19% in extended trading. Alphabet, which reports earnings later, along with Microsoft, also dropped in early trading. Earnings rush, and elsewhere traders are processing a deluge of corporate updates on the busiest day of the earnings season. In Europe, Hermes shares are falling even as the firm bucked a slowdown in luxury goods, while Nestlé dropped after it was hit by cooler demand in North America. Unilever and AstraZeneca led gains in the UK after reporting strong results, while there was more mixed news from banking giants Barclays, Deutsche Bank, and BNP, as well as the tech firms mentioned earlier, Bristol Myers, Comcast, American Air, Intel, and Snap are among those reporting earnings in the U.S. of mining merger. The most significant company news of the day didn't stem from an earnings report, though, in a move that could spark the biggest shakeup in the mining industry in over a decade. BHP Group proposed a takeover of Anglo American that values its peer at £31.1 billion. The deal would catapult the combined company's copper production far beyond its rivals. Anglo shares jumped 13% in London on Thursday morning to £24.91 apiece for a market value of £30.5 billion, while BHP fell 3.7%. Yen watch. In the world of FX, the yen is still the biggest story, with the currency extending losses after weakening beyond 155 per dollar for the first time in more than 3 decades on Wednesday. The drop heightens the chances of intervention ahead of Bank of Japan's policy decision Friday, when the central bank is forecast to keep its interest rate settings unchanged. Top overnight news. The South Korean economy grew at the fastest pace in more than 2 years in the first quarter, beating all estimates with a pickup in domestic consumption and robust exports, but the market questioned if the recovery was sustainable. GDP for the January-March quarter was 1.3% higher than the preceding 3 months on a seasonally adjusted basis, the sharpest expansion since the fourth quarter of 2021. RTRS. French President Emmanuel Macron, who was instrumental in making Ursula von der Leyen the European Commission president 5 years ago, is now in talks with fellow EU leaders to find a different candidate, such as Mario Draghi, to fill the top job. BHP has proposed a £31 billion takeover of Anglo American that would bring together 2 global mining companies and rank as one of the industry's largest transactions in years. Ukraine is set to increase long-range attacks inside Russia as an influx of Western military aid aims to help Kyiv shape the war in much stronger ways, the head of the UK military has said. Des. Israel will no longer pursue an all-out assault on Rafah, but instead proceed gradually and in a more targeted fashion so as to limit civilian casualties. J. Pivotal GDP data looks set to confirm an ongoing economic boom last quarter, adding to pressure on the Fed to keep rates steady. GDP probably rose at a 2.5% annualized rate, with consumer spending seen advancing 3%. That would mean the fastest growth on a 4-quarter basis in 2 years. BBG. White-collar hiring is stalling out across much of the U.S. Hiring in professional services, finance, and tech is running at 1/3 the rate of the overall labor market. Wage growth for high-paid workers has also cooled. BBG. Micron is poised to receive $6.1 billion in grants and as much as $7.5 billion in loans from the U.S. government to build new American factories. BBG. Mark Zuckerberg rekindled investor fears that he would not control costs at Meta after vowing to increase spending and turn the social media group into the leading AI company in the world, sending its shares tumbling more than 12% in pre-market trading on Thursday. Boeing DOJ aims to determine by late May if Boeing breached an agreement shielding it from criminal prosecution over 2018 and 2019 fatal crashes. Reuters reports families of victims urged prosecution in 5-hour meetings on Wednesday. Separately, Boeing said it was disappointed at not advancing in the U.S. Air Force's Collaborative Combat Aircraft program, but remains committed to delivering next-gen autonomous combat aircraft, including MQ-25 Stingray, MQ-28 Ghostbat, and undisclosed proprietary programs. Oh, come on. I thought there'd be BBG. Yeah, Japan just said that they're considering measures to reduce their government bond purchases. So yen is making a move now. I mean, again, today, if you guys are not familiar, that data there in the morning added to bad Facebook earnings. That's where you are getting a lot of your pressure. But we still got a couple more headlines. This is crazy. SPY is down 1.2%. Thursday market pre-market trading near lows after higher price data in the morning on Q1 GDP report came in. Comes after U.S. equities put in a mixed performance on Wednesday with earnings driving the more meaningful price action. S&P eked out a gain to end higher for a third straight session. Treasuries are weaker across the curve with yields up for a second straight session. Dollar is down by 0.2. Gold is flat. Bitcoin up by 0.2. And WTI is up by 0.3. Disappointing tech earnings is the early overhang on sentiment, while pullback exacerbated by stagflation hints from this morning's economic data. Q1 GDP came in softer, denting one of the more prominent bullish talking points, firmer U.S. growth backdrop. In addition, no bad news is good news. Price action for risk assets with rates pressured higher by hotter PCE reading in the report ahead of the March data out tomorrow. Latest drawdown also likely to trigger some new renewed concerns about systematic sell triggers. First read of Q1 GDP came in below consensus at 1.6, with release noting increase in consumer spending but weaker private inventory investment. Consensus had been looking for 2.2. However, a bigger focus was on the Q1 core PCE, rising to 3.7 after the Q4 2.0, with Q1 chain price printing above consensus. No equity prices took another leg lower, and Treasury yields jumped after the release, with market expectations dropping back to 2024 rate cut. March core PCE inflation out tomorrow, with the street looking for 0.3 month-over-month increase from February and pushing the year-over-year rate down to 2.7. Elsewhere, initial and continuing jobless claims were light of consensus. Pending home sales coming out later this morning. Also, $44 billion auction of 7-year notes this afternoon. Next week brings FOMC on Wednesday and April employment report on Friday. Meta was pressured by ramp-up investment cycle, now only raised low end of full-year subscription revenue. IBM hit by softer consulting and confirmed plans to acquire HCP. However, TER beat with AI reiterated demand to tailwind. CMG up on strong comp and transaction growth. Ford beat on strong in-pro and said full-year EBITDA tracking the higher end of guidance. O'Reilly comps up and EPS missed. Uri beat with help from better fleet productivity and rental margins. Align beat and raised in notable stable macro. Outside of earnings, BHP made an all-stock offer for AAL. AAL in Great Britain, not American Airlines. Don't worry, but there's more. There is more. Meta Q1 earnings triggers worries about AI spending as U.S. tech megacaps continue to report. Meta Zuckerberg asked investors for patience on AI push that triggered concerns about spending. BHP, an offer for Anglo-American and bid valuing the miner at $39 billion, must seize the appease of the market by steering back to cheaper cars after 40% Tesla slide. Micron set to get $6.1 billion in grants, up to $7.5 billion in loans and U.S. CHIP Act awards. Deutsche Bank Q1 profit highest in 11 years and amid investment banking recovery. Ford beats Q1 sales estimate on high commercial trucking demand. Boeing mishaps slowdown and lead to mounting costs for airlines. Food companies seeing consumer demand shifting to either premium or cheaper products. Bank of Japan feels heat from yen weakness complicating pursuit of easy monetary policy. Yen weakens past 155, fueling more intervention risk ahead of Bank of Japan. ECB Schnabel warns last mile on deflation may be bumpy. Higher for longer rates stay in Australia as inflation remains sticky. Economists note. Economists upgrade China 24 growth forecast, but warn deflation risk remain. U.S. white-collar hiring running at a third of the pace of overall job creation. German GfK consumer confidence hit 2-year high as Berlin raises forecast. European real estate deals slumped to the lowest level since 2011 on higher rate backdrop. South Korea Q1 GDP growth beats estimates, though markets question the uncertain outlook. Blinken asked China to provide level playing field for American businesses and manage ties responsibly. Israel poised to evacuate civilians in Gaza ahead of planned Rafah offensive. And then Hamas officials suggest group willing to put down its weapons in exchange for a two-state solution using 1967 borders. Well. That's it, baby. That's it. Those are the headlines. Everything is just earnings, too. So I have a bunch of pre-market movers, like I was telling you guys last night. A lot of companies this morning, a lot after the bell. Same thing even coming into tomorrow. If anything, actually just more after the bell today. So pre-market movers, I think literally all of these except for TJX. TJX was upgraded to buy. All of these are literally earnings. So keep that in mind. TER, they're up by 8.7. BCS up 7.7. Deutsche Bank up 7.2. Unilever up by 6.3. Car up 5.9. EME up 5.9. AstraZeneca 5.3. EQNR up 4.3. Align up 4.9. SNY up 4.6. UNP up 4.5. KDP up 3.6. Chipotle 3.2. ANET nothing. Mobileye 2.8. RCL 2.7. Merck up 2.6. STM up 2.5. TJX, they got the upgrade 2.3. Honeywell up 2.2. Earnings Ford 1.9. VLO 1.8. Waste Management 1.7, MO 0.2, and LRCX by 0.1 off earnings. IBRX trading down 7%, or up 7%. Overall results of Quilt 3.05 study. TAL up 6.7 off earnings. American Airline 5.2 off earnings. CLS earnings. HCP 4.9 to be acquired by IBM. AR 3.8 earnings. ACHR 2.9 signs framework agreement. AIRE up 48 off nothing. OPTN 26 off guidance. ULBI 17 off earnings. CDTX 16% reacquires rights to CD 388 240 private placement. RRGB up 10. Craig Halliam initiates buy. ACRV up 7.4. Initial clinical data for ACR 368. And then gold stocks trading higher, and select mining stocks. Meta trading 15% lower earnings. IBM down 9 off earnings. TXT down 8.9. Love down 8.1. Now down 4.0. Caterpillar down 4. MNST. JP Morgan downgrades to neutral, down 3.4. IP down 3.1. Toyota down 3.0. March production. O'Reilly down 3 off earnings. BHP down 2.8. Confirms all share proposal to Anglo American. NVO down 2.3 off nothing. SMCI down 2 off nothing. ARM down 1.9 off nothing. Bristol Myers down 1.8 off earnings. GEV down 1.8 earnings. Elite Auto down 1.7. Barclays downgrades to equal weight. Vale down 1.7 earnings. IoT down 1.7. Comcast down 1.0 off earnings. AGTI down 4. Opera down 4.2. VIS down 3.8. QS down 2.7. Visco down 1.9. Goldman initiates sell. And then HZO trading down 12.8 off of earnings. Wow, last warning. Oh, I know. You got to get the likes in there. How about this? If no likes at 1,000, then we just, all the plays will be on the watch list. You know what I'm saying? All right. Sounds like a deal, baby. Good deal. But Chad, that is the plays. We got a little bit of time. Honestly, I don't know if we have enough. I'm only watching IBM, Meta, Microsoft, Google, and then Now, and then Intel leading into tomorrow. There's a couple of plays there, but Chad Adonia, we got a little bit of time. Actually, I think we got some. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Like the video. God bless you. And I'll see you in a little bit.
Given the amount of uncertainty that is there.
Okay. I mean, it would be quite shocking if we
I think they're going to cut it. I think they're going to cut it.
But then everybody was surprised in December time when we got such a dovish pivot. I'm curious to know what Morgan Stanley thinks is the biggest tail risk as we square away lack of rate cuts going from 7 to 3 to 2 to 1. But the IMF warned on energy prices. I know the war premium is dissipating now. What's your biggest tail risk?
I think reacceleration in inflation would be a significant tail risk. This is not our base case. Our base case is that we will see a gradual decline in the pace of inflation over the course of the year, especially shelter inflation. But our tail risk scenario is here. If we see significant reacceleration of inflation, that upsets a lot of the assumptions that we make. So I think from the markets, in generally speaking, I think the markets, especially the credit markets, can handle fewer cuts that arrive later. Where the market's biggest challenge would be is if the next move is not a cut. And then if the next move is actually a hike, that would be very challenging outcome for the market. But we think that the bar for the next move to be a hike is still very, very high.
Okay, Vishy, thank you very much.
I heard the music, man. He ain't want to stop at the music, man. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, the GDP data, it would have been good for the market if there wasn't PCE price data that had issues. So realistically, the data today was extremely stagflationary. You had a big slowdown in the economy and then a big increase in prices, which was kind of random. Again, if you really think about how the data has played out, I definitely think today's data got you off guard. That's why, again, we are down 1%, not to mention what you had to deal with Meta. But Chad Adonia, we got a couple of minutes. You got the news. You're here right now. Tell me, What is the first play of the day, baby? What do you got for me? What do you got for me? Let's go. SPY puts, CL and ES holding 2 standard deviation meta, SPY calls, SPY puts, QQQ, MNQ calls, short MES, SPY puts, snap calls, QQQ, TQQ, meta, think it'll sell off, SQQ, puts on everything, meta, NVO, DJT share, SPY puts, WEC call, GM, Microsoft call, JBL put, NVIDIA call, still holding UVIX, more Yum China, NVIDIA puts, Tesla puts, Chewy, Tesla, TLT long, hit the like, average down, SPY put, short Netflix, NVIDIA, SMCI, Yin calls, Micron long, Tesla, AMZ, Jesus calls, JP Morgan put, FTX calls, LNG, good morning, Palantir, shorting ARM and Netflix, closing Meta, Chewy for the long term, AMD, Apple, Boeing, lurking, sitting on cash, Micron, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and the final plays. Micron calls, Love You calls, NVIDIA and SQQ, and CDTX long, baby. There you go. End it with a long. I'm down. Beautiful. So, Chad, I already told you my place. I have a couple. Again, it's all earnings mode, and I hope you guys realize that. Bro, these last 48 hours, insane reactions off earnings. Those plays are big, and then now we are juggling the data and bonds right near 5. But IBM, Meta, Microsoft, Google, keep your eyes on all of those. ServiceNow, I'm going to watch that as a post-earnings, and then we'll see what Intel does. But, Chadadonia, it's bigger than the plays. It's bigger than stagflation. It's bigger than all of it. And if you're not familiar, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know there's things you didn't agree with, but you still made a commitment for your country and your brothers, and we have oftentimes overlooked it throughout our society. So the least we could do is say thank you here this morning. God bless you all, and big shout out to your families as well, and big shout out to anybody else out there who's giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their community run, baby. That's what I'm talking about. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn up. Oh, man. So, Chadadonia, I hope you're locked and loaded. We got 2 minutes. If we don't have 1,000 likes, we won't have any plays for the rest of the day. Oh, my, I guess that's the new. It's the new. That's it. If Joe Biden raising capital gains tax and long-term taxes, the Carissa Hines 1K tax has now gone up. I know. I'm sorry. Good morning. But, Chad, the main story of the day, awful earnings fear, stagflation fear from the data, more data tomorrow, and then more big earnings after the bell. So remember what happened yesterday. Halfway through, all of a sudden, what happened? We started going up in those final couple of hours there as everybody got ready for the earnings. So we have a lot that we're dealing with now. I think the first couple of hours are going to be crazy. And then after that, we're going to start settling in because remember, there's big data tomorrow, and there's still going to be a couple more of the earnings. I mean, in a weird way, you do have war headlines, but that's the beauty of the market. I do think today's data is probably going to be the main story, even leading into tomorrow. Especially that's what I'm saying is that if that PCE data tomorrow, if it shows what we had today, oh, that's going to be dirty. So market doesn't like it. I mean, when was the last time you opened up down like 1.3. So, yeah, we're down 1.2. But, Chad, we got 30 seconds. You guys hit that 1K likes easy. Wow. Now we're talking, baby. Now we're talking. So, good morning. I hope you guys are ready. We have 20 seconds. Like the video. Make sure you're subscribed. Post any plays. You have any questions, you let me know. And let's have a good time. You have a newswire as well, too. So, you shouldn't miss anything. Oh, IBM. We go from in the money to it just shoots up $3. Oh, yeah. Get ready for the cuckening. All right, get ready. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right. Literally, bro, those IBMs were just in the money, and it popped $4. $4 on the last minute of pre-market. And then I'm checking the meta puts. Honestly, they went up 200%. Yikes. It's not bad, though. If I did that debit spread, those would have hit. No, they went up a little bit more. They were going for like $1.20. Now they're opening up at $4. So we actually might be able to get a couple of these. But honestly, the premiums, it's kind of like Netflix. So you still kind of have like a weird move on the meta. So there's no pre-play yet. We need to wait till that moves around. MO up nice. They had earnings. I surprisingly didn't hear much on MO. They were just up by 0.3. No, those premiums scammed heavy. It's not too bad, though, but like I'm saying, it's good if you made the play, you got like 200 to 400%, but if you want the double dip, I mean, they're not really that much cheaper, but there is downside on Meta. Again, 408, 407, or even 399 is the next level for Meta. Apple green, IBM's going up. I think our plays went green for a little on IBM. I didn't check. IBM, yeah, IBM says they're break even. They hate you. That thing was $2 in the money literally 60 seconds ago. Intel, oh, I forgot about Intel. 440, Meta put up 500. So I'm going to be watching them. I'm waiting for a bounce. Otherwise, I don't think we're going to be able to get post-earnings. They're still kind of up there. And then 398, 400 is the next level. All right, there's the IBMs. IBMs just woke up. I guess the IBM contracts weren't open. Yeah, there you go. I was like, that's stupid. And then Meta, though. I really do. Again, Meta, we made big money on that one on the post-earnings last time, but unfortunately, I don't know. I don't think these options are too favorable just yet. Again, at 155. Apple, IBM getting wild candles. Microsoft on the low. And SPY. You guys realize we are down 2.2 on the NASDAQ. Let me say that one more time. You are down 2.2% on the NASDAQ right now. Alphabet down 5. Amazon down 4. Microsoft down 3. SPY is hitting a new low. 50.33 on the futures. DJT on the high. Yeah, 49998. So that's it, Chattadonia. You are below the danger zone. We were a little lower, I guess, but you're back below 5,000, and then the danger zone from yesterday, that 50.38, you're below it. So there's still a little bit of gap to fill. You got like 40 points. I mean, it's not a new low, but take that as you please. There's Microsoft. Meta's still at the low there. There's Teladoc. That thing barely moved. UNH. Kalu. Intel's going up on the high. IBM, again, contracts are up, but they're kind of all over the place. Procter & Gamble's moving. Yeah, Procter & Gamble's on the high for some reason. And then SPY still going lower. MO's up by 1. And then Meta's still dropping. MO. And then gold. I mean, gold's barely down right now. Let's see. Yeah, Altria beat. EPS was 115 versus 115. Revenue 472 versus 471. They authorized 2.4 billion share repurchase program. Yeah, so I think just slight beat on MO. Nothing too crazy. All right, first bounce on Meta. Let's see what happens. Bro, Meta's a jacked up dude. Even the calls on Meta are disgusting. So I'm mainly looking for puts, but even if I'm looking at the calls, I'm like, bro, even if you want one of these bounce plays, it's not cheap. You're spending, bro. Meta is actually messed up. Nvidia bouncing. Amazon got clapped. I mean, they're all just connected. That's the crazy part. They're very different, but I think it was just more fear that brought them all down. Once Zuckerberg and the gang start talking spending money and then these weirder guidance numbers, I think broader fear just hit all of the tech stocks because they all dropped, and then IBM as well too. They're already down. Yeah, Procter & Gamble's running up. Our old Procter plays are coming up. The IBMs came down but still green. JP Morgan going up. Meta on the low. So, honestly, you're getting the continuation. So, good luck. I don't think there was plays. They already kind of doubled up. You're getting another leg on premium now. That might have been the opportunity if they weren't going to have a bounce. So, give it another, 15 minutes. We'll find out here. But NVIDIA premiums just took another leg. And then Netflix on the high. SPY bouncing off the bottom. Again, we are right near 5,000. You're right above 5,002. Low of the day, 4,997. Tesla is on the high. Okay, there's Meta. Literally, they just wick those premiums high and then green shoot. Yeah, NVIDIA was bouncing there. Again, SMCI was down for no news, but they were underperforming most of them. Micron is getting whacked, and then Intel was up earlier. Dash on the high. Again, Snap. Don't we have Snapchat holding? XPRO halted due to news pending. Snap on the low. ARMS on the high. XPRO. NVO, I think, well, I mean, what price do I really like it? I would prefer it at $60 or something. But other than that, I mean, 120-ish, kind of where it's at now. I mean, I think at any price, if you're not buying a discount on NVO, you're going to have to buy it again because it's going to move around and you're not buying it cheap. But I'm kind of down with the top tick. That's what I've said a couple of times. 180. Damn, that's SPY candle. So literally, green shoot turned red. You're back down to the low. So literally, you just popped up 5 points there off the low. And then literally within 30 seconds, you're right back down, hitting a new low. The yields are up. It's not unemployment claims. It was because of the GDP price index. So, and the even quarter-over-quarter PCE. So we had GDP data come out today, but there was price elements to it. And even though the economy was way slower than people thought, it was awful. It was the pricing that shot up that got people scared. So slower economy, higher prices, that's literally stagflation. And then the bonds were already weak, and then that, got them moving right near 5%. Yeah, that's the thing I said in the morning. If that GDP number came in, and then the pricing aspect did not move negatively, I think we would have ripped. I think we would have rallied. If you got slower than expected, and then people were like, yeah, the jobs market's going to cool down now. And then now, there you go, it's not hot. And then the price data dropped with it. Oh, man, I think the market would have loved it. But the opposite, what we have today is absolutely awful. It's borderline your exact definition of stagflation. A very sharp decline in economy that wasn't expected, and then a very sharp rise in prices. Yeah, Tesla's starting to go up, back to break even. Uber and Amazon, remember, Amazon was down 4 or 5. So they're coming up a decent amount. They're only down 3, 4 now only. That's still a ton. And then SPY at the bottom, Meta as well. Meta hasn't hit a new low in 4 minutes there. Kind of held the pin for 10. We've only been here for 8, so I don't know how that's possible. And then gold trying to come back up here. Where's oil? Oil looks just like gold right now on the intraday. Oracle on the high. They're down 1.3. Amazon is waking up, and then Verizon. And then AT&T even got up there. MO, Googl, so they were down 3-4 or 4-3, I think. They're down 3-9 right now. And then SPY right there at the bottom, though. You're not out of the gulag just yet. 5,000 flat. Crazy, bro. Literally. At one point yesterday, you were 10 points away from 5,100. Now it's not over for the bulls. No. If anything, if I could speak to any of the bulls out there, your Lord and Savior will be the first good earnings. So no, the bulls don't underestimate them. But clearly, I mean, you see what's happening this whole month and rates and now earnings. But do not underestimate the moment you get one good earnings, they really do have a shot. That's why I even said with the premium, just wait. Once there's a good earnings, every option is going to get double the price, even if it's dog shit. But lately, though, it's been a lot of pessimism and nothing has swung the pendulum. Again, even today's data, it could have, but then, it just had to have bad price data. NVIDIA breaking out now. Earnings has hurt the market this time. It's not like the earnings have been that bad, but everybody just ran so much after the last earnings. You have to justify a lot of things. And that's, I think, kind of what's biting us in the ass. NVIDIA still going. Dash, SPY still at the bottom. Meta, this is what I wanted, man. And I'm sorry if you hold puts. But we're waiting. We want to decline on these premiums so we could actually get a double dip on that. I want to get meta put. I told you guys literally what happened, the whole theory. Remember, I was telling you, I was like, Mark's going to spend a lot of money. I was telling you guys yesterday, I was like, everybody kind of ignored it, but I'm afraid Mark Zuckerberg spending money might come back. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. But I didn't take the play. I didn't like the premiums. I wanted like 1,000%ers, but it was still a good couple 100% for the morning, but now we'll see. But I'm waiting. How can you double dip? Well, I guess I'd no double dip since I didn't make a play, but just like I did with the Netflix, just like I did with everything else, I'm waiting till the premiums die, and then that's it. You only made 300. It's a good gain, but that's literally what I was talking about yesterday. Think about it. It dropped 17%, and it only made 300%, which is a good gain, but like I'm telling you, if I wanted to make a big Grim Reaper play, I couldn't justify it just because the amount of money I would have put in. But we'll see. If these get cheaper now, it's starting to bounce, we might be able to get it. And like I was telling you, I was even looking at calls this morning. I was telling you calls right here. It's up almost $10. Those calls are dog shit. And then SPY getting a green shoe and bonds. Yeah, so now two standard deviation plays they're up 200%. A little further is up only 100 on Meta. I'm waiting though. I want these cheaper. Let me see the daily. I don't want a daily though. Dailies are starting to give back up. Daily you could kind of get at previous day's price. Yeah, so the premiums are starting to die now on Meta. Nvidia's on the high. The data was the GDP, and it also incorporated prices and core PCE quarter over quarter. But essentially, it was very bad and stagflationary. That's the end. Today said simply is stagflation and bad earnings. Tesla big green. NVIDIA as well. There's Meta. GE on the high. Yeah, Tesla's not bad. We still got that free play from yesterday. Coin. J&J on the low. DJT. I keep seeing that. Okay, there's Meta. Let me see. So that was the high. That was the pre-market high on Meta. This is like where it dropped. It could go 430 to 438. It'll probably top out at 440 if it doesn't top out at 430. But again, the contracts are moving slow. The only contracts that you could get decent are dailies. Those are the only ones now that are cheaper than yesterday, unfortunately. Oh, I still do have the Googl random play. We should sell that after that drop. Those are awful. Okay, I found one play, but it's still pretty awful. It's just a place marker. If you don't want to, I didn't make it yet, but I'm gonna wait. Snap earnings is today, yeah, I believe so. I'm checking the random. That's crazy. That Googl random is only up 40%. But yeah, we do have that till May. Unless Google had to have had a decent bounce here. That's crazy, man. The premium. So honestly, I'm surprised. The random play on Googl. And I think we got it before the drop. Oh, I think it's because it had that bounce. And then there's Meta. Chips in play, pulling the market. Okay. All right, I did two. I'm a jackass. I'm sorry. I did two meta plays. I'm gonna try it out. I spent about $100 for two. Oh shit! Wait, did they fill? I think, yeah. How much did I spend on that one? So again, 430. If I'm wrong on the timing on this one, Meta's going to go up another $10, and then we see what it does from there. So this is one of the first resistance levels I'm going for. But I did something a little weird. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a Meta daily contract, a weekly. I grabbed a 400 for 53 cents, and then I grabbed a next week 375 put for 53 or 60 cents too. So I spent about like 100, 120. Those plays are the only ones that kind of came down. So here's the one for next week. Has slight gain compared to the day before. And then the weekly is just as risky as hell. But this one actually went break even. So literally we got to get in there, no premium. So it's a risk. We'll find out how it is. But like I'm saying, it's either going to top out here or it's going to rip up, go 440, and then we'll get the pullback. But then that'll destroy those contracts. But let's find out. Let's find out. Maybe I'm a little, I might be impatient. Because if you wait another 10, 20 minutes and that does go 440, those plays are going to be half off. If not, you'll be able to get the real good ones like closer to the money. All right, SPY going down. Meta still holding. Bonds have low-key just been recovering, but it's not recovery since they're murdered. Literally Meta all over the high ticker, dollar near the low. Earnings that bad? I think it was just, again, the talks of spending and, how much they were up. And then Oracle introduces new AI capabilities to help organizations boost sales. New capabilities in Oracle Cloud include generative AI-assisted answer generation. That's from Palantir. Yeah, no real reaction on that. SPY near the low. Let's see where these take us. DJT, I feel like that thing be going up 9% randomly every day, and then it just still stays the same price. I'm like, what's happening? Buy the dip or just go surf? Maybe go surf. By the time you're coming back, everybody will be getting ready for earnings. So I talked about it on the watch list even this morning. I think today is going to be a little bit like yesterday. You're going to have, one element responding to this morning and everything. And then by the end of the day, everyone's going to want to start positioning for the other stuff. Tesla. SPY holding view up. I mean, it's crazy because the gap down was bigger than the intraday move. So, I guess we have moved 17 points, but, dude, that gap, you gap down 60 points. And then we're still holding here, again, right above 5,000. So it's either we death and destruction, or if we hold this long enough, it will do its little bounce thing. SMCI good for the long term. It's a big company. They're doing a lot. I think it'll be here in 10 years. The only issue with them is price, and valuation. SPY, there it is. Flusher Rooney. So you're below 5,000 now. 4997, new low of the day. Quite frankly, this is where you broke out from on Monday. So again, we're right back up to there, but now you are getting into the Monday opening, and then this is actually a pretty big level. I think you'll go like 4993, and then 49988. You guys should remember all these numbers. So still going a little bit lower for Chicle. Jabil, card on the high. Oh, back to 34. Teledokian. Oh, it's UNH. Humana again. KRE. Oh, wow. They're down 2. Maybe that's part of the day. Micron popping. Again, Micron had news this morning, but they were just trading lower earlier. The ghetto spread on Snap because it's too cheap. Now you could ghetto spread anything. It's just a matter of what's it offering, right? How much do you get on the back end? What's the risk to reward? All that good stuff. Mm. 3M after the spinoff. I'm just holding it. So we got our shares of Solventum, and then I have NVIDIA on the high. Again, Micron started moving up. You said bigger companies. You're saying the ghetto standard deviation, not the ghetto spread. So ghetto spread is just a way to take profits and protect yourself. So you could do it in anything. The ghetto standard deviation, it is better with bigger companies, yes. A line flipped. What was the other one? Service Now. They were down too. LRCX. They're barely up. And then SPY near the low. Spotify coming up. MO coming down. And then Meta is just chilling there. NVIDIA going against it. Because NVIDIA is just... It's a weird one. I mean, the days where we look like we're getting relief, they've been selling off going back below 800. And now vice versa. We dumped 2%. NVIDIA is up 2%. And then SPY still at the low here. It's honestly not flushing too heavy. I mean, this is only a couple of points here. So, but you are literally looking over the edge right now. Again, like 49.93-ish and then 49.88. You shorted Meta. Don't know whether to close now or give it long. Did you do shares or did you do puts? Because if you did shares and like you shorted it and like sometimes you don't know when to close it, I don't like it too much right now on Meta. You would have to really look for the prices, but if there's a call cheap enough, you could just go buy the calls to kind of guarantee it. So some of y'all use stop losses. I just buy a call at the level because then if it does bounce, you could guarantee a level, and if it keeps flushing, then you know you have some protection and then hopefully make more off the equity. So that's what I did on Nike on the last earnings a quarter ago, and FedEx, I believe. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Pfizer. They're down 128. And then VIX on the high. Oh, shit. The VIX is at 7. I was just telling you guys yesterday the VIX wasn't even worrisome. I mean, this isn't as bad as it was earlier, but low key, I thought the VIX was going to die the last couple days, but he found a way to get revived. I don't think Apple puts too early, but there is a lot of fear right now. So you're going into the premium, not against it, if that makes any sense. So, like, if anything, I think Apple calls are probably the better deal for now. Everything's sold out for a month. And then now after these earnings and stuff, I would look at the premiums and make sure they're not too expensive. Vanny already set up to sell shares to Jeffries. Yeah, I think it was yesterday we talked about that when the news came out. They already have their private placement and at the money offering ready to go. So it's both good and bad. I think they're going to do good on the data, but then they're ready to dump. Upcoming pending home sales for March. Estimate expected to be 1.6. LGM. And then SPY wicked into another low. Turned into the green. We'll see if that holds. T-Mobile on the low. And then Spotify back on the high. No, I sold out of sound. A little beginning of the year. VRT. Yeah, Meta. I mean, it's $4 off the high. I mean, we'll see. It's either going to bounce from here and try to do that 430 or it's going to fail. Yellen says GDP data shows strength in consumer and investment spending. Yellen says, are you ready for this? Yellen quote, there could be revisions to GDP data. And then first ship passes through new channel in Baltimore. I know. Of course they're going to revise it. El Baghdadi. Does he work for the BLS? These guys are crazy. Janet Yellen doing shrooms. Revising data. I don't know. More cheating. Cheating. Netflix pop. Yellen says, I still see an underlying core drivers of economic activity considerably strengthen. Yellen says U.S. economy shows robust growth, firing on all cylinders. Yellen says still see core drivers, considerable strength. Pending home sales, 78.2 versus 75.6. So that came in stronger. Where is it? Up by 0.4 or 3.4. Estimate was 0.4. So that was strong again. Yeah, it's expected to be 0.9, came in at 3.4. I don't know. And then year over year is still down. Oh, no, man. Higher for longer narrative, getting steam. I mean, this morning, we priced out the rate cuts. So there's no more rate cuts. I mean, right now, I think we went back to 1. It was going back and forth after the data. But essentially, December cuts are on the fence right now. So, like, low-key, one more bad set of data, it'll be cemented. 0 rate cuts priced into the Fed futures. And then SPY going lower now, man. That's not... Again, you got a little bit of hold up here, but it's crazy because this range is so small. But I don't know. I think you could feel the pressure here as we're going lower and lower. But 4992 now. So that's baby level number 1. Otherwise, 4988. And then, again, I mean, I was calling these prices out for you just the other day. So you should be familiar. Again, like 4988. That'll be the next level. And then I think 4979. And then 6.9 and then 6.7. So 4.988 and then 4.979. TSM on the high. The December Zaza at the lows. Yeah, that's nuts. And then bonds kind of dancing around. Yellen says, I have no doubt that housing contribution to inflation will be coming down this year. Yellen, the economy continues to perform very well. My background in finance, it's pretty poor. I studied political science and philosophy. I mean, I got into investments, like both real estate and stocks, before college and young. So I just had good success as an individual investor, but I never really studied it or worked in like a financial setting. I did have a fun job for a little bit with a good family friend. Who we set it up with, but then I had to leave because I did YouTube. I went to college at U of A, bro. I met somebody, man. It was crazy. There was this guy, and like I would play 2K with this fool all the time. And then we were in a game, and he was talking to someone randomly, and he was from Arizona, and then he was in Tucson. And then we were already friends, and I was like, man, I had a nice college flashback. Yeah, bear down, baby. They're always so nice, too. Everybody in Arizona, bro, is great. All right, new lows, baby. New lows. 4990. So, again, 4988, 4978. Those are going to be the other two. 4990. All right. I need to go to the bathroom. It's only been 30 minutes. Oh, yeah, they're talking pending home sales. All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Oh, I have something cool to tell y'all. I'll see. I kind of have a scavenger hunt. I forgot to tell you guys. All right, I'll be right back.
I mean, you look at reactions right now. So we had disappointing earnings and now disappointing figures when it comes to the economy and what's going on with inflation. A lot of big questions for the Fed, a lot of big questions for people in your seat, portfolio managers. How are you thinking about markets at this juncture?
Katie, it always goes back to know what you own. When you look at the keys of cash flow, earnings, and too often forgotten, the health of the balance sheet. And in 2024, we're going to see free cash flow growth for the S&P 500 of 14 to 15%. That's still a very good backdrop for portfolio management, even in the face of slower GDP, higher inflation, a Federal Reserve monetary experiment that we're 3+ years into. We still don't know exactly how it's going to turn out when the Fed grows money supply at 25% and then has negative M2 money supply for the last year. It's still playing out in the economy, but I defer to companies still generating ample cash flow and double-digit dividend growth.
So is that the real focus for you, the real ticket, that cash flow growth versus earnings growth, for example?
It is simply because cash flow is a much cleaner metric. A lot can happen between revenue and earnings per share on the income statement. And in particular, free cash flow, which is after you do your capital expenditures for a company, how much they can allocate to the shareholder. And companies are still very good allocators of capital. They're growing the dividend, they're buying back shares, and they're creating shareholder value in this period where global uncertainty can lead investors to seek the asset class of putting the money in a mattress. That doesn't work.
That doesn't work. So take that analysis and that focus on cash flows to, of course, big tech, to the Magnificent Seven. A lot lies on their shoulders this earnings season when you think about them powering the rally so far this year. What are you expecting in terms of what you're going to hear when it comes to cash flows there?
The free cash flow margin for that often touted Magnificent Seven is still...
Meta's breaking out now. 440 would be the next level if that holds up. IBM flushing? No way. Yeah, IBM plays back up to 300. So that's good. Not bad. Whirlpool, 52-week low. Yeah, I think we're in the money or we're about to be. That stupid pop at the morning. The Meta put, it filled that watch the watch list, or I'll only say it when I make the play. That's the new rules, sir. First obligation is set monetary policy to be consistent with price stability. I was like, what's Monpol? But that's, I don't know. Do you guys want me to tell you, though? I kind of have a scavenger hunt. It's a really weird story, but it's kind of cool. All right, well, here's the deal. No, it's kind of like the ProTrack. It's a little weird. Broadcom, Meta, Palantir, Uber, literally all the tech names are starting to run right now. NASDAQ still down 1.7. Russell and Dow 1.7 as well. SPY's the best on the day. That was weird. You got, again, high ticker, a lot of names, but now low ticker. Getting a little juice. Meta, 432 now. So here is your guys' scavenger hunt. I will give you, I don't know, I'm thinking like 200 or 500. 200 or $500 to the first person who could find and take a picture in front of the Colt billboard. Staff is popping. But right now in America, somewhere in the United States, there is a billboard with the Colt on there. You got to find it. If you find it and take a picture, I got cash for you. I got cash for you. No. It's a real billboard. It's honestly, it's very surreal. It's a real billboard on the side of a freeway. Here, I'll tell you this story. It was a friend of Lending Tips, and then like I met this guy like in passing, like a while ago, and then he's like, and apparently he owns billboards. And then he was like, "Hey, do you want a billboard?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? Do I want a billboard?" I'm like, "I'm not gonna pay for a billboard." He's like, "Yeah, I know. I got one for free." And then he pretty much just gave me a billboard at one of his underperforming billboards. So I got a free billboard, but now there's a cult billboard on the side of a freeway somewhere in America. A pretty big city, so if you could find it, God bless you. Bank of Japan to consider measures to shrink JGB purchases. That was in the morning. There was a pop-off of it. Billboard. Hamas official Sami Abu Zaidi. Hamas will not be swayed by U.S. pressure on issue of Gaza hostages. What does the billboard say? It says repent. No, but I wanted to. I asked him if I could do other things. He rejected like 9 of my ideas. Chris has it. Well, email me. Yeah, I mean, you got my email. If you have it, let's see it. That BOJ headline hitting again. NVIDIA on the high. Yeah, that GG. MO went red. Weird. Considering, again, Philip Morris. Now even Philip Morris gave up 2. Big pump. Datadog on the high. Yeah, Datadog kind of ripping. Still down 2. Again, ServiceNow and what was the other one? Align. They had moves, but then they gave up here. You worked MCA as Miramar for years. Let's go, baby. Thank you for your service. VRT, NVIDIA, and TSM. But again, I think NVIDIA is like insane. You guys realize we are down 1.6. We were down 2 point something. And NVIDIA is literally up there. And then $5 more till Netflix or Meta gets to the next level. But that's been doing good so far. Yeah, Pfizer's been getting murdered. It was down. It was just hitting 25, like $25.99 the last time I saw it. They scammed with Meta. Oh, I mean, again, that's what I was worried about. So unfortunately, like coming into it, we had some ideas. We were worried, but then it hit. But that premium wasn't good enough. But we'll find out. We'll see if there's any follow-up. Other than that, though, IBM, that one was good, but still, that was kind of trippy in the morning. Popular markets bet stumble. SPY going up. We are getting near the high of the day. So again, new lows, broke below 5,000, back above it. I mean, if we can make a move, because look how much time you spent here without dying. Like we were saying, I could kind of build some things up, but not so bad. Still very bad. Coin recovering. Bonds breaking out. That's kind of good. All right, there's Meta. So then those puts are going to get clobbered unless there's a fat pullback. But otherwise, wait for 440. And if it gets through 440, I think Meta is back. He'll be good. Just like Netflix. Remember the 480 or the 580 on Netflix. Netflix did reject it, but I do think 440 is going to open up the door to get to the bottom end post earnings. But 440, I think you go to 455. NVIDIA is still going. And then there's SPY. You're getting near the high. It's crazy because remember, we have a 60-point gap down today. So whatever looks like a high intraday, I mean, there's still a lot of work to do. Micron on the high. WDC still going up. ARM in the red. So I think NVIDIA is the only one. Oh, yeah, your long-term is down because of Meta. I forgot about that. We do have Meta in the long term. We have a lot of Meta. Someone who never uses Facebook, it blows my mind that people still do. Bro, some people love Facebook. Some people still love Facebook. They love the marketplace. They love posting political stuff. You know what I'm saying? They love liking photos. But then do you have Instagram? Or do you use WhatsApp? Because, that's the thing where a lot of people fail to realize, you're right. They're, the demographics have shifted on who uses Facebook. But, everybody still uses Instagram. Low key. You love Facebook? Yeah, man. It was cool. I saw Facebook the other day. I saw something on Marketplace, and I scrolled through Facebook. I was like, "This is cool, man." I was like, "I remember." It felt nostalgic in a weird way. Yellen should only intervene in exchange rates in rare cases. WhatsApp is essential overseas and used in every country. No, it really is. It's hilarious. So any clients that I work with that are foreign, real foreign, you know what I'm saying? Not just they're back. I'm talking China, other places, even in Europe too, man. Argentina, all these people, everybody's WhatsApp. You can't do anything without WhatsApp. They used to make fun of me. They call me American. I'm like, what's wrong with being American, mother? Because I was like, who has WhatsApp? But now I eventually got WhatsApp. Even Switzerland, even my girlfriend uses WhatsApp. Meta. The only play I made today was on Meta. I waited. They already got clapped here a little bit. They still got kind of a shot. I mean, they went up 100%. Now they're down 30. The weekly went down 50. Honestly, not too bad, but that's the only play here on the day. And then I'm going to be looking at some Intels. That's about it. Apple on the low now, and then SPY's still holding up, man. So that's a kind of interesting turn. Apple was green. They flip red now. Microsoft's coming back up. I guess Apple's doing the best compared to all the other techs. Google. Pfizer, I think just one of those days of Pfizer down 2 until it pops or dies. Netflix back on the high. Again, they had a crazy sell-off yesterday. SPY still going up. Again, ARM and NVIDIA back at 820. ARM is about to go green. I think Intel was already green earlier. Yeah, they're starting to climb up a little bit. Again, Meta 437, so you're right near that 440 now. I wish those contracts were cheap, dude. So even if you wanted the 440 contract at the bottom, that would still cost you like $200. Added Nike to the long term. Nice. Yellen says outright seizure of Russian assets is justifiable by law. My goodness. And then SPY just wicked into another high. I'm checking Pfizer, but I don't think there was any news. Fear and Greed, 37 at Fear, 5,009. So technically you're part in the first candle. This is new high intraday, but cash open or pre-market you were trading lower. This is a high for the cash open. Where's Pfizer? Saturday, FDA PDUFA estimated date. Fidecogene, elaprovirec, BLA for hemophilia. That's the only. I don't see anything else on Pfizer. But they got an approval over the weekend. And they declared their dividend. Yesterday they declared dividend as well. And then you had oral approval or treatment of oral approval of oral treatment PIVIA. Meta again, Meta's $1.50. Like I'm telling you, Meta, this is either where it's going to top out at 440, but if you break 440, you could get back up to the lows of earnings. Why do I say this? I'm going off of pre-market yesterday. So again, 440 flush zone, you get up here, you're back to 450, 455. That's the low of the previous earnings. Everything else you were just there already. So big spot there for Meta. So UUP. Pfizer's dividend should be in a month. S&P says Boeing's outlook revised to negative on delay of credit metrics. Restoration BBBA3 rating affirmed. S&P Boeing faces heightened production uncertainty, notably related to quality issues affecting 737 MAX. Yeah, dollar red. SPY still going up, man. NVIDIA, TSM, they're still playing along. Bro, TSM is all greens. Do you guys see this? Looks like a straight computer. All greens on the volume, and then look at all those wicks. 5,009. And then oil just flushed. So oil just hit a new low. Yellen were concerned about overdependence on one country for total global supply of this product, of this range of products. Yellen, U.S., Europe, and other countries want the ability to produce clean energy. That will be the guide. I think it just has to get back to earnings or not. So, again, you're above 440. I really think this 440 level, maybe 455. But so far, I think that's it. I think those puts might get, there might not be a shot, unless it does what the Netflix did. But at that point, it's good for them. That's a good recovery. Meta's literally recovered 7% intraday. So now, I'm very glad I didn't make any of those other plays. Yeah, so now these are back to the price when we were talking about it. These were like just outside of 2 standard deviation scammers. SPY going higher. There's Meta, 442. Sorry, I don't think the puts are going to, unless we get a fat pullback. But now, like I'm telling you, above here, if they hold, that's actually a very good sign. Valero sees OPEC output ramping back up by third quarter or fourth quarter. Mara on the high, Riot. Check out the coin plays. Again, TSM, I know NVIDIA has been taking the spotlight, but TSM, they already reported and they're just going straight up. Baba. Some of the China names trying to wake up. And Tesla, SPY near the high. Or excuse me, bonds. And SPY too, I guess. High of the intraday. Remember, carnage pre-market. Bond rates. The yields went up today, which is bearish. Because again, the data was not good. Anything is possible. Yeah, Japan. it's Japan unless they just surprise. And that's funny too. By the end of today, you're probably going to get a leak from the Nikkei, something regarding the Bank of Japan, and then the yen is going to make a big move. Either end of today or middle of the night. We will have a live watch list tonight, so that'll be fun. But I forgot about that. You do have the Bank of Japan. Meta double kill, triple kill, kill-tacular. Flag taken, flag drop, flag taken. Thank you for the wisdom and knowledge. Made 500 on the meta deviation play. Let's go, Sonny. Or not. Amen. That's what I'm talking about. I'll take it, man. And then IBM still low. MTC. Bonds breaking out. Tesla, new high. And then SPY trying to work its way up. Meanwhile, Meta as well. Doing very good. Last week's live watches was crazy. It was an honor. You know, it was a blessing that we were live. And we got to do, that was just a trip. The Denver Lakers game's playing. You won't be at the watch list. That's cool, man. So if you would rather watch the Lakers get blown out, that's fine. You know, and I say that as a Laker fan. I even love Lakers. Jay. I'm so disappointed with my Lakers, man. I don't know. You have this is just not. That's weird, man. Give them some hope. You guys want to know, dude? Are you ready for this? I heard the funniest tinfoil, and apparently there's a theory. There's like a real theory behind this. Do you guys want it? Do you want the LeBron? I have LeBron James tinfoil. Said not enough talent. Jeez, man, it's crazy. Not enough talent. They're so talented. You want it? All right. So there's an interview, and apparently, like, LeBron says this line. So apparently, LeBron in interviews, he says this line where he's like, "Oh, like people score so much." He was like, in this interview, he says, "I wish I could go back to 10,012." And he talks about the year 10,000. And now there's a group of people that believe LeBron James is a time traveler. So hear me out. There's a whole tinfoil. You could go research this. But there's a whole rabbit hole that says that LeBron is a time traveler. And that we may even be on the third LeBron. And then this is where it gets super nutty. They're like, you never know that like scenario where they're like, oh, like you have to, like, who would you pick if like humanity, like to make the jump shot, you know? And like they talk about it on ESPN. And they're like, Andre Iguodala said it. And he's like, who would you put to save? And like, that's the tinfoil. They're like, what if LeBron is a time traveler and he's really from the year 10,000? And then we do have to save the world with one jump shot. So now he's like going back in time to warn LeBron number 3 of what needs to happen and like, you know, making sure that he's prepared. I heard this the other day. I'm just relaying the info. I don't know if I really believe it, but yeah, that's the tin. That's the tin. Get away from the screen from time to time. I mean, believe it or not, I didn't like. I heard this while I was in the gym. I had headphones. My TikTok was playing, but I was working out, so I was getting, and I went on a nice walk. I had a good outdoor walk yesterday. That was great. Next level for Meta, 40-50 light, and then 40-55. 40-55 is the real money level, but even then, 440, like I was telling you, that really was my line in the sand. Yellen, we would be prepared to use authority to sanction Chinese banks if necessary. You think TikTok is going to die? Maybe. I don't think China's going to sell it. That's the only thing. I just think that I don't know. They're going to try their hardest, but I really doubt China is going to sell it. So I think China is going to be like, we're not going to sell it. If you want to ban it, go ahead, but we're not going to sell it. That's where I'm looking at it. But without the algo, but then yeah, I think without the algo though, then it's just I don't know, just the app template. What caused the bounce? Oh, nothing, baby, nothing. Like I said, the last couple days, your bounces when it bounces off of no reason, you're gonna call it relief, and then if it drops for no reason, you blame bonds as long as yields are above 4 or 5. So sadly, the last about week and a half, 2 weeks has been characterized by intraday fat swings with no headlines behind any of them. And then again, it's ever since we've been dealing with this bond pressure. But then, like, you know, your random pops and relief, you can't really put a finger on them. So I wouldn't read too much into it. Israel intensifies airstrikes on Gaza's Rafah before ground operation. Googl on the high now. TLT, still down 3/4. TLT's not doing shit. There's a 7-year bond auction today, yeah. And it's only 7:30, man. We've only been here for an hour, Chattadonia. So good morning. Volume 17 million. Pretty active. It's actually much more active than the last 2 days. Gold going up. Watch oil. Their charts looked very similar today. Gold actually looks a little better now. And I still want some of that oil. AMD, well, we're going to find out after Intel today and a couple of others. Nobody knows what to think, I'm telling you. You had the weird chip freak out in the beginning, and everybody got calmed down 2 days later. But then, like, all of these reports, I mean, they all have something. You know, whether it's either you smash it or you're beating and then missing in one area that's getting people to question why they bid you up 30% in the last quarter. And then SPY at the top. Bonds came down a little bit. Tesla's still going. Meta, I mean, still 444, doing very good. Honda to build $11 billion electric hub in Canada. I don't know, man. Even the Ford numbers? Like, it's kind of crazy. Ford be losing $1.3 billion either a quarter or a year on all their EVs. So, like, Ford is literally just losing billions of dollars, just like Rivian, on all these EVs. It's crazy. So Meta back below 440. Oops, yeah, that plays out. And then SPY again, that's a weird VWAP move. LRN on the high. GLD candle. I'm going to keep my eye on oil. But gold's breaking out right now, 223.45. It sold off 23.50 yesterday. Hit 2016 pre-market, like midnight, and then just bounced up now through pre-market. Now they're breaking out from oil. And SPY going down. Why make them if they're losing money? Well, I think tax credits and, I mean, they want to get in the business. Going short here. They're going for the greedy short. I mean, it's right at open. Tesla laid you off? No. I'm sorry. Isn't that funny, dude? That one slipped in the other day. So after the Tesla earnings, the head of investor relations resigned. So like the guy who's like responsible on the conference call, he ended up resigning afterwards too. There's another one. Holy Raoul. Just 3 candles. I mean, again, today was very bad on the gap down. I do think that bounce was kind of nice here. It was a decent amount of points, but like, bro, yeah, this was carnage from the morning. Pure carnage. And then the range intraday is smaller. This widened and out, but there's still a lot riding. And then before we know it, we're going to be setting up for the other one. What time am I live? We're going to be live. If you stay on this channel, it will take you to the live, but it's going to be around 6 p.m. Pacific time on youtube.com/the trading fraternity. And then if anything breaks out, we'll be there. If any war or anything, we going to be there, baby. Yeah, Jane, gold is running. I have oil on. I want oil. I have that oil on my other screen, but I do want it cheaper. No, one more flush on oil. We'll buy it. Yeah, gold literally just went nuts right there. That's out of nowhere. So like I'm saying, where was it yesterday? This was that move I was telling you about. We sold off 23.50, went down to 2016 or 23.16 in the morning, popped up. Here we're here around the AM, sold off. It looked like oil up until here, and then literally oil stayed down about 10, 20 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago, and then gold just took off. That's weird. Again, just in context of the day. Could be the dollar down too. That's another thing. The dollar is dropping. And then SPY still dancing around. Bro, Meta just sold off $12. So, again, I thought the Meta play was going to be done, but not so fast. Yeah, can't be a good guy. Get good down, and you're not going to. It's going to trickle down. So let it trickle. Come on, we still in here, Josh. Come on. Keep your head in the game. We got to tough it out. HPM, our gold, oil. I know. They're trying to low tick me. Lower ticker. You like that joke, huh? I know, Chris. He's been loving it. Chris likes it, but the Democrats, not so much. They want to cheat. They want to do a witch hunt. Said, Josh, where's the Twitch? I don't know. Maybe ask Joey. Maybe ask Joey. I don't know. A gold play. Bro, just go look at the gold chart from when we were talking gold, man. I saw that the other day. I was like, man. I remember I was like hesitating in December to make those gold plays, and I'm like, damn, that's just 15% lower. But it's moved up a lot, but we had some, we were on the gold early. Now it's just a matter of musical chairs. I'm moving my hands when I do it, yeah. The Trump voice. It's funny. I love it though. I think the Trump voice is getting better, and like it's getting to the point where like, you know how like when I would do the Biden voice, like random Democrats would just get pissed off. The Trump voice is now doing it with Republicans. I love it. It's I never because I always just thought the Democrats were just a little more soft, you know. But turns out, like, if you hear anybody impersonate your political party's candidate, it does rub people the wrong way sometimes. I know. They don't like it. They think it's a joke. I'm not joking. I'm working. I know. Yeah, fuck you. China. Worst impression I ever heard. So, chat, like I'm saying, if you look over here, Exhibit A is a Republican in the wild. You see what I'm saying? He does like so. Despite the comedy surrounding it, you know what I'm saying? But it's still rubbing him that way. Do you see it? Like I told you guys, live in the wild. It's amazing. Like you go, look at that. I'm telling you, it's fascinating. Four more years. 4 more years. Chattadonia. Going a little lower. Now NVIDIA giving up. Cattle signed strategic cooperation agreement with Beijing Hyundai. Beijing Hyundai future EV models will use cattle batteries. And then Hamas insists Gaza war end for any hostage deal. Says won't be swayed by U.S. pressure. Impressions are pretty good, man. Thank you. As long as, you don't. I hope your political sensitivity doesn't get triggered by it, Because I'm living in it, It's good. Don't. SPY coming down. Let's see. I mean, if Meta gives up that 430, I'm surprised Meta even came down. I'm surprised Meta went up. And I'm surprised after going up above those levels, it gave it up so quick. And then SPY about to be back below 5,000 or testing 5,000 once again. Moat. TTGT. That's on the high. Moat is on the high too. Neutral on the low. Airbnb. Meta's coming down. And NVIDIA. Remember, NVIDIA's been a very big outperformer today. Biden will probably speak randomly. I'd assume. I would assume. Let's see. I know Yellen was just speaking. She might still be speaking. Can I do Obama? I mean, I can. Now, although we do Trump, Obama started it all. I must say, American people, we're strong, courageous, and we always give effort. Now, I don't know why. If you vote for Donald, you may be a jackass. Joseph, been with him for a long time. Good guy. I haven't done the Obama in a while. I got to work out of here. We got to bring him back. There's a lot, bro. Dude, I just found the Trump one just a couple weeks ago. Like, you know what I'm saying? And American people. Exactly. And fool me once. Like the video. Okay. Thank you. Googl back on the high. That sucks that random play didn't go up. It did, but 30% after a 5% drop. And then I'm waiting on oil. I think I may not make a play on oil, but if it drops enough, oil is probably going to be the play of the day. You want Trump supporters to look at who he's hiring. Democracy isn't part of their agenda. Well, with that comment, it just reminded me of something that I heard, and I agree with it. Unfortunately, we're fucked both ways. And I mean that in the best way possible. But sadly, you are either going to be faced with Trump 2.0 or Biden 2.0. And I like what you said, Farah, but I wouldn't apply it just to one side, if that makes any sense. And that's why I'm saying I'm kind of I'm not really concerned as much as aware of the sad reality. But you have 2.0 of both of those individuals, and both of those individuals are wild, debt spending, deficit, extreme policies on one side or the other. So unfortunately, there's a lot there. But I think the same applies for both parties, unfortunately. And that's why I do think, I don't know, man, RFK. RFK. You agreed, but not at the same level. That's terrifying. There's no, I don't think there's a gauge towards it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's not like a level, like, because you said, right? It's not about democracy. There's not like, oh, I'm kind of not about democracy, you know? So it's either you do it or you don't. And sadly, I think both do, unfortunately. I cannot do an RFK impression. I think that's rude. And like, honestly, and I said it, man, RFK, it's kind of crazy. I don't know if it's the human mind or what, because I said it, bro. The first time I ever heard RFK, like, homie got me, like, I was like, what the, like, I was like, whoa, like, what's happening? But, like, I'm telling you, when I listen to RFK now, like, I don't even, like, process it. Like, I can't, like, he just sounds normal to me now. I don't know how to describe it, but, he has his own little thing. But at first, I was really like, whoa. It did get, the first time I was like, damn. He's doing a bunch of interviews. I didn't see the Theo Vaughn one. I saw a little clip. He did an interview with the Jesus guy from Logan Paul, the George Janko. I saw he did one. It's weird, man, because I feel like RFK is just getting in the way of both Biden and Trump, but like low-key, he's like the only decent candidate that I've actually liked. But sadly, I will say I'm very unfamiliar with all of his policies. This is straight off of just like everyone's a jackass. He's the only one that seemed kind of normal. The Jesus guy from Logan Paul? Yeah, I like George Janko. Yeah, that's his name. You saw a RFK sticker? Wow. I ain't never seen that. It's wild that all these geriatrics are the prime candidates. It's not. The thing that they're old is not the mind-blowing part. The thing that's mind-blowing is that they're all radicals. And they have radicalized the American people. And they're all radical individuals with extreme plans for both budgets and policy and futures. And we've wound up in wars. And it's just, that's the insane part. So one thing to be 90, to be a 90-year-old radical, that's, wow. That's it. Mm-hmm. How is Trump radical genuinely? So it's the thing I have a problem with, and I hope you guys are fair with it, and I hope you see my view, is I do view the money, okay? And I look at the money. And quite simply, both Trump and Biden are radical on that front, and they both have responsibility. I would blame Biden more than Trump if you made me choose. But at the end of the day, they both from tax policy to money printing and what we have seen in this last 4 years, I mean, unfortunately, it's hard to say that's not radical. Again, the deficits, like I've told you, maybe I'm just becoming a boomer because I used to not care about debt and shit. But you know what I'm saying? Like now I'm like, oh, wow. So it's not how we use radical colloquially. No, I think it is. I think it is radical. I think it's extreme. Again, the changes to policy and leading, monetary policy and what we're doing to money, allowing people to buy homes and all these things. It's nuts, and it's both sides, low key. So like I'm saying, I do think that's why I mean Trump 2.0 or Biden 2.0. There's effects. There's going to be huge monetary effects with both of them. That's it. Biden can hurt your currency and assets. Same thing with Trump. They have different things. I think the Trump strategy, either Trump dollar and assets could get clapped, or they rip up and then emerging markets get destroyed by that policy. And then Biden, we either repeat this, we get debasement of currency again, and then hyperinflation or a stagflation, or you get a bounce and then again emerging markets get destroyed. So it's like there's a lot of this when you look at it, but I do think both of them are not looking for a moderate approach. That's everybody is still like, we have to respond to the COVID and we're post-COVID and we need to recover, and then this guy did this, so we got to do this, and then the setup, and then new world, and then environment, and then this. But it's just like all of these are really radical for debt spending and future generations and what it means for monetary policy and even the value of your money. So, but that's where I'm on. I'm not anything else. Maybe I hope it doesn't give you too much to read into, but like I from a monetary standpoint, I think what I'm saying, it could bother people, but I do think it's on the money. They're both wild. Everybody is. I mean, that's why I'm like, man, we have given a lot of power to people on both sides. And I asked this yesterday. I'm like, I wonder when people are gonna, if we ever have a generation that would react a certain way. Because like even the tax news yesterday with Biden, like raising some of those capital gains tax, getting rid of the step-up basis, like you guys got to realize that's whatever political side you're on, that hurts people who saved money, who made businesses. If your parents left you something and they passed away, you're going to lose half of it off of those things, and like this is just money stuff. And that's where I'm just saying, like, all of these things you have to kind of be aware, because like the effects on people, they're huge. And it's like, man, I wish they would have just done other things, like spend less money. I don't think that's wrong, though. I do. I think if you wanted to raise taxes, you definitely could. But, I'm just telling you, like that stuff yesterday where they're like, oh, we're going to raise capital gains. They probably are going to spin it to say that they're going to tax rich people, but that will end up hurting more middle class and average Americans than rich people. Like I'm telling you, if people pass away, your 401ks, all your stuff of retirement, you imagine getting quote unquote inflation gains, right? They're like, oh, it's not even real gains because it's inflation. You're tracking with inflation, and then you have to pay taxes on it even more. And then now your liability is higher, and then you don't have the same protections as the earlier generations to let assets pass down through history on a long term. That's insane. And like I'm saying, is that going to hurt Bill Gates? Is that going to hurt Jeff Bezos? No, it's going to hurt you guys who just built a long term. It's going to hurt the families who had a long term 20 years ago and then just passed away, passed it on to their family, and now they're getting charged 50% when that wasn't the case for every other generation. So that's what, like, some of this stuff is radical. These are big changes. These haven't happened. Again, I think the last time they tried to get rid of the step-up basis was in the 70s. This was that tax policy yesterday. So yesterday, Biden said they wanted to raise the capital gains tax. And like I'm saying, I'm fine with the tax raise, and it's going to say capital gains. It may sound like tax the rich, but it's not. And that's what I'm telling you is, like, if that step-up basis gets affected and then those long-term tax rates, it's going to factor into way more average Americans than any rich people. Rich people will get affected, but like I'm saying, the ones who are going to feel it more will be your average person. Short-term rates. Well, I don't know. I think for me, even after that change, like my capital gains in Cali, if I made a capital gain in Cali, like through all of that, like I think I'd be at 69%. Or 59%. I think 60% would be my total like tax rate for capital gains if that does get approved. That's because I'm in California as well. So like if I flip a house, they're gonna take 60%. When business gets well, you'll get punished. That's yes and no. I mean, we had this talk yesterday, but quite frankly, that's not the issue. That's what I'm telling you. Everybody is going to, like, watch the news cycle. Everyone's going to be like, capital gains tax. It's going to be to do this. And everyone's looking at business. That's not the issue. I'm talking about dead people. I'm talking about long-term and passing on assets. They're going to that's going to be so difficult now. It will force a taxable event at the death. That means everybody is going to, that means any assets to get passed down are going to get taxed. The government's going to get their hands on it right away, 50% of it, 44%. No, this is a step-up basis. It doesn't matter how much you make. That's why it's tied into all of this. That's why I'm saying everyone's like, oh, so why I can't get ahead? I'm going to work. I'm like, that's not the real issue. Think about it. You make the big money is big property and holding for a long time and then securing low tax rates on those assets and then passing them down. You could set up generations. You see what I'm saying? This is going to make it more difficult for every single one of you to set that up. Because now, even if you did build up your long term and passed it on, your kids are going to get taxed 50% when that wouldn't have been the scenario. There would have been a step-up basis where they could have held the asset just as you held it without creating a taxable sale event. So you're, like I'm saying, it will hurt some rich people and it will generate tax revenue and it'll stop some people. But in the long run, this is just going to put a dagger and it's going to make it a lot harder for generational wealth to be built off of the, assets being acquired. And the money was already taxed when you made it. Yeah. Stop spending all wars. But yeah, man. I don't know. I just think I'm getting older. That's it. I'm sorry, you guys. So that's how you know I'm getting old. I'm like, the debt. Government debt and then the radical both sides and what they're doing fiscally. Let me show you. I'll tell you guys tax policy and look at what they're fucking doing. So my bad. Would it pass, though? It'd be very difficult. They tried to in the 70s. I think 67 or 76, they passed a bill to eliminate the step-up basis, and then it was so difficult to, like, actually work it that they canceled it even after the bill got approved, and they never did it. So it's a difficult task, but literally they're throwing it back on the table 40, 50 years later now. And then bonds, man, I hate this. Because every day, like, look at, like, or all day today, it's like, it looks like the bonds are making moves, but, like, dude, they're still down 3/4. It's nothing. They are just knocked. HE sale? Hawaiian Elect. Who's going to buy them, though? How much liability do they have? Keep eye on that. HE sale? That's what Troy's saying. Sale of American Savings Bank. Okay. Okay, I'm going to say be careful. But that they're selling off a unit. I was like, no way. I was like, who buys them with that liability? So it looks like they're selling an asset, try to get a little bit of money. And then Amazon Prime to become Amazon Prime Video to become home of national Monday night NHL games in Canada starting in 24 and 25. There you go, Canada. Amazon Prime, y'all got NHL games. The capital gains, the unrealized $1 million in assets, $400 cash. I think so, but again, that doesn't matter. I'm just telling you, like, let the rich people deal with the higher taxes, whatever, right? You know, but it's not about that. All I'm saying is if you're a normal person, even if you are extremely wealthy, that step-up basis and, you know what I'm saying, and your long-term and how it affects your family and your future, and that is what that is what is a threat to you directly, no matter how much you make or not. I have to buy Prime next year. Canuck fan. You watch hockey? I still need to get a hockey game. I want to play NHL like 2K. Hockey is my passion. Hell yeah. I like to hear that. Passion's good. I do. I have FIFA. I don't play it that much, though. All right. They went down. HE, a little pop. Again, just selling the unit. Now it's literally on the low ticker. And then Meta came down, but now it's just burning premium. Oh, I forgot. You reminded me. Damn it. I did. Fuck. You said you'd play FIFA with me when I got my real estate license. I'm going to cash in now. All right. Add me. We'll play. Literally, only because you got your real estate license. Fuck you. I don't want to play, but I do. I do remember saying that. I'll play with you. I'll play a game of FIFA. You did it. You did. And you got it fast, honestly. I was very impressed with what you did with your real estate license. So I'm down. I'm down. I get Ronaldo. What is that? What is that? Ecuador? Portugal? I want to see how good you are. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm good at every video game. Y'all just don't realize. I was a nerd before anything. That's all I had. I love video games. You have no idea. Y'all keep playing me. How difficult to get its real estate license? It's a weird topic because it really just depends on how bad do you want it. Because, like, for some people, it could take years if you just, like, delay, you don't really want to do it. You know what I'm saying? And, like, you do this, you do that. Other people, like, again, I'm telling you, I think Ray did it in, like, 60 days, 30 or 45 days. Like, you could do it pretty fast if you just, if that's what you want. But it's generally easy. It's not like it's just more of a commitment. It's like going on a diet. You just got to do something every day for like a month and like really care about it and stay disciplined to it. Then you'll get licensed. And then the whole job itself is another aspect. Advantage if I get my real estate license in Cali and my wife gets hers in Colorado. She's living there. I mean, you guys just have access to both states. I don't know. I think Cali and California, they may have like a pass-through where if you get licensed in Cali, or you could just take the test in Colorado. You don't have to do the prerequisites. If my wife's grandma leaves her house when she passes, what will happen? In Kentucky, would we face the tax situation? Well, if they don't pass that right now, you're good. But, and I don't know if this is too morbid or not, but sadly, it's the conversation. But you just, as long as the house is actually like willed to her, that's what matters. Because if she passes away and it's not, then you're going to have to go through probate, and then that's going to be the nightmare. So, but as long if the house is willed to her and it's like passed down to her, you'll just go through the normal tax stuff now, which as you will face taxes when you sell it, but you shouldn't get taxed as much because again, based on her price. But then again, I would argue why do you guys want to sell it? Because if you could take it over with her step up basis and a fair price, it may have a lot more advantages on the back end than you think. And then bonds still going up, but it's tiny. And then SPY right at VWAP. Avoid probate. Yeah, if you have a will, it's easy. You'll figure. I mean, it's just something about tax code at that point. But if there's not a will, unfortunately, it's a pretty shitty process. Would you even recommend buying right now with interest rates? Of course, baby. Because I don't know if you were the one last time and they were like, no, you can't buy. It all depends on the price. That's what really matters. So like I put offers in on houses yesterday. They rejected them. But like there's 3 houses. I offered on 3 different houses yesterday and I got rejected on every single one of them. But I did put my offers in because at that price, I knew I would win. So I didn't get the deal, but that's generally how I go about all my deals. You know, you at the right price, it does not matter what interest rates are at right now. Because again, depending on the value of that property, I mean, if there's a lot of value, the rates will change. You could always get around that in the future, but you know, you make your money on the buy. If you get a good price, that's all you need. Wholesaling, it's good. Good way to make money, especially if you like want to get into real estate, don't have the time or capital to like do the flips. I mean, it's great. You can make a lot of money. Cash offer. In my case, I offered cash on these ones yesterday just because like I was trying to incentivize it and make it faster, but they even said no. Instead of inheriting, why don't you buy the property off your grandmother? Because then you'll pay more in taxes. This is why I've been telling you this whole little talk. I hope y'all understand the system. But even what you said there, like the only winner in that situation is the government. Because then you're going to buy the house at the new price. And then the tax rate will be attached to that new price, not 70 or not 30, 40 years ago. And then even if she sells it to you dirt cheap, the tax rate today is way higher than back then. And then it's just like all you're going to do is pay higher or pay for the house, and then the government's now just going to be entitled to tax you probably double or triple whatever your family was paying for that in the whole history of owning it. That's what I was saying. Like, so when I flipped that house in San Fran, do you realize how much the government made off of that? I made a lot of money, but oh man, the city of San Francisco, the state, not only did they get my capital gains tax, but like, bro, that property, the lady who sold it to me, she owned it for so long that the state was only charging her $300,000 property tax. Like, that was the value of the property, right? So the moment I bought it from her, I stepped up the price to $3.4 million. So let me give you an idea of what I'm talking about here. Like I'm telling you, the government's the only winner. So like 300 grand, let's say her tax rate's 1.5%, right? So up until she sold me the house, because she lived in there her whole life, she was paying $4,500 a year. Okay? So this lady, this is a house. You can go see the deal too. It's there's a video. It's how I made $1 million in a month. And I bought this house, but prior, every 12 months, she would pay the government $4,500 a year in taxes. Right? Right when I bought the house from her for $3.4 million, the new yearly tax now on that property. Oh shit, I did that wrong. My bad. Is it 48,000? No. 4 million. So 3.5 million times 0.15. Now the property tax on that property is $52,000 a year. That's just after I bought it. What's the problem? Anybody know the problem? You're missing the problem. So again, her taxes were $4,000 a year. The minute that I buy it, the taxes go to $52,000 a year. But yeah, you guys are forgetting I flipped the house and I didn't sell it for the same price I bought it. I sold the house for $4.8 million. So now the tax rate is $72,000. So the person who bought it from me, the same house, this is the same house that sat there in San Francisco for years. The government, for the first 40 years of that property, they were getting paid $5,000 a year on it. Right in a month of right when it gets sold, right when it gets sold, and you do all that, instantly now they're making. It went from $52,000 to $72,000. They're making over. That's insane. That's 10,000% or over 1,000%. But well, it doesn't affect the property. I mean, that's just taxes. But that's why I'm telling you guys this step up basis. And then that's why even in this case, homie's like, oh, I'm about to inherit a property. And he's like, will I sell it? I'm like, yeah, you might have to pay taxes, but just don't forget there's other things related to the ownership cost that when you own and hold, you get way better benefits. And one of them is taxes. So again, if you're locked in at a tax rate and a price of the property and you sell it, if you don't sell it, that doesn't change. But if you do, then there you go. And that there's different laws in Cali too, but it's very stark what happens in Cali. So yeah, by selling the property and doing that, we did the taxes did go up. That's just a taxable event. But that's what I was saying, man. There's only one winner. But then someone was like, "Oh, what if I just buy the property from my grandma?" And then I'm like, "Why would you buy it? You're just going to pay more taxes. It doesn't make any sense." So that if you remember, the longer you hold the asset, the less riskier it becomes. So with some of the protections and stuff that exists now, I mean, if you have an old asset or could inherit one, that's probably going to be one of the safest assets with very, very low cost associated for all of the reasons when you look at it. They adjust the property taxes, but depending on how long you've owned it and your state and locale, of course, there's different, like, of how much they can adjust it. So they can only do so much. That's why you can't get your parents to leave Cali. Yeah, because it would be stupid if they left Cali. You're telling me they bought 50 years ago. They're paying nothing in property taxes. Their house value is probably worth 50 times more. And you know what I'm saying? So everything else may suck, but even if they wanted to sell their house right now and move to Arizona, move to Florida, move to a cheaper area, they'll probably get less house or the same amount of house, and then their taxes are going to be 10 times more on that new property. And it's just like, why? Ta-da. And then SPY coming down. Meta a little bit too. I mean, here's the crazy part. It's not even Euro close. We got 15 minutes left. They do reassess the value to update taxes, but that's what I'm saying. Depending on when you like the ownership, your assessment changes. So if you're a new owner, you just bought it, but like in Cali, it's like if you bought before a certain amount of time or you're above like a certain age, there's a limit to how much that it could go up. The 25% unrealized capital gains. We talked about it a little bit, but I don't want to, because I've been telling everybody like that all of this stuff is used to distract you from the real point. All that stuff, it doesn't matter. Let them tax people unrealized, tax the rich people. That's not what I'm tripping about. It's the step-up basis, and it's all the other stuff related to how assets will get taxed and passed on. That's the real one. Everything else is just to make it seem like they're going to tax rich people and people who have money, but to me it seems like a Trojan horse of taxing generational wealth for everybody. Thanks for the levels. I got you, man. Who's this guy? This is service now. See, I need to go to the bathroom.
Have an open platform where we integrate with Meta.
But this guy, he looking sharp. He got the transitions.
All the other market-leading companies.
I don't know if I
there,
trust him or if I want to party with him.
Want to reach into large language models, and we've teamed up with NVIDIA.
I've never seen that
where
in my
NVIDIA,
life.
probably our greatest partner in this category, is running small language models for us and large language models with their compute power.
Let me give you an example. He does cocaine and math.
Let's think about employees and customers. Think about Gen AI deflecting.
I don't know how to do this. This dude's an enigma.
Crushing work
I feel like I meet him in the 80s doing calculus and blow. Like, you know what? I can't figure him out. Nah.
Where virtual
he looks like he does
can
math
actually do the work
drugs.
that people used to have to do.
Anyway, I'll be
Think
right
about
back. Follow me on
software
Instagram,
engineers increasing their
fraternity.
productivity or their speed of innovation by nearly 50%.
Never mind, they played the music in the
Texting
background.
something in natural language and turning that into software code.
Yes.
And there's
Yes,
several
get off.
other examples. But the point is, small language models are selling today. We're making a lot of money at it.
IBM, which was announced last night in conjunction with earnings. What do you think of the price, the strategic fit? Do you like it?
I'm unfortunately restricted in talking about that particular thing.
Okay,
Sorry
never
about
mind.
that.
That's okay. Thought I'd ask.
Overall, at the top of your rating spectrum, is Microsoft live there, or where does it place in the ladder?
It is definitely, especially with the sell-off we've seen in this stock, not just today, but really over the last week or so. Definitely the risk reward is very appealing, especially in the context of rates maybe not going down as quickly. And if the market's going to continue to be focused on dividends and quality and capital preservation, I think this is as good of a place to be as anything. And we also like Salesforce, ServiceNow, Adobe on the large cap side into it. But Microsoft today, especially today on a day like today, we'll see what they do.
Cash, we'll see what we get tonight. Busy evening for you, I'm sure. We really appreciate the time. Thank you. Cash Rangan over at Goldman Sachs.
Cheers.
By the way, Snap also reporting after the bell tonight, and Evan Spiegel will join us here on Money Movers tomorrow.
Later this hour, Panera Bread founder and Cava chairman on his outlook for inflation and consumer spending. Cava's up nearly 175% since its IPO in June last year.
And speaking of IPOs, we continue to await Rubrik's first trade, priced at 32, as you know. That was above the range, still indicated 37 to 39. We will take you to the floor after a break.
Good timing. There's an IPO. Sam Altman's WorldCoin partnering or eyeing partnerships with PayPal. Eyeing partnerships. You get it? No? Okay. PayPal's actually getting some volume off that. Spot Palladium down 3. And then SPY, man, you're right at open. Telling you, carnage in the morning, bro. Meta was disgusting. And then that data there, just stagflation AF. Flipped out of staff. Please refer to your rubric. I didn't know there was an IPO. What data? There's no data. Data this morning was GDP and some core PCE data or on the quarter. And there's going to be big PCE data tomorrow, but the data on GDP and prices was bad. GDP was really bad, and then and that wouldn't have been too bad, but the prices shot up, and that was just surprising. You just literally out of nowhere, your GDP since October, November, GDP was that was the number one thing. That was like, everyone's like, the economy's strong. It was surprising. It showed how powerful it was. But like, that just came in surprisingly low. But then even though it dropped, it did not bring down prices. And that got people thinking stagflation. PG&E sees $2.5 billion dividend payout over next 4 years. Rookie. You got Meta paid out 1.25 in a quarter. Yeah, that does explain the crappy day. I mean, there's still a lot, because even then, you know, you will have a point later in the day where we set up for earnings, but even now, today's big enough. Like, dude, even if you dump even more, even if you run up, like, you're still going to be in yesterday's range in this, like, weird spot now. It was in between 5,000 and 5,100. Yeah, Dell's on the high. Where's Macron? Macron was doing good. Nivda is still holding up. And SPY trying to get up there. Yeah, data's PCE tomorrow. And literally just after today, too. ISM data or PMI's got us active. And then now GDP gave you a big reaction. So PCE probably going to be pretty big tomorrow. Especially if it's hot like today. Like with what we saw in the GDP, then we'd have a real big problem. SPY coming up. Yeah, you got bond auction, I think, in an hour and a half. It does sound like the making of stagflation. It really does. This was the first, like, that was really stagflationary. There's no, every other data you kind of have to, like, extrapolate and assume it. But this one was like literally big unexpected drop in GDP and then big unexpected rise in prices. That just does not really correlate with anything else but stagflation. And we haven't seen that. Any other data sets, like even the ISM or the PMI, whatever it was, that dropped and prices dropped with it. Everything that would come down, drop in activity, you'd get a drop in prices. But we finally got surprise drop in activity and then a surprise rise in prices. So that's PCE tomorrow. We'll see what that confirms or not. Well, people are still saying soft landing. That's still, I think, the consensus almost. But the funny part is just that's turbulence. Right? We still are like, we have time, we're gliding, we're still in the air. But like definitely that data and the last couple of weeks, you've been getting turbulence. So people still think the turbulence doesn't mean it's going to crash the plane. But I mean, it's hard to ignore the shaking, I would say at this point. Shout out the 4 or 5 bonds, you know? Yeah, the quarter over quarter was hotter. On PCE, it does indicate hotter, and there's a GDP price index that also went up too. So the quarter over quarter was hot too, but yes, people are already assuming PCE will be a little hotter on that. DRQ on the high. O is on the high. O. Let's see. Let's get a breakdown. How's everything looking? Everything has to be red. We're down 1.7 on the NASDAQ. All right, ladies. Yeah. What's longer than long? Long term. Dow Jones, 7 names in the green. Merck, United, Walmart, Coke, Procter & Gamble, Chevron, and Intel. 23 names in the red. NASDAQ 100, 25 names in the green. AstraZeneca, Keurig, and Tesla, the top, and NVIDIA. And then 76 in the red. Meta, the leader on the downside. And then S&P 500, 396 in the red. 104 in the green. Put Meta back. Are you dying to see how it plays out? Well, I've been shocked on it so many ways already. I didn't think it would even get to the 440. Then it broke. Was about to do the 450. Then sold off, and now this just killed the premiums. But I mean, it still has room to flush to a new low or room to bounce back up and make another attempt at getting back to the previous earnings lows. It is possible Microsoft can bounce them. It could help out a lot. And just on a sheer market impact sizing level, if Microsoft goes up, it will have a good impact on the SPY. And I think we've seen a lot of that lately in the reverse with all the other names. But yeah, a good report is going to be very favorable. I was saying that today, I'm like, even the calls, I'm not scared of calls, even for options plays or earnings, because the moment we get a good earnings, a lot of things will start to wake up. But unfortunately, that just has not happened in the last 2.5 weeks now. We just have not. The only good earnings was UAL. That was it. That was single-handedly a good earnings, a good guide up, way better than expected. Stock went up 20, stock went up 30, and that was it. Every other earnings, one good, one bad. This was good, this was bad. Gap up, hit the range, sell off, and then that's it. But you haven't really had a breakout of any sort. But I do think the first good mega cap it will do a lot to sentiment. Caterpillar, they did bad here on earnings. It could be a good recovery again, but they're just up a lot. They have mad premium. But if you're into that, I mean, it's a good 6% haircut if you think it'll do the one-day flush and then bounce. The meta puts printed for a little bit, but then they came back down. They're not down as much, though. I'm down on a daily. I'm down 30%, but literally that's a daily contract. And then the next week's down 16, and then they were up as much as like 120 at one point. Yeah, TSM been running. VIX on the low, so that's good. VIX surprisingly got back to 17 again. We're near 511. High, cash open high is 50.14. I grabbed the puts in the morning. I think I grabbed them right here. And then they went 100% off of that move. And then they went down. And then now I'm still, like I said, they're barely down. Surprisingly, for how weak of contracts they are. They're out the money with low time. premium insane. That's the shitty part. Premiums are very high this quarter. Every play has had high premium. Even Meta. It's I don't know. It's kind of shitty. Everything I told you about Meta yesterday, it low-key happened, and then even down to the puts, like, I could have made money if I made the play, but I would have been disappointed. It's not as if, like, you even got paid out a lot. So, again, like, that's actually insane. These are the 2 standard deviation puts. Like, you made 100%, if not break even, depending on how it moved here in the last hour. So, unfortunately, like, Microsoft's probably going to be expensive, but it doesn't necessarily mean, like, or even if you think one way, just if it's pricing in 8 to 10%, like, you're going to need a major move to, like, make 1,000% if you want big money off of it. Otherwise, it's spend a couple hundred to make a couple hundred. Kex on the high. SPY coming down a little bit. That Apple on the low again. Yeah, remember, that was green in the morning. Well, in this case, Meta 2 standard deviation did not hit, actually. So remember, the stock was pricing in $40. You're down 60 right now. So you're right in the middle. Yeah, Euro close in play. So those first 2 candles off the top, that was European close. My goodness. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the no smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Go blink, 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 blink. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Oh, yes. Woo. Wow, I needed that. Now drop the shoulders, please. It's for you. It's not for me. Just like relax your shoulders, for real. I want you to clear your mind and only think about letting your shoulders drop. Feeling relaxed. Even then, drop your shoulders to the point you start feeling your neck and ears relax. You know what I'm saying? You got tension in your ears. It's the morning, baby. Yeah, don't scrunch up those trauma traps. Why are you holding in all of that trauma? It's the AM. No one's attacking you. Just relax. There you go. There you go. Then legs in front of you, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. That's good posture right there. Oh, man, SPY coming down. Euro close. 3 candles. Back down to VWAP. Back down to opening candle. And then finally, relax your jaw. Going. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Chad, let's get the body moving. Oh, shit. I need to do push-ups today. I did back and biceps yesterday. So my back stretches, I don't know if we could get those in. I'm sore, bro. Good week. I know it happens. I mean, today it was just bad, bro. We had the 2 days of relief. Remember, it looked like 3 days of relief yesterday. Yesterday closed green, and then, even though we closed green, 10 minutes after the bell, you're trading negative after hours, and then you wake up to data on top of a bunch of big tech sell-offs from IBM to Meta. So, unfortunately, it's been a wild 48 hours. That's what I was saying. I don't like it because, like, bonds look like they're doing something, but they're not. Like, all these little tick ups, like, it looks like it's going up, but dude, you're once again down 0.75%. So it's not like the big move in the morning is speaking all of it. It doesn't even matter what it does unless it goes green. Right, let me hit this push-up. That's it. Oh, I need to do a tricep workout. Ugh. There you go. Do I have a dumbbell? Oh, I don't know if I could. Tricep extensions with 25s? I don't know. I might get. We'll just use the resistances. Apple, remember, been underperforming, but it was outperforming this morning while we were red, and then it just gave up. So everyone else is doing worse. I don't know if that helps. Amazon 30 added to the Dow. I forgot. When does that take effect? Diamond push-ups for triceps. I could do that. NVIDIA intraday trend. NVIDIA was a weird one. NVIDIA really outperformed. So Euro close. We've been down since Euro close, a little lower. We'll see. I didn't see how Europe did. So let's find out. Europe, FTSE 100 went up by 0.4, but then the Stocks 50 was down by 1%. Germany was down by 1%. Nikkei down 0.7. Hang Seng down 0.5. And yeah, and then the currencies. So yeah, Europe was bad again. So anytime we've had bad Europe, we kind of followed along with it. And then same thing with good Europe. Because remember, yesterday was bad Europe. We dropped, then popped, but then we did come back up. My PSN. I think Stock Market Live. I don't know. That's my 2K name. I don't know if it's the same one, though. I'm going to try tricep extensions with 25s. I'm scared. Okay, it's not bad. Soulja Boy wants to buy TikTok. Nice. Oh, that was kind of tough. That's kind of tough. All right, let me get that one wall stretch and I'll be done. Chest and triceps is less. I do more back workouts. That was good. I got some push-ups in. Got some tricep extensions. Let's hit a wall stretch and we'll be good to go. I'll let you listen to some of this. I'm like kind of breathing hard. I feel like a fatty.
Basis for its audience to be as big as ChatGPT is here in the US. And that isn't unthinkable if you consider how prominently and permanently Meta AI is displayed across the apps. And then in terms of monetization, that is going to be a big factor in determining who wins the AI race. And Meta has a competitive advantage there. We don't really know how Gen AI is going to be monetized. But like pretty much everything Meta does, it's likely to be an ad play, and this would be connected to its powerful ad ecosystem. And so I could see it emerging as an unexpected winner, though, of course, there is a lot of competition and a crowded market still to face.
Meta shares off session lows, but we're still down more than 12%. Jasmine Enberg of Insider Intelligence, it's always great to have you on the program. Thank you. I just broke this story with Bloomberg's Kurt Wagner. We just published it on the Bloomberg terminal. Elon Musk is going to be deposed on Monday as part of the first arbitration hearings in the legal process where former Twitter employees have basically brought a class action against Elon Musk. The former Twitter employees say they were cheated out of severance pay when Musk bought the social media company in October of 2022. Law firm Licton and Liss Riordan will be representing almost 2,000 former Twitter staff in individual arbitrations, as well as more than a dozen class action lawsuits overall in the courts. That story just out on Bloomberg Bloomberg. I'm sure it will be online soon as well. Stay with us. We have so much more ahead on the program. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Technology. It passed. I know. I've been deposed. I know what it's like, Elon. They're gonna try to trap you. They're gonna try to trick you. Then they're gonna lie on you. Say you bought Twitter to incite violence. If you see my tweet, I told them, I said peaceful. No fighting. No war. But they don't listen. It's a witch hunt. Woo. Bro, those tricep extensions, man. Let's go. I'm excited. Let's go. Whew. All right, Chad. Well, it's 11:40. 10 minutes after Euro close. You had a little Euro sell-off, but now you're back up. I don't know how you feel because it kind of looks like the market's going up, but, dude, we've pretty much gone nowhere these first couple of hours, and then once you pull the chart back, you're like, wow. Today was carnage. Again, a mix of bad earnings plus bad stagflationary data in the morning. Also, the hype of more earnings after the bell that could play along the same and the data. We got a lot, man. And the bonds are murdered. It looks like they're doing something, but just like the market, you pull it back out. I mean, it's once again clapperooning. Roku on the high ticker is actually pretty active there, though, if you look at the RPM. Google on the high. That one's still going. Again, they were down like 3 or 4. Dead cat bounce. Well, I think that was 2 days ago, no? Remember, I was telling, I was like, the relief isn't real. Be very careful. So whatever this is, I mean, I wouldn't call it a bounce. I think we're still just testing the low again, and then we're going to work it out. It's just going to be a matter of how much lower do we go or higher until everyone starts setting up for earnings. Nothing has changed in terms of Fed policy. What's going to stop it from coming on? Nothing. I mean, the data is the data, and it doesn't even have to do with the Fed as much as just finally, and that's part of today, like you had data come out surprising. The data actually moved. The data that we got today was not status quo. So on top of everything we've dealt with for the last couple of months, on top of it, none of the data that you had today, like this does not relate to what you've seen in almost 6 months. You have not gotten to see, you know, a sharp decline in GDP, and then we've seen sharp rises in prices, but not with sharp declines in activity. Add more Pfizer. I'm down like what, 60 cents or something, maybe $1 now. Yeah, so like like 90 cents. But I get my deposit next week, so we'll see. If it goes a little lower, like I still do like Pfizer. They do have earnings coming up, so I'm sure it's going to make its move. Comcast, I think I saw that in the morning. Down 6.4. We have a 7-year bond auction in about an hour 15, I think. Give or take a couple minutes. PTRB, Frog, there's Qualcomm. Intel to the long. I mean, probably low 30s. Like 30 flat or maybe 27. The PayPal had that WorldCoin pop, still kind of holding. And a guy in SPY near the high, but we're still 15 minutes off Euro close. I'm still in those shares of Intel. And you still don't watch the watch list, which is a shame. It's a damn shame. You know what I'm saying? It's a damn shame. Was the last 10-year auction good? I think it was, and the 2-year. But the 5-year was a little bad yesterday, but could have been worse. And then we'll see what the 7-year does. But realistic, I mean, the bonds have already moved into the death direction. Bonds are dropping now, but like I said, all the move happened in the morning. So these intraday bond moves just don't even have anything, sadly. Ten-year soaring. It is 30-year and 10-year both hit highs since like November. And then again, I mean, that's it. This is the march towards 5. You know, we've already got past 4.5. Now we're holding like higher prices, but I think it's getting to the point where this is the death march towards 5, sadly. SRPT, and then VRT, they were down. Airbus earnings are out. Airbus confirms 2024 delivery goal. Airbus expects to deliver 800 aircraft in 24. Oh, sorry, Boeing. What's their ticker? EADSF. Doesn't really trade. I was going to see if Boeing made a move, but it didn't. I'm Boeing, back to Cali. And SPY still holding the euro close. Again, this is Airbus's ticker. And then SRPT had a pop there. NASDAQ still down 1.6. Russell down 1.4. Dow down 1.5. And S&P down 1.2. Airbus to increase output rate for A350 to 12 a month in 2028. Yeah, they're killing it, man. Those delivery numbers are a lot bigger than Boeing. Airbus, big sell on SPY. About Hershey. No, I didn't see it. You want to throw in some? I like it. They have earnings coming up. I mean, Hershey's is one of those, like on the multi-year, it's up. But in the last few years, it's given up a lot. But, I mean, worst case scenario, that's a high-quality name. I don't think Hershey's is going anywhere. Analysts had forecast Airbus net profit of 631, and then adjusted EBIT of 783. Again, just see if Boeing starts moving off of that. Otherwise, that'll have an effect on Europe tomorrow. Oh, and then Ray, yeah, I have your gamer tag. Ray, I blocked you on my PlayStation, Ray. I forgot. So we will play our FIFA game, but I have to find out how to unblock you. I blocked you because you would keep sending me friend requests, but then you would keep sending me the personal friend requests to try to get it to reveal my name. You don't remember that? So honestly, I think you might have just voided your FIFA contract now that I know that's you. Yeah, you don't remember that? I think you sent me about 15 of them, and I would decline them all, and then you would keep sending me personal friend requests. And then I had to block you eventually because I said, oh, wow, this is not stopping. This is not. But I'll see if I could try to unblock you. You said cap, not even 15. It was like 3. Well, multiply that by 5. You know what I'm saying? I was 15. I didn't show. It says that. It says requesting personal requests will show all your. I'm like, why does he keep requesting this? I declined it. I thought you'd send a normal one and then you send another one. I'm like, all right, man, this is not. I know. I won't accept it. I only want a private one. I want a personal request. It's the art of negotiation. I learned it from Josh. I have my real estate license now. No, I'll send another. You're going to accept it. I'll make him accept it. He'll build it. Don't worry. What? Ah, Decepticons. Fuck. You know, it's okay. It's okay, man. You got your real estate license. That's, you know what I'm saying? That's all I know, Ray, is like if you didn't get your real estate license, Ray, and you didn't stay committed to the plan and follow through, none of these conversations would go this way. Okay? So I hope you realize the doors that your work ethic in real estate is already opening up for you, okay? Just don't ever forget that. Seriously, there's another world. There's another reality where you didn't get your real estate license, you did not follow through with it, and you don't have your real. So I'm like, what do you mean play FIFA? What do you mean unblock you? What do you mean play? What do you see? So let's go, baby. Bond auction at 1. So about hour and 10 minutes. Don't give Josh discount on buying houses. Yeah, you don't have to. And then if you want a discount selling it, I have 100 friends of mine who could help you. So whatever you want to do, let me know. But I could tell you what your house is worth, and I don't ask for anything in return. So sound like a good deal? I don't know. I'm down with it. I think we could win either way. You mean 10 mins? Oh, I thought I said an hour 10. If I gave you an address, can you tell me how much my house is worth? Yeah. I could give you a general idea. And then too, and like if it has pictures or if there's more information, include that as well too, right? Because like if you owe money on it, if there's other loans, if there's literally bad quality, good quality, maybe you just added a pool, maybe you know, all these things factor into it, but I could definitely give you it. You shouldn't post your address in the chat. I think you should email it to me. But that's fair. You're like confident as hell, bro. I like it, but I don't. There's a lot of weird people in the chat sometimes. It's not even. It's like 2 people, and they just take the opportunity sometimes. You know, that's how we got banned on Twitch. But yeah, that's crazy. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. But that house, I don't know. That one's interesting. You have some interesting comps. Like literally, depending on condition, if it's in bad condition, less than 160. And then if it's good condition and you're lucky, you might be able to squeeze out 200 for it. You sent me a wedding? Did you? Email me. I don't remember that. I remember somebody told me about a wedding. As long as like there's no pictures, I'm kind of down. I have to check your. Send me a link to your YouTube too, so I could see your like chat. If you want me to come to your wedding, yeah, you need to send me your YouTube channel, so I could go through your chat facts. You have an appraisal tomorrow, but it has to come in high enough for our offer price. Can I send you the address to check comps? I mean, I can't do anything about that. What you should be doing is slipping a $100 bill to the appraiser. No, I'm kidding. But like, I can't. So unfortunately, if you need it to come in high, I don't. Are you selling the house? So they offered good and then you want it to come in high, but otherwise it doesn't matter what I think. Sadly, it's going to come down to that one appraiser, and then if they don't give you a good appraisal, just try to negotiate for a second opinion. Well, I think it's illegal to bribe them, but I think there's like a loophole. I think you could give them like a vacation, if that makes sense. Or like you could like hook them up with tickets to like a game, but it can't be conditional. So you could say, hey man, here's box seats to the Padre game, regardless on whether or not this comes in at a low appraisal, which would be disappointing, but you could still have the tickets. You know what I'm saying? You say I'm using 3 appraisers for this one unless I like you. That's a good one. Trump is in court for that now. Honestly, unless your last name is Trump, you usually don't have to worry about it. That's unfortunately, you know what I'm saying? Like, well, that's it. If you gave I don't know, don't even get me started with quid pro quo, 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 pro quo. Fuck. Ukraine, fuck, I gotta go. I know. It's a witch hunt. Everybody does it. But Donald, they want to go after me. Okay, quid pro pro Joe. You forgot about that. Okay. Do I need to get an appraisal before listing it? No, let them pay for it. Eventually, the buyer's going to have to get the appraisal. It would be helpful to have, but you could save without it. But like I told you, Randy, either you have an agent or hit up one of the cult guys, but your house, you need to list that shit. You need to get top dollar for that. So just make sure, just because the other stuff attached to it. But the house is beautiful too, by the way. I don't know, good pickup, man. And shout out AZ. PI on the high. SPY did break out there. Yep. We're going higher. Can we get much higher? Buy puts. What? 50-15. So somehow this top candle is 50-18. I think that's just a level. Well, we'll see where it goes. I thought it might be our forever home. After kids, our thoughts have changed. I'm sure. But the house is big, though. How many damn kids did you have? That's a big house. Randy, you have like 8 more kids or something? That's crazy. Oh, yeah, Zachary. I forgot. I met Zachary. He is in Arizona. But, yeah, I don't know. Do you want me to forward your email, Randy? I can, but or email me again or email them. Or I could forward you to Zach now, but either way. Just list it, though. Sell it. All I'm saying, if you're going to help out Randy, make sure he gets as much money as possible and hook him up on the fee so that he could conclude his next project. But he was down to sell it to me for cheap, but I'm saying he top ticks it and call it a day. SPY still going. Someone say cheap. Or let's run it. Race Ferrari rumored to sign Adrian Newey. Is he set to leave Red Bull? 57. So 50-18 is a level, and I think it's back to the 50-33s, no? Yeah, 50-18. And then 50-23-25. And then 28, and then 33 and 36. A lot of baby levels, honestly. So it may just start ripping through them or just get resistance real quick. We'll find out. But still barely above 5,000. I mean, early you were just under it not too long ago. And then NASDAQ down 1.5, SPY down 1.0, NASDAQ or Dow down 1.4, and then Russell down 1.3. And VIX is up. Fly to Arizona Friday, spend all week next week there. Enjoy it. Arizona's nice. It's chill. Always a good time, bro. Always a good time. Chad asked about Redfin. Not really. They got clapped a little bit. A lot of bit. But nah. And then 30-year mortgage rates rise to 7.17. Freddie Mac. 30-year rates rise to 7.17. Nvidia still holding. And then bonds have chilled out there in the last couple of minutes. And then we're a little higher since Euro close. Again, we just hit a high not too long ago. What's LOR? L-O-A-R. Oh, is this? No. What's the other one? Wasn't it like Docket or something was IPOing today? LOR Holdings opens at 45, priced at 28. Rubrics, that's what it was. I say docket. I knew it was something, some sort of document rubric. And then SPY still going up. Roblo on the high again. LOAR, brand new IPO with a premium. Kind of came out of nowhere. I'm trying to use this 10K. You need some recommendations to get $800 a month. That's a lot, sir. You're looking to get 8% a month. You know what I'm saying? That's like 72% a year. I think a little more. So, honestly, they're like the closest thing I'm thinking of, if you really had the finesse, you could turn that into a crib, but that's only going to bring you like $200 a month, $300 a month if you pull it off perfectly with the low amount. But other than that, I mean, that's pretty hard to consistently guarantee, $800 a month off 10K. That's a lot. That's why I was like, low key, if you find 10K, use that, leverage that to a cheaper property, like one of those 150,000 ones. And then if it's already rented out and it has a good cap rate and yield, like I'm saying, you could put the 10K down. If it's already rented out, pays for itself, and then you'll just get a cash flow of $200 and then the equity. And then if the equity goes up, then you'll just get lucky and then you could just sell the house if you didn't want to hold it. And we're still going up, and then Netflix, and then you got a new IPO. Meta breaking out again. Oh, it's still 433, but yeah. See if that does wake up. Put the 10K on black. You can do that. It's always an option. The rubric IPO? I don't think so. That was the first one I saw. And SPY still working its way up. High ticker, absolutely gassing right now. And then again, Meta. It's interesting because if we go up and Meta goes up, usually on these earnings days, it's the opposite. The company that's down, when the market goes up, they'll sell off, and then when they sell off, this will go up. Nordstrom's on the high, too. I've been seeing that one move. TSM, that one looked really computery off the morning. Lore about to break out. Again, I don't have much info on that IPO. Just interesting. We're seeing IPOs. What news? Just PCE. And it's big now. I'm telling you, today was nuts. The price, I was shocked this morning. A lot of people, even if you were watching like Bloomberg, they were confused. A lot of people were, because you really would have thought a low GDP number would have helped us out a ton. But the fact that the price pressures came up, that really made it confusing. And that's why now PCE really just got that much more important tomorrow. Stagflation is inflation going up, price is high, and growth coming down. Honestly, this has kind of been the ultimate fear. We talked about it a little bit more a couple years ago. Things started looking good. Everyone forgot about it. But now it's kind of hard to ignore what some of the data has been showing. Merrick's opens up at 9. That's another. That's crazy. Excuse me. Merrick's opens up at 19.50. Priced at 19. Wabbits. CSTL. Bro, WAB, high ticker is nonstop. So starting to feel like yesterday when we kind of started building the relief after that dump. But then again, remember, just like yesterday, we spent a couple hours doing nothing, and then we do the breakout. This time we're leaning to the high side. Kind of looks good. I'm telling you, the momentum, you got a lot of stuff starting to tick up, and there's a lot of room of red for things that were red to go up green. But yeah, tech is moving up nicely. All right, 57 or 5,570. Laws are printing. Mag 7 catalyst to the downside. I mean, it starts like that, but again, like all the tech names, NASDAQ was down 2.2 in the morning. But then once those names start ticking back up, they also have the ability to save you. Got me on during the morning bike ride. Nice. Let's go. Breathe. Make sure you breathe, you know. Let's go for it. AMD pop. AM Dizzle. Ah, yeah, 0.8. Intel. I don't like how the bonds look either. I mean, it's like, I would usually be worried because, like, you would think the higher rates would impact the market now, but they're not. The thing that got me worried about the bonds is that it's in the fact we're not reacting. It's kind of like almost guaranteeing higher than 5%. So that's all. Just the way I look at bonds and rates right now and how the market's taking it seems like it's almost guaranteed we're going above 5. And the market's not freaking out yet, but unfortunately, it just seems like bonds have zero hope compared to what you saw in like December and any ideas of rates going down. However, the data may not be as bad as it looks. A surge in portfolio management costs go up with S&P, accounted for the full upside surprise in core inflation. So they're saying GDP went up because of cost on like financial investments or services. I mean, we'll see tomorrow on PCE. That's an interesting take. You got a Raul, though, out of nowhere. He said, hi. You hate this earnings. It's hard to play. Wall Street watched your videos. No, I don't. It doesn't. Wall Street can't stop the 2 standard deviation. Nobody knows what's going to happen. There's a reason why I haven't made as many plays today or this earnings season. So I think I've only made 3 out of like 50 plays. If you think about it so far, like again, we're almost wrapping up 40% of the S&P. I played IBM, GE, and UPS. You know, and that's it's what I've been telling you when I'm going over I'm giving y'all the info. All of these premiums are jacked up. So that's it. There's a lot of hype and people are willing, but like if you know how to read the chain, it's telling you everything. It's telling you how expensive it is. Like I had that whole discussion yesterday on why I think Meta could do bad, why it could surprise with spending, and that happened, but I was just telling y'all, I was like the prices, I have an idea. And I'm like, oh, I could YOLO. I wanted to put 10 grand down, but then I was like, wait a minute. Even if I did do that, my break even, I'm like, it's too expensive. Because usually the fire plays, it would be like, oh, yeah, there's like an idea that could materialize, but then the premiums are only 5%, 3%. In this case, every single earnings, except for like a couple of them, they've been pricing in 5 to 7. 5 if it's a small mover, 7 to 10 if it's a big cap. But even then, it's still just, it's up there. So in a weird way, this 2 standard deviation will save you because it's screaming to you, don't buy it. Every single one of these plays, the strategy is screaming, don't touch any of them and wait till afterwards. That's sadly it. So it may force patience out of you, but I don't think it could be gamified as easy. That's what I mean. Like it's harder to use this strategy against you than it is just telling you info and being willing to use it. That's the thing. So I could give you the info, but the discipline level to listening to the premiums, that is more objective than subjective. You can sell premium, but why not sell the premium? You can, but there's also the risk on the back end. You know, like I've been saying here, the one earnings that does hit, you're going to be paying on the back end, but it's very expensive. But you only have to pay for that if you're not aware. You see what I'm saying? It's only expensive if you don't know what expensive is, right? Or it's only expensive if you have no idea what's going on, right? If you're like, oh, I think it's going to go down, I'm going to buy it, yeah, then it's super expensive. But if you could read the premium, what's priced in, and then go and look at the 2 standard deviations, it's right in front of you. It's like 20, 30% moves for $100. You should know damn well that's not going to hit unless it's a big surprise. And that's what's going to happen. One of those will hit because you're going to be like, oh, wow, so-and-so reported surprisingly. But as of now, though, too, there hasn't really been major surprises. So not only have prices gone up, there hasn't been a major shocker. That is, except for UAL. That was, the only one that really got people there. Roblo on the high. Oil 30-cent drop from the high. This is I thought my down 3. $5,040. Caesar! Let's go, baby. Or no. Damn, it's already 9:15. I swear we just did push-ups. Oh, I need to go to the bathroom, though. So I was like, damn. I thought I'd make it to the hour. I'm down in the waters, man. It's a big day. Big day, but I love you. Hernia. Wait, that's crazy. It's already 9:15, yeah. All right, I'll see you in a little bit. BRB.
Changes that you've seen, particularly given that you have such a close ear to the ground?
I think you feel more coming. I think they were afraid in the beginning. I think when it was still during the primaries, but you feel more and more people coming. Surprisingly, people who would never have said that before come up to me and say, you know, I'm thinking about it, because they really don't like immigration. I mean, immigration is just something like, who talks about immigration at dinner parties? The answer is these days, everybody talks about it. I mean, you have it in New York everywhere. You have it in San Francisco everywhere. So immigration matters. And just the things like today with the Federal Trade Commission. I mean, it's just big regulatory push. So I think business is moving more towards the Republican side, surprisingly more towards the Republican side than they were before. But I think it's going to be a tough fought election. I really think it's going to be dead heat close.
Dead heat close. How do you think that translates to volatility into the markets throughout the year and into next, even, given the challenges you're seeing around the world and given the challenges you're seeing in the U.S.'s own economy starting to come up?
I think big volatility come the end of September, going into the election. I mean, the uncertainty. Well, investors tend to put their hands in their pockets when they don't know what's going on, right? When you have a good confidence of where you're going, in you go investing. So I think volumes will decline a bit and volatility will rise because people won't know which way they're coming or going. So I think October is going to be just a crazy time because people won't know what the heck is going on. And the election, you know what's amazing about elections in America, once it's settled, markets go right back to normal. So I think once it's settled, I think you're going to have a much better market than you're going to feel in October.
Another volatile asset, Bitcoin. You have been very vocal in your kind of constructive view about Bitcoin, particularly as it's used around the world. Interesting, though, you did say that it would be benefiting and rebounding this year, but you didn't say that the ETF would necessarily bring it there. Would you be a buyer of Bitcoin at these levels?
I think so. Bitcoin just halved. Right? Which means that the work you do to get a Bitcoin, the price is twice as high. So that is theoretically a benefit for the next 4 years for Bitcoin. So I think over time, Bitcoin will rally even from here over the next 4 years. So if you bring me back 4 years from today, I think the market will be higher. And I think these things, it has a place in the world, and it's not going away. So I think that's sort of the way to think about it.
You've spoken about your optimism around Tether as well. I'm curious about your view on this because recently S&P analysts have said if the latest U.S. stablecoin bill passes, that U.S. companies would no longer be able to hold or transact in Tether because it's run by a non-U.S. entity. How do you prepare for something like that?
Well, I think, first off, Americans, stablecoins in general, there's two big ones. There's Tether and there's Circle, okay? And Americans should have nothing to do with these things. I have dollars in my pocket. I have dollars in my bank account. I have a credit card in dollars. I can Venmo you, PayPal, Zelle. These are all simple things for Americans. We have no business being near stablecoins. But I tell you what, Argentina, Turkey, Venezuela, if our money, right, if our bank account, we woke up with the Turkish lira, which was down 65% last year, we'd be doomed. So you want to hold the digital dollar. So that's where Tether really flourishes. It's in the emerging markets. So the concept of trading stable coins in America, I just don't get it. So I don't think it has anything to do with America. I think what we care about as Americans is that the dollar is all powerful in the world.
Do you worry ever that there could be the use of Bitcoin or Tether being used to evade U.S. sanctions, given the use of it around the world, particularly coming out of Russia? I think the key to digital is that it's always digital. You know, dollars, you remember when we went into Iraq, they found like rooms of $4 billion on pallets. That you can't trace, but digital money you can trace. I think the firms like Circle and Tether have to work deeply closely with law enforcement and grab it. Because remember, these are digital money. All they can do is move around, and the blockchain always keeps track. So think of the AI and think of the tools the government's going to have. They are going to get better and better. The way I describe it is government moves reasonably slowly, but it always gets there. Sooner or later, it'll get there. So they'll have great AI tools. They're going to use their AI tools. Any criminal who wants to use Circle or Tether is going to get caught. It's going to get seized because it's digital.
This
so,
guy,
you can't really hide it. It's on the blockchain. You can follow it from
the
here to
CEO.
here to here. So I think
he's the head and
it's
CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald.
Oh, they're using it like this and this, but they're all going to get caught. They're all working. Tether
I didn't
and
know
Circle
that. I was like,
working
who is
closely
this guy?
with law enforcement.
It just showed his title.
These crooks are
Cantor
just
Fitzgerald,
so
chair and
much worse
CEO.
than a regular dollar. At least a dollar in their pocket they can hide. How can they hide a digital dollar? That's a joke.
Howard, we thank you so very much for breaking your big news with us. Congratulations on getting this venue off the ground and for all of your candor. That is Cantor Fitzgerald, Chair and CEO Howard Lutnick.
You want to work at Cantor Fitz so bad? Do it. Do it, man. You know that? Can y'all, all my young guys, bro, like, please listen to me right now. If you want to do some of this stuff, nothing will ever stop you, okay? And, like, I'm telling you, if you want to work in finance and, like, you're not going to be a trader, asshole, okay? Listen up. Like, you're not going to be a trader. You may develop into a trader one day, but, like, if you want to work for one of these companies and you want to work for a big-ass bank, a hedge fund, you can do it, and it's easy. It's really not that hard. But, like you go out and, like, go apply and do it. And why I'm telling you guys this is because, remember, I told you this morning, I was playing 2K with these damn kids, bro, and I played with them. They were just good shooters. They were on my friends list, and I would play with them, right? And I found out that they went to U of A. They went to my college, and they were telling me that they graduate in 2 weeks. And we were talking all about U of A. I was talking with them. And it was just funny because they were telling me about where they were applying to, and they were in the business school. They were in Eller. It's actually a very good business school. I wasn't even in Eller. I wasn't even in business school. And I was telling him, because he was telling me where he was applying to. He said he was going to go work for, where was it? Was it Milwaukee Tools? And I was like, what? I said, so you did all the business stuff and then you're going to do that? But he said he wanted to do sales. And then I was talking. I was like, dude, go apply to Goldman. Go to apply to one of these banks if you really want to do it. You know what I'm saying? And, like, even then, if you're telling me right now I want to work for Cantor, I'm like, bro, all of you in here, especially college, you're about to graduate. Maybe you already graduated. Maybe you just don't like your job and you're like, oh, I want to do this. It's different than trading stocks. You're not going to be investing. But, like, if you want to work in the financial world and get involved in that, and it develops into a lot of different things, you'd be surprised. I would apply. Don't tell me the job market's tough. Yeah, don't tell me it's tough when I tell you how fucking great it is every day. Just go after it. Go after it. Just apply is what I'm saying. You just got to look and try. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Most people just don't try. Most people are intimidated, especially with financial shit, man. Especially, like, honestly, if there's anything about my language, how I speak, what I show you, somebody was asking my background today. At the very least, I hope all of you can just realize any of you could get into this stuff. I was able to break into it with very limited experience, background, knowing people. And I'm like, you can do the same thing. But a lot of people get intimidated by financial industry and financial stuff. But I'm just like, dude, trust me. especially if you go to college and you're already doing all that other stuff and you got the resumes and the checks on your box, bro. Just apply if that's something you want to do. So it's all there. And I'll tell you right now, listen, I don't know, man. Y'all keep telling me nobody hiring in jobs. I'm telling you, man, every day they be advertising how good the jobs are, but I'm not even going to talk about that. In a weird way, I just want you to know everybody is always hiring all the time. Oh, yeah, no. Y'all don't even know what I'm saying. Y'all don't even feel me right now. You don't even feel me. You don't feel. Everybody is hiring all the time. And I'm not telling you that there's a lot of jobs available. I'm not telling you, I'm not talking about non-farms. I'm not talking about Jolt's jobs openings. They don't feel me, Chad. What am I saying? I'm hiring all the time. All the time. What am I saying? Yeah, you got part of it. You do need to learn how to sell yourself. But 2, there is always a need for value. And if you can effectively show you have that value and you can provide it, you, even if they're not hiring, they'll hire you. Does that make sense? I'm telling you, you're like, oh, the job's not available. Get in the interview, make an impression, be consistent, be persistent, stand out. It's you would be surprised. If you have let your talent shine through, people see that, they're like, I want that. Let's go, let's try it. If you come in with that ambition as well, I don't be worried about if they're hiring or not. Like I'm saying, what you need to do is take the shot. What you need, that's what I'm saying here. That's where all of this started from. At the very least, you just need to throw the shot up there and then go from there. But I wouldn't be worried about who's hiring and not. If this is an industry you want to get into, you need to just start getting in front of those people. And if you've really got a passion for it and you want to be in there, let it shine through and show it. Even though I'm telling you, they'll hire you. A kid with talent, a kid who's hungry, they'll give you a shot. Trust me. Especially if it does stand out and it is something where, show that you want it. Show that you're really out there trying to get it. I mean, it will be there. But everyone's always hiring. Everybody is. You see the right person, you're going to hire them. And that's why you got to make sure you get yourself in front of people. Last 3 jobs were at places that were not hiring. I feel you. TikTok owner ByteDance to prefer shutting down of loss-making app rather than a sale if it exhausts all legal options, sources say. Algorithms TikTok relies on deemed core to ByteDance overall operations, making sale of app unlikely, says Reuters. That's a source by Reuters. You know nothing about the business, but if you can convince them that they need you, you'll be good. I'll give you one better. You can know nothing. You don't even need to convince them that they need you. Just get them to like you. They could just like you. I'm telling you, you would be surprised. You see it every day in the market. People put real money down on potential. That's all I'm saying. If it walks right into your office and is like, hey, I want to make you a lot of money, and there's at least some potential, you're like, I like it. You would be surprised. So wild, I cannot operate in this society. No, you can. You can. You just got to just be willing to deal with the bullshit. And that's what it is. I mean, I'm an ugly, weird-looking dude. I know how the game works. I don't appreciate it, but like I'm saying, though, I know damn well if there's a job or not, sadly, people, and again, this is kind of shitty, but the book of Proverbs will tell you this thousands of years ago. This is just how humans behave. Humans are very, very weird. We are weird people. And how opportunities presented and how you get it and how people will show you favor and how sometimes they won't. That's human nature. And if Sam Bankman could do it, so can you. I don't know, Sam Bankman. Honestly, he wanted other things. He was motivated. That's the crazy part. Where do you find these jobs, though? To be explored. Where do you want to work? You see what I'm saying? That's a different question. Don't tell me where's the job available. I'm asking, what do you want to do? Once you know what you want to do, pursue it. Where would you want to work? Do you want to work at Goldman? I could give you 15 numbers and emails to contact and hit up all of them. Apply on the LinkedIns, apply there, try to talk to someone. Find the fucking CEO on Instagram, comment on every one of his pictures. I've been harassed. People have gotten my attention. I'm sure y'all could do it for a job that has like a hiring division, and you know what I'm saying? But start with where you want to work and start there and go from there. That's what I'm saying, especially with these finance related jobs. You want to start your own hedge fund? That's easier than you think. But that one requires raising capital. So you just need money. Any dickhead could get a hedge fund. All you have to do is raise capital. So you'd have to do the private placement forms. So you might have to, if you have accredited investors or not, but I think it's like you raise 20 or 50 million, and then you get whatever you register as a company, licenses, and then if you can't raise enough money to do a hedge fund, you do a mutual fund. And then different requirements, easier to raise money. But that's capital raising. So if you wanted to do that, you would need to just show your trade, show a history of your investments, and then you would need to know people with money. But then again, instead of having an interview, it's the same thing. People would either have to like your investments or they'd have to trust you and like you, and then you raise capital, and then that just like starting any other company, believe it or not. That was different for them. So again, they needed a ISDA to trade certain types of securities. You do not need you don't need a ISDA to make a hedge fund. Again, there's small hedge funds. I think thousands or I think it's a couple hundred a year. The number is slowed down, but there's a couple hundred new hedge funds created every single year. It's not like it's easy to make. It just has the name of it sounds like prestigious, you know? But like if you really wanted to make a hedge fund, any of you could do it tomorrow. You file as a corporation, have whatever money in there, and there you go. Again, most of you would probably, if you wanted the hedge fund title, you just need more money, but you'd probably be running a baby mutual fund at that point. Pitch to pension funds. Yeah. But again, that's just going to be, people at that point. It's just raising money. You've applied to almost every bank in Boston. You need help networking. Try the one that you really want to work at. And even though you've already applied, start reaching out to the people. Like in every random bass position at the heads, start calling them. Like I'm saying, you kind of got to be annoying and put yourself out there. But that's how I would go about it. It's like you just got to get in front of people. You got to have conversations. You get the right conversation, the right person, that's literally it. And sadly, that's easier said than done and how it usually would work. Again, word of mouth, networking, like getting jobs just by talking to people. I feel like that happens a lot more, or maybe even just as much as applying, or at least in other companies. Yeah, get out. It is. I mean, the method is getting out there. But like I'm saying too, though, like you guys can do it all. And like I think you could definitely display what you know and your skills to people, and you guys could hang. And it's just, but you have to, it's just like opportunity. It's like if you only have 1-2 shots to get seen, like that's like buying one lotto ticket. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to really, and if it's something you really want to do, just dive in, get immersed, get out there. But before you know, like I'm saying, you will look back and realize how easy it was comparatively, and especially if the reward was what you wanted to do. Should my decision of keeping stock in the long term be affected by their payout ratio? Yes and no. I mean, the higher the payout ratio, the riskier that stock is going to become, but hopefully, you had an idea of where that stood when you made the investment. Like, I guess, how did it change that much from when you bought it till now to where you're like, I don't want to do it anymore? Joby partners with Abu Dhabi to establish electric air taxi ecosystem. It's a 150? Yeah. Why not? I mean, Tesla both ways. Tesla was weird. The earnings were bad. And they loved it. So, just like Netflix. Remember, Netflix had that. They had the pop and then came down. But I think 150, but, I mean, you got to get down to like 158, 157-ish first. But anything's possible. I mean, it just really depends on the data at this point. And that's from earnings to econ. Tesla forecast? No. I think the only thing good on Tesla was the margin and then the talks of the robot car. I think, or not the robot, the cheap cars. Push up time. I'm down, baby. It is. I took my bathroom break earlier. I should have told you to do push-ups then, but Chatadonia, it's time. Market's going towards the highs. Nordstrom's high ticker, full gas. SPY is below 1% now, and NASDAQ is down by 1.2, but a very wild day. And then you got your relief. It's not over, and way too many events coming up here still. But Chatadonia, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get our knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh. Wow. The eyeballs. You got to relax, man. Come on. You've been staring at a screen. Come on. And then drop the shoulders. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. Good posture, baby. There you go. Sit up straight. There you go. Like you deserve to be here. You know what I'm saying? Like you want to be here. There you go. That's how you should look when you go into the interview. Stop it. Come on. And then drop the shoulders too, though. No one's attacking you. It's the morning. You're good, bro. You're chilling right now. Just drop the shoulders. Clear the mind. All you should be thinking about is how low those shoulders can go. That's it. There you go. Then breathe in. Relax the jaw first. Go loud. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh. Just like that. See, it's beautiful. Oh. My goodness. My goodness. All right. I got to get my push-ups in. I don't know. Burpees are crazy. I don't do the burpees no more. I'm going to get my push. I'm doing the push-ups because I did back and biceps the other day. Let's see. Push-ups. Sounds good. All right. Now I'm going to do those triceps. Bro, I was breathing heavy on the last one. I don't kind of embarrassing. I didn't think those triceps would get me like that. How many pull-ups can I do? I think like 20. I haven't done them in a while, but that's what I maxed out at. That was the only thing I beat LT at when we did our circuit. Did we post that video? I don't know. I think we filmed some of it. Me and LT, at one point we kept talking shit. I wasn't as strong then though. This was like when I just started kind of like getting back into the workout. But we did like a circuit. Like we saw who could do the most bench, pull-ups, and then one more. But he beat me at 2 out of 3. But I fucked him up on the pull-ups. Because he big. That's why. So it's a lot. He had a lot to pull up. Caring approves all resolutions. AGM. All right. One more set and then a wall stretch and we good. These ones don't take as long. You trying to go right again? Googl. I like trading Googl, and I'm pretty sure that's the one with economic and voting rights. But pretty much one of the shares does not have voting rights. So Googl, I'm pretty sure, has no voting rights. And then Googl has economic and voting rights. I'm pretty sure. But that's the general idea. So if you own one set of those shares, you can't vote in the company. But the other one, you get to own but you still own part of the company. Your shares just don't have voting rights. Do you use your home gym? Yeah, that's what I've been doing this whole year. That's why I haven't gotten sick. I'm telling you. I got to do one more set. But, yeah, I started working out at home. Every time I go to the gym, bro, I go in the bathroom. It just smells stinky. And then the next day, I just be... Shit, man. People nasty, bro. People nasty. Agba breaking out. Expected move on Google. I do not know yet. You get inoculated. I mean, maybe it did help with my immune system, but I don't know, man. Maybe it was mold, because the gym I would go to is kind of old, but I'm telling you, bro, that gym would mess me up. I missed it, though. It's nice. All right, let me hit the wall stretch there. I was just getting a checkup. Still holding up, man. It's like dead holding up, though. Remember, anything you're seeing today, you're missing the 60 points of gap down. So, like, even then, you could do this whole move 4 times almost, and we'd still be down, I think. So, we'll see.
You know, it's interesting, Jason, because a lot of folks look at the cruise industry, this tremendous rebound since COVID, and this idea that, yes, a lot of people have come back. You boosted your forecast. A lot of people are coming back. How convinced are you that this boom can keep running, and at what pace?
Well, first, it's great to be here, Shanali. Thank you for having me on today. Obviously, we feel really bullish about the demand that we're seeing from our customers and the sustainability of that demand. And I think it's in a few different ways. One of which is the cruise industry is it's about $65 billion a year in revenue, and that's a fraction of the $1.9 trillion travel economy that's out there. And so we think that this is just because we're just such a small sliver. There's just a lot of opportunity. Then when you kind of get into consideration to how we trade versus land-based vacation, there's still a pretty steep discount or value play on a cruise. But when you start getting into the demographics and secular trends, on the secular trend side, you've seen now experiences outpace spend on stuff. And that rate has increased twofold coming out of COVID. So people are looking for experiences, multi-generational travel, which very much supports the demographics that are going on. And we happen to be in the experience space. The last point I just want to make on the experience side of it is that one of the things that you really see is that our guests are looking to walk away with great experiences and great stories. And we really have focused our business on making sure that we're competitive to land-based vacation. And we're closing that gap to land-based vacation on both a pricing standpoint and also beginning to pick up on gaining share from land-based, which is a very high priority for us.
As you have new customers, something I've been wondering.
All right, good. All right, good, man. Push-ups done. See, that was a lot quicker, a lot quicker. We're really out here. We're really out here. Google potential to be back over $2 trillion after earnings. Markets waiting on events, not making moves. Yeah, the range is just going to be wide. That's all. 60 points on the gap. Even yesterday, there's a gap, and then it sells off and then bounces. So there's just a nice range. But more or less, you wait till the next move, and we're going to be moving in bursts. But this is typical of earnings season. That's why we've been saying, if you have been here, you guys have lived through a lot of these. And that's why we're saying, fully just a couple days ago, you felt it. You were just in full earnings mode, even in the market selling off, even when there's fear, you know what I'm saying? It's just like you watch the earnings, other companies in their own world start going up. You start seeing how the premiums are. And then it doesn't help that this week just had a shit ton of event risk because all the data and everything else we're leading into. NOCLMT would have hit. Did they go up? Oh, I forgot they had earnings, though. That one AXP the other day, that one was killer. But, yeah. I don't think it's moved up a decent amount since those war headlines. It's crazy how it's already been. So 1 week, that was last week, we had the live watch list. And then it was 2 weeks before that when the more tensions were picking up. I don't think we're confident in Google at all. Google, I can't say as much for Google. Again, yesterday, I'm telling you, I don't know. I came back and I was thinking about it. I was like, man, I'm worried about Mark Zuckerberg spending money. That I didn't want to forget that. But Google, quite frankly, the only worry with Google is their AI program falling behind and then maybe YouTube falling off. But YouTube found a way to recover last quarter, which was good. But the only other issue people have is people were worried about what's it called? What was it with Google? Not falling behind. Oh, I just blanked. I just saw the Google plays went up. So I was like, oh shit, those went up. Rubrik opens at 38 instead of 32. Oh, the ad business. Just ad slowdown because of Meta. That's it. That's the only thing people would get worried about besides the other stuff. Is just now after yesterday, you literally had Meta kind of give you some weakness on the next quarter guidance. So that was it. But like I said, AI, other ad segments not doing too bad. That's it. Baby Reindeer. It's pretty good, but it's drama. No, I saw it. I didn't watch it. I've been using this Hulu shit, man. I've been using my 1 month of Hulu my girlfriend got me. That's it. I'm like, what's up? But nah, what did I watch the other day? I watched something. Oh, no, Fallout. Fallout was probably the best show I've watched this year. I think Fallout is probably my favorite. That, and then I like that Asian show on Netflix. Not the Finding the King's Favor, but the one with the brothers, and the one of them's like an assassin, the like Wu brothers or whatever. That was a really good show. But Fallout, I think Fallout was probably my favorite. Brother Son, yeah, I love Brother Son. That shit was good. I liked Brother Son a lot. I think that would be my second favorite show of this year. But Fallout has number one for me. I never even played Fallout, believe it or not. That's the crazy. I've always knew what Fallout was, but I never played it. I just started buying real gold instead. You know, like I played Halo, but I never was into like the Fallout game. By the time I would have started playing Fallout, I just got into real life tinfoil and was buying gold and water and shit. You know what I'm saying? I was like, nah, fuck that. Like, we need real resources. Cattle, they got a deal. Cattle had some deal with Hyundai, I think, this morning. Or CATL. A huge fire has engulfed a warehouse in south of Tehran, according to Iran media reports. Never seen it, but the show got me looking. All right, I love the show. That shit was that was amazing. Shogun, as good as Fallout. Is Shogun on Amazon or Netflix? Oh, Hulu. FX Hulu. It's really good. All right, I will watch it. You guys like it. Do you know any traders at Goldman Sachs? I might. I know one, but he does not work there anymore. I might have him come on an interview. I know one guy at Goldman who's insane. I think he's Goldman. He doesn't work there anymore. He got fired. But this dude is insane. I'm actually, like, I talked to him end of last year. But I'm going to try to get. Hunter Brook is short UWMC. 39 minutes. I think they might have done that the first time. So Hunter Brook had a short report earlier ago. Remember when we were talking about some of the tinfoil? How insane? Like world known. This dude's super famous. Like super famous, but like I don't know. Fall from grace, but definitely like well known and well respected. He's insane. Oh, way more famous than Hugh. He's literally, this guy is like extremely famous. If you don't know who he is, you'll know what he was tied to. You definitely knew. Like, yeah, it's just insanity. I only got to meet him a couple years ago, and then he needed me. He asked me for something weird. I tried to help him out at the end of last year. Yeah, rubric is going up 25%. Why does it look like this? Come on. How many shares did they offer? $24%. How many? 23.5 million. Damn, they need to do 12 million. I don't know, Habibi. So it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes, 5 million. You need to do like 12 million. The dude's from Centricoin. Nah. I'm not going to tell you who it is. Because I'm going to do an interview with him, so I can't ruin it for you guys. But you'll know when I put out the interview. But it's definitely, I want to see what he's going to do with something. That's why I think it'll be a good one. But you'll know. You'll know in the future, my brethren. But yeah, he might be able to get you a job, but I'm telling you, just hit everybody up. And don't ask them to go to Verona. Unless they're down with that. Unless you find the person who will just hire you because he wants to gamble with you. That happens too. But, initially you got to feel out the vibes till you get to that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to know. On April 24th, Cardinal Health got warning letter from FDA. Oh, no shit. Cardinal. No reaction. SPY going higher. 50.32. But like I was saying, it just opens up the range. You're like, oh, we're not going to move till the next data set. You're 100% right, but it's like we can move 60, give back 30 or 40. It's like at the margin, you're barely moving. It's like giving us some movement, but then it is wait till the event, but you could still move within a very wide range. Pretty much since Monday, our range is 49.70 to 50.89. So it's literally either 4,900, 4,950, or 5,100 pretty much has been our 150-point range. SPY going up even more. I don't know if you'll fill the gap, dude. It's tough. It's possible, though. But this is how it happens. What time is it right now? It's already 10. So you'd have to hold up this whole hour good pretty much, get a little pullback, and then hit the next set. But it's possible. But that's still, remember, we were down a lot. And so far, your only pullback was briefly in the morning there. We just got off to a slower start. Nice Tesla. Greedy shorts at the bottom. Oh, I forgot about that. Somebody did a greedy short. I didn't even think about that. Low key, because that's not 1%. That's like 0.75%. Yeah, you've already moved up as much as you were down, as much as you're down now. But that's what sucks because it doesn't even matter. That's what I'm saying. No matter how much you move right now, it's just all going to move off after Google and Microsoft. And then by 5:30 tomorrow morning, it's going to make another move. And then you're either going to be 150 points closer or further from the mark. Makes sense because we sold off to good earnings. Well, it will until we go down. Like I'm telling you, every random pop is off of nothing. You're going to probably circle back to one easy answer. Maybe it will be that, oh, the earnings, and maybe it's not as bad, whatever, the data even. Otherwise, the one when we randomly drop, the answer is going to be bonds or the dollar again. So, unfortunately, this is just the earnings mode, but I would be prepared for a wide range with a lot of moves not based on any sort of headlines or anything in between. Wells Fargo on the low. When was the last time you saw a bank sell off?
Like 2 weeks, 2 years, centuries ago. March 23.
Dead cat balance. Well, all relief isn't real. I think just patience. That's it. You just got to wait. Market's going to go and burst. The range is going to be wide. A lot of speculation, a lot of opportunities to get punched in the face. I would have, a swing trading mentality more or less, because what happens today is no trend is guaranteed because of the data, and just vibe with it unless we see the pendulum, unless it's obvious data very good, data very bad, earnings, and that's what we're waiting for. The thing about earnings right now, and this happens every earnings, and I want you guys to realize this, is that we haven't picked a vibe yet. This happens every single earnings when it, like, at some point, it will become objectively every earnings was good, every earnings was bad. Are you guys following? Think about every earnings season you've been in. It's like a couple weeks in, after a certain amount of reports or a certain amount of like good or bad ones, before you know it, the whole attitude is going to be like, yeah, they're all really good, or, oh, they're all really bad. And then you're going to see, obviously, you're going to cherry pick the individual stories depending on what stood out. But it's still early. Remember, this is like week number 2, 3, right? We're just getting Netflix, right? That was a couple days ago, or last week. We're just getting, what was it yesterday? Meta. So there's still a couple more coming down, but we haven't really figured out an idea. And wow, when issued, 4.71. So 7-year bond auction. It's happening now. It's funny. Nobody said anything prior. It's kind of cool. But now the action is here. So give it like 2 minutes. We'll get the results. But 4.716, $44 billion 7-year auction. Higher is bad. Lower is good. And remember, even yesterday, 5-year auction, it came in higher, but it was a small margin, and rates have moved a lot already. So keep that in mind, where anything near the when issued probably is not going to cause anything. Any big movements away from the when issued, higher or lower, that'll probably move the market. And then I would still expect it to be short-lived. Whatever happens here at the auction, I do think your earnings and your data tomorrow morning are bigger. So I wouldn't bet too much on it. I wouldn't be looking for anything too nutty. Fisker tells employees that 4 automakers are in talks to buy the struggling startup. What is it? Is it FSRN? I mean, it's kind of popping. Did I trade Fisker? What was that penny stock I traded? There was one that we traded, and it was a car company, and I flipped it. I don't know. You might get a day trade on that if you want. I'm considering it, but honestly, I'm quite content. But it just didn't move. But then again, I'm pretty sure the N means bankrupt. That's why I don't want to get involved. On the screws, 4716. So auction literally came in the same. Fisker popping 10 now. There you go. It's starting to pop. No, it wasn't GoEV. Was it Fisker? It was another auto company. Or was it... It wasn't Neo. It was with the Asian one. Xpeng. Or XPEV, I think. No, which one was it? Was it Lucid? I did this year. Remember? I flipped some penny stock car. Yeah. Mulan. That's what it was. I flipped Mulan. I made a couple $100 on there. I think $1,000. Remember, it was a quick flip. I think it was when Mulan was in the pennies. Unless it was Fisker. Maybe it was Fisker. I did one of them. But yeah, that thing's up 20% now. I was just telling. I didn't move at all. I wanted to, but not so bad. I think I did flip Fisker. I don't know. Fisker on Nissan deal, then yeah, that was it. I made good money on that the last time. But that is moving. We got that early. Good shit, Troy. There you go. Again, 25 now. Bigger pop. Fisker now in talks with 4 automakers for possible. Now, I think it's hitting more. You're going to get a bigger reaction. It's already up 25. You had a chance to get that at 2%. Literally, you had 2 minutes of that not moving. Hitting red now? Well, there you go. Troy had that early. And then SPY going up now even more. 50.35. Shit, 50.36, dude. Remember, this was that danger zone I was telling you about yesterday, or 50.38. You guys remember when we were coming down and I was saying that was the zone? Well, we're below it now, and then you're going to do this little dance again. Very interesting. CCJ on the high. SPY's wide. Now it's recovered as much as it's down. So you were down like 1.5 in the morning, 2.2 on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's only down 1. SPY's only down 0.7. Russell down 1.0. It was near 2 in the morning, and then Dow down 1.1. So those guys are kind of struggling a little bit. And zone. 50% on Fisker. Yalla. PI on the high. Tesla still holding, but not at the high. Nvidia is going up. And Meta's trying to make the 440 attempt good. And then PI, what is this? Impinge up 28%. Damn. HCP puts her up because of the buyout. Yeah. It's stupid. Yeah, I wouldn't buy. Unless you think the deal is going to fail. But they just announced it at their earnings yesterday. It wouldn't happen, that one. FSRN is Fisker. They delisted the other one, and then that's why I don't know. I was worried about the financial position. I put that in the stream alert. But now if you trade FSRN, it's like their bankrupt version of it, I guess. I don't know. Something in the middle, you know? Was good. Well, wild day. We gapped down very big off of Meta earnings, and then in the morning you had GDP data surprisingly came in lower, and then you had the price index of it that shot up, and then everybody kind of freaked out. You could trade FSRN on TOS. Yeah. I think it's pretty accessible. You might even be able to trade it on Robinhood. Did we erase the data move? I didn't even think about that. Good call out. Yeah, because remember, we already that's crazy. So you already had a little bit of the gap down before the data even hit in the morning. Nuts. That's crazy. So this is the spot of where GDP data came out. FSRN's not on Robinhood? Oh, no way. That's up 60, though, man. That was a great call out. It's a dub, bro. BMY down 8.5. Oh, they had earnings. Those might have hit then. Bristol Myers don't move. Masonite holders approved transaction with Owens Corning, Door, and OC. Durr. Masonite. Where's Meta? Rumble on the high. Cisco. I mean, I think Cisco. Give me 1 second. But if the chart, before I put it, I'm pretty sure the chart says the story. I'm pretty sure Cisco is pinned. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. It's low-key pinned. You see that? That's kind of the pin for the last 2 years. So unfortunately, this is both really good and really bad. Because I can't give you the answer. Because this thing is pinned. So this is probably going to be a pivot. It has the potential to be a pivotal earnings. They're either going to break out of the pin and be able to, turn around this last 3-year, 2-year story. Or, damn, this is a 5-year? No way. Or they're going to finally have the earnings that fails and then, same price as $19.99. That's the only issue with it. It's kind of hard to make the assumption. Baltimore's trapped ships start departing as new channel opens. Boston. Oh no, Baltimore. I have not gone over the earnings place. No. First, I'm going to indoctrinate you with encouragement, and then I'm going to go into the earnings place. So, but until then, you might have to wait. What time is it? It's 10:11. Yeah, so we might be getting into that moment soon. Nice. Right? Those crypto names have been coming up. Bonds auction came in right at the screws. When issued was 4716. Results were 4716. So no real reaction. You just got some news there with Fisker. And then we are now, which is a great call out from the Chad, we're like right below where we hit, right where the GDP data came out. So if anything, we're just holding up the level of bad earnings now. And then where the data came out in the AM. So high, everything is a high for me. Dreaming of the days of a drop fire having a bed that could go to Popeyes for me. You can never tell me that I'm not hungry. If you ever felt what's inside my tummy. Good song, Habibi. E-Trade, you click on the high ticker and it opens it. Yeah, as long as you connect it to the chart. All right. Okay, let me go pee and then let's see where the day takes us.
The reach of congressional legislation, including criminal laws. But pretty much everything else is fair game, except if there's an as-applied challenge, which is very legalese. But basically it means that otherwise the president can be criminally liable if the facts suggest. One thing that I thought was extremely interesting that came out today was several justices, notably Amy Coney Barrett, questioned Trump's lawyers very closely about the indictment from Jack Smith and said, okay, let's go through some of these acts. What he was trying to, assuming the indictment is correct, and that was an assumption that Trump's lawyer had to do, when he was trying to find these votes, when he was trying to get this fake slate of electors, was that an official presidential act or was that a private act? And Trump's lawyer did concede that several of these indicted actions were private and not official, even under their definition. And what that means is that the trial could go forward even if Trump's argument about official acts were to be accepted. And I'm not sure it will be. It's really important. It's very important. Now, of course, the question then gets to timing. Yeah. But I thought it was really important that there was that concession that the trial could go forward at least in some way.
Well, and it's worth keeping in mind that while we did see specific questioning around the case here in Washington, he's claimed immunity from prosecution in the documents case as well down in Florida, which is another federal case. So how are all of these things potentially tied together? What implication could there be, not just for the case in Washington, but the case in Florida? And then also, I'm assuming this doesn't apply to the state cases like in Georgia for the election subversion, because there's multiple criminal cases that we're dealing with here.
Yes, it's a little hard to keep track, but for sure. So he's also claiming immunity, exactly right, in the documents case in Florida. I think one of the things that's really important about this case, especially in terms of the timing, is that if it isn't finished before the election, and if Donald Trump were to win re-election, because it's a federal case, presumably once he took over the Justice Department, he could make it go
Pardon,
away.
and yeah.
Yes. That is not the case, of course, when it comes to this newest Arizona indictment or the New York case that's currently underway, because those are state criminal indictments. So that's an important distinction.
It absolutely is. As we spend time with Elizabeth Wydra, President of the Constitutional Accountability Center, Supreme Court litigator, we have a voice of experience here at the table, and I want to ask you about history, precedent here. 2020, the Supreme Court rejected Donald Trump's claim of absolute immunity. To what extent could that lead us to a decision here?
Yeah, I mean, I think, the court has on many occasions pushed back on the most extreme legal claims that Donald Trump has made. He has often, whether it's the election fraud, so-called election fraud claims that he did bring before courts over and over again, and he was repeatedly rebuked on those, even by judges that he himself appointed. Yeah. So he's often lost on these major legal claims that he's brought before the court.
They seem to be questioning that today, though. Are you sensing that this is a different conversation than we predicted or expected?
I think what they are, concerned about is drawing the line. I think in some ways the indicted actions here, the alleged actions in this particular case, subverting the will of the people, trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power, which go to the very heart of American constitutional democracy, that seems pretty clear that it's not within, the president's duty to take care of the laws, to violate them. But
the presidential laws. Oh, man. I hope you guys stretched a little bit. We still got a long day ahead of us. And this day don't even matter because the earnings after the bell. Oh, Cheddadonia. It's time. It is time for PHILO. I don't know. It's good, honestly. Tell me this ain't the perfect time for a PHILO, Because in a little bit, the market's going to get ready for earnings. Like I'm saying, the range is big enough, you know what I'm saying? No matter how we move during this PHILO, it is all going to change after hours. And then tomorrow morning. Oh, come on, baby. So, honestly, I think this is blessed. And I'm excited. I have a good PHILO for you today, man. But, there wouldn't be a good PHILO if we didn't have the PHILO warriors, bro. For real, man. All of y'all who have been participating, encouraging me, encouraging each other, taking it and making it real, bro. I absolutely love it, man. And I'm grateful for many reasons, man. So thank you. Thank you to all of you who have been a part of it, man, and really, ask me what PHILO stands for, and I'm just grateful. I can't really give you an answer, but like I have people that can reflect it, and nah, man, for real. So it's an honor, and today, I'm thankful for you guys because we're riding, and we're gonna go through some stuff, man. We already gone through history, but we could talk about some real shit, man. And today, oh, buddy, but I don't know, man. This one might be a little too real for some of y'all. I will need your permission, okay, Today, I'm going to need it again. I've been asking your permission lately. You know, I'm not giving y'all warnings. I'm not giving you disclaimers. I tell you thank you now, but I am asking your permission because, you know, today I am gonna we're gonna talk deep, but at the same time, like, you know, y'all will let me keep it real with you and tell you some of the hard-hitting stuff. Okay? You would let me tell you some hard-hitting stuff, and I've noticed that some of you you want like David Goggins to like yell at you. You know, you like to hear the hard stuff, but then when it comes down to the encouragement, you shut it off. Okay? So listen, if you are going to take in the hard stuff, you know what I'm saying, and you're going to be on, I hope that you legitimately, though, can give the same respect, and I hope you could listen and open your ears to the same words of encouragement. Because today, that, you know, somebody just asked me, when am I going to do? I said, bro, I just want to encourage you. So I am going to hit y'all with real stuff. And today is encouraging, but, oh, man, there's a lot in it, okay? But I do have some good news, and I hope that if you are going to accept the tough stuff, I hope that you don't say no to the encouragement, okay? But today, man, I don't even know how to start this. You know that? I don't even know how to begin this because there's a lot. And the example that I want to use, I know it make people squeamish. You know, there's a good example I could use, and it's going to make people squeamish. It kind of has to do with lust. You already get weird? Some of you going to make jokes about it. See, I already know you're going to get weird about it. Oh, man. It's many things, but it's not about just lust. It's actually something bigger. And actually, you know, I'll just tell you what I'm trying to tell you. Bro, everything comes down to despair. I need you to understand this. Everything comes down to despair. And what I mean like that, bro, is that you can make mistakes and just look around. I don't know if you believe what I believe, and then look around at the world, man. Sadly, like, bro, you're forgiven. And you know why I say sadly? You are forgiven, bro. There's no condemnation. Dude, look around. We just live however we want. And what I'm saying, bro, people already treat stuff lightly. You could repent and say, I'm sorry to anybody, anything, whenever you want. Come on. Yes or no? Stop it. How many of y'all apologize and you was never sorry? Or even if you were, you knew that even if you did something, you ain't really going to get in trouble. And even if you did get in trouble, you still knew it wasn't going to be that much trouble. Oh, come on. So guess what? I'm here to tell you that it has nothing to do with whatever you're doing. That's why I'm saying lust comes up because it's a great example. It really is. It has nothing to do with what you're doing, your actions. You're like, oh, I keep making a mistake. No. All that matters is despair. The goal of the enemy isn't to get you to do something wrong. Stop it. Chad, are you listening? The goal isn't to get you to do something wrong. If the enemy knows that you are forgiven, it doesn't matter. If I know you could bounce back, I'm not trying to just get you to do something wrong. Do you hear me? The enemy just wants you to be in despair. That's what he wants. He wants the thing you're doing to lead you to feel hopeless. Not that you participated, but that you feel hopeless because you participated. Because you did this and then you did that. And then you did. The idea is to get you into despair. Do you know what despair is? It is literally hopelessness. The idea once you fall into despair, that's how you get taken from things that you love. You don't give up things that you love unless you were in despair. Go look at your life. Have you ever had to give up something you loved? Where was despair in this moment? You know the funniest part? I wanted you to look up despair. Like go look up the definition. And this is the funny part, man. I ain't never heard God, I don't hear voices. I know y'all think I'm crazy, and I got all these sounds I can make and all that, but I never heard a voice. But, man, I think God was God. I think God smiled at me. Because, what do I do? It's funny because I have an education, and I believe it or not, on paper, my criteria is unreal for someone, like language and words. I like words. I'm good with words. But I say words however I want, and sometimes I'll just spell them however the hell I want to. Does that sound like a Josh characteristic to you, Abby Vi? So, like I said, I wanted you to look up the word despair. And I Googled it real quick, and I searched despair, but me being me, I spelt it wrong. But ironically enough, I saw another definition. It was dispair. It literally said the exact same thing I was meaning. It blew my mind. Because like I told you, despair will take you away from things. To despair is to literally to separate. It's different than despair to be hopeless. But ironically enough, it would sound the same. So Chad, I hope you are educated in this. What I'm telling you, man, is the strategy of the enemy. This is why some of y'all I don't know if you think it's just corny, but the fact that you still have that attitude that has not led you into being hopeless is a blessing. I hope you can recognize that. You know that, and you may be making mistakes, and you may keep making the same damn one. But do you realize falling into despair or not really is going to be the big difference? And that is why I'm telling you, I hope you know this so you could fight against it. So that you could I hope you value that attitude that you've been carrying. And I don't know if you thought it was for nothing, and you'd be looking around, you'd be like, oh, it feels like society only rewards this. Well, nah, those people falling into despair left and right, and you know it, and you see it. Oh, don't take for granted that sanity that it has given you. Don't take for granted the lack of hopelessness that you could still feel right now in this world. Oh, how are you feeling me, Chad? But it's bigger than that. When it's all said and done, that's all nice. And that's what I'm saying. I hope you can be encouraged by this. I hope you feel equipped. Stop. Don't play around with it, Go ahead. Make your mistakes, but don't play around with that hopelessness. For real. Because that's what the goal is. The goal is to get you into despair, to separate you, and to make you feel hopeless, to separate you from hope. But y'all got to realize the other advantage in this. I'm telling, this is what really blows my mind. Because all these things, bro, if you could just pray it away, oh, I'm sorry. What's the point then? Y'all got to, this is on a spiritual level, man. This is where things can get developed. You go through situations that don't make you hopeless, or they're supposed to, and you don't. Bro, these are the things that make you really pray. The things you're like, why can't I get over this? Why can't I do this? It's to make you really pray. You're going to learn something real about that. You're going to want something more than whatever it is that you keep going after. But until you want that, you won't know what it really feels like. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying this. You don't know until you have something that you're like, God, just take it away. And he's like, no, and he won't ever take it away. Ever. That's a different prayer, dude. You're going to really get on your knees and cry. You're going to actually really and you won't unless you really want it. And then if you don't, there you go. And until you get pushed to that point where you want something more. It's simple as that. Oh, but it's powerful. So I don't know how many, you could take it very deep spiritually. You could just take the first part. But like I said, man, for all of you, I really hope you watch out for that goal of despair that is being sought out, and keep that hope, keep that positive attitude, and understand, bro, these situations, and sometimes no is the best thing to get like a real experience. You know what I'm saying? You want to know what it's really like? A real, like that is what it's giving you the opportunity for. But like I was telling you, man, for real, I don't know if y'all be liking the fear porn and all that, because some of y'all like to hear the bad stuff, the tough stuff, and you like it and you take that in. But like I'm saying, man, I really hope you're encouraged, and I want you to walk away encouraged and keep that. Dude, I'm telling you, bro, these attitudes, you have no, seriously, I'm thankful, and I'm thankful for your attitude too, because I'd be done. I'd be gone if I wasn't like this. You know that, right? The world would have already chewed me out and spit me out. I would have been going full Kanye on you. The wind shifting, this, that. Oh, my goodness. I could have fell into despair a long time ago. That's the only, I'd be praying to God telling him that. I know it's there for a reason. Honestly, I think some of y'all are like that for a reason. You are not obnoxiously positive for no damn reason. You know what I'm saying? But for real, man, like I'm telling you, the failure isn't the act. You know that? That's why I say, like I brought up lust in the beginning, because this is something people always struggle with. And lust is very powerful, and people be doing stuff based on lust. They feel bad off of it, especially if they want to believe in certain things and do stuff certain ways. But it's like, it's the despair and how it leads you into things. God could take those feelings and desires from you in a second, but you won't really learn anything and then you'll find out what you really want. Honestly, that's the crazy part. But it's about how actions lead us into things. Life is going to teach you. You are going to fail. You are going to succeed. But I'm just telling you and cautioning you to watch out for the despair created by falling short. And I don't know what your standard is. I don't know what you define as right or wrong. And I'm not here to judge you. But I am saying, watch out that if you don't meet your bar, I'm not telling you to aim lower, but I'm telling you to try again, and try it again enthusiastically and excited. You see what I'm saying? Go about it. Be strong with it, but do not be in the despair over whatever it was. Whether you failed 1,000 times at it or one time. So, Chad, like I said, man, I hope you're encouraged by it, but I hope this is one you could really take to the bank. But that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out that chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly watch is my channel. First link, Scream Alerts, Boot Camp, and Real Estate Course. Like, man, that's it, bro. That's it, man. This big man speaking through you. Nah, man. Honestly, it's everything I gotta go through as well, too, bro. This should be, and if it is, it's just me saying, God, thank you. Because I amen to that PHILO. I only share it with you because it hits me, and I know damn well if it apply to anybody, it's going to apply to me, man. And like I'm saying, that's why I said, bro, I'm thankful. I don't know why I got this dumbass attitude. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I got a bad attitude, but I told you I'm obnoxious. But like, dude, it's a blessing. Because I'm telling you, you fall into despair, that's the goal. And that's the only thing that's going to take you out of the game. It really, really is. You can make the same mistake 1,000,000 times and you will find a real power and can turn that around. Believe it or not. But if you fall into despair, no. And it's just crazy. I'm excited by it, man. It gets me excited. Oh, where'd that go? All right, man. Run it. It's a coat, baby. It's a coat.
All right, guys, listen to this blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired? Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the rate. Zotan, Timarad, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want debate. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies? My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God proved. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets, I need you to find the pride. Be careful the things you think and you speaking and what's on side.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worthless when treated as a god. Cold.
Thank you, Uncle. And then Intel on the high. Don't see it, but they feel it. That's what happened when they landed hard. I have an Intel play on shares. My only question is whether I'm going to get a put on it or not. But I really think Intel has been so clobbered, it has to be better than expected, or it can't be that bad. But then again, it can be. I've seen a lot in my life. I've seen a lot. So, but Intel's going to be very pivotal because think about it. I mean, you haven't really had like a real name brand chip company. Intel is going to be, that's as name brand as it gets to a degree, but they have been in the value bin. Yeah, all those are on Spotify. That's why I had the Spotify up there, baby. Okay. Well, I don't have a press briefing, but I have Jonah Hill. So you guys get to hear this guy hate his job and just yell at people
they want us part
for
of the
about 10 minutes while I get you the earnings
comes to
previews for today.
Determining a durable
and then there you go. I'm telling you, bro, he hates his it's like honestly kind of entertaining though. I thoroughly enjoy listening to it while I'm getting these previews because like I'm chuckling.
You're just a few blocks away from here, Rick. The consequences of what happens in this building of U.S. foreign policy are being played out on the campus of George Washington University. Is there a sense within this department?
And then spy breaking out right now.
There is, some people are, and this might be perhaps too far reach, but this is a Vietnam moment among this younger generation of Americans directly related to U.S. foreign policy. Is there any kind of influence that's happening?
Bro, SPY, Intel, again, X was already on the high, Meta, right under 440. High ticker is going insane.
Absolutely. When it comes to the voices within this workforce who may have dissenting or differing points of view.
Okay, Chad, I think you're above the 50-38. This is the danger. Dude, kind of the door is now open. 60-47, 50-47. And then 50-60, and then gap fill.
Engaged
but that's crazy.
Of different ways.
So you fell below the danger zone and back above it. I guess it's not that dangerous.
Various components of our employee groups for those.
Okay, let me get these previews. So many things.
The foreign service or civil service, including those who might be appointees. We have prioritized not just engaging with these various subsectors of our workforce, but also unlocking and showcasing and prioritizing resources that might be available for these various for our workforce to help cope with and deal with what we all know and find to be a very deeply troubling and challenging time in the world. As it relates to what is happening on college campuses, of course, we see what's happening there too. But we're also not naive to the fact that when it comes to any of the foreign policy that we
Jonah
pursue,
Capitol Hill.
100% of the population is not going
That's
to
a good
agree with what we're trying to accomplish. But we are clear-eyed in the fact that
Bro, you're
what we're trying
ripping
to
right now.
pursue
Again, you're
is
above
in the
this.
best
Every time you've gone
interest
above
for the
50, 38,
American
you
people,
squeezed
and it
or
is in the
flushed.
best interest of
So
the
literally
national
this morning you were
security of
down
the
30
American
points
people.
below it.
The things that we're
So now
talking
you're
about,
back up.
the defeat
I mean,
of
that's
Hamas,
a pretty good sign for now.
A two-state solution, increased humanitarian aid, further regional peace and stability when it comes to the Middle East. All of these things are in the interest of the American people, and we are continuing to pursue those lines of efforts. That is why the Secretary has been going back and forth between the region, meeting with partners in other parts of the world to talk about these very challenging issues and how we are going to work collectively to find a solution. That's what all of this is about. Go ahead. Thank you. Glasses.
The Gaza Civil Service today held a press conference this morning, which was televised, and they said that evidence showed that many of those pulled out from the 3 mass graves that they found, including children, were tortured before being killed. Some even showed signs of being buried alive, along with other crimes against humanity that they accuse Israeli forces of. They called for an independent forensic investigation. This administration repeatedly says that it asks the Israeli government to investigate itself. As a mediator for peace between Israelis and Palestinians, how does it ever make sense that the United States asks the accused party to examine itself and provide reports that you have previously said that you actually trust? What's wrong with an independent scientific forensic investigation? I mean, if the results of such an independent investigation prove the accusations to be baseless, then that would be in Israel's favor.
They wouldn't even let you do that
as it relates to the continued reporting about we're seeing about these mass graves.
Don't do it, Josh.
National Security
They've
Advisor
already
Sullivan
banned you
spoke
for
a little
me.
bit about this yesterday.
It's not worth
we continue
it.
to find
I know.
these
I
reports
know. We all
incredibly troubling, and that's why yesterday you saw the National Security Advisor call for this to be thoroughly investigated. We want to see these facts looked into, and simultaneously we're continuing to press the government of Israel for more information. The IDF has spoken to this in some sense already, but we are continuing to press them for additional information.
But why not have an independent forensic scientist, which the Palestinians are calling for?
We think this does need to be thoroughly investigated, but in terms of the modality, we continue to want to see some additional information from the government of Israel before
But
we
you're
make
asking
other
the accused
assessments.
to investigate itself.
We believe that through a thorough investigation, we can get some additional answers. We're also hoping to continue to get more information from the government of Israel on this. Go ahead.
Side of this subject, is there a list of vetted NGOs that can deliver aid through via the Mediterranean route right now? And the reason I'm asking is because apparently the Freedom Flotilla was delayed for a few days over there, although apparently now they do have a date to deliver their aid, and it was said that the delay was due to U.S. and Israeli and also German pressure.
So first, when it comes to humanitarian partners in the region, there are a number of those that have been operating there already and have a full sense of the scope of the situation on the ground, whether it be bodies within the UN, World Food Program, etc. As it relates to the Freedom Flotilla, look, we welcome any country or any entity wanting to do more to help alleviate the suffering in Gaza. We just believe that this kind of assistance that is ultimately destined for Gaza, it needs to be transmitted through the legitimate crossings and established channels. That is the best way to ensure the safety and security of not just the aid, but also the safety and security of the workers who are involved in the implementation of this delivery and ensuring that the aid gets to the places that it needs to go. Michael, go ahead.
Thanks, Ron. First, I want to thank you and your staff for putting together a great Take Your Child to Work Day program this morning. It was really appreciated.
Our pleasure.
By a lot of people. And with your indulgence, and as we discussed, I have a question
Take Your
for you,
Child to
and
Work Day?
We'll have a second question.
Yeah.
Well,
Is that national or is that just at the White House?
Yesterday, House Speaker Johnson said on a talk radio show that he had received.
Or is that just at the Defense Department? That'd be crazy, though.
National Security Advisor Jake
They're
Sullivan.
like, this is where we monitor our ongoing wars.
An assurance
you want to press the button?
USA
No, that's a drone. Don't do that.
Congress
Don't do that.
in the supplemental.
It's
would not be
national?
restricted from an Israeli battalion.
Did y'all take
that
your kids
is
to work?
Reportedly, being considered for
no way
penalty under the Leahy law. So
how many you got? You got a little Chad next to you right now? Better get him a long term.
Assurance by the White House that would restrict the terms of any Leahy law finding that the department might.
You have a 5-month-old,
so
no, I didn't. Why are you holding him back?
Unit.
Sure. So first,
he has the
I'm just
ability.
To speak to the
Start him young.
About our correspondence with members of Congress. And
we might go. We're only down 0.5%.
About,
I mean, low key, we are kind of above the squeeze level.
That it is not.
I think you're back to yesterday's lows almost.
Security relationship
you're like right there.
That we may have with a particular.
We could
country.
reject
what
it, but if we could get above there, you might go green.
Violation of the Leahy law. What it is a restriction of the provision of applicable U.S. assistance on that particular unit or component under the umbrella of that security apparatus. So whatever may or may not happen does not have bearing on the long-standing security relationship we may have with that country. It would be if we were to find a violation, it would be a restriction on a particular unit or component. I think your junior advisor might have a question.
Thank you. Yeah, with the indulgence of my colleagues, Calvin, do you want to ask a question?
I know we're talking about Gaza right now, but what kind of weapons do they have? Does Ukraine have enough weapons to defend themselves or
Jesus.
That's such a great question. That's such a great question.
Great propaganda question. He's so
glad
cute.
You asked that, Calvin.
Wow. Thanks,
I think
Calvin.
your dad missed the daily press briefing yesterday, but that's all
Damn.
right.
Damn, you gonna shit on his father?
But
just right in front of you. Your dad clearly missed the briefing.
I think
I don't feel bad about telling y'all to watch the watch list anymore. You know that?
Supplemental that.
Honestly, y'all need to go watch the watch list and like the damn video.
Able to announce
okay?
$1 billion.
That's it. Y'all be getting all. You'll get me at this fool just disparaged this man in front of his child and the whole news media and the whole government for not going and listening to a press briefing.
Examples of
okay?
What were part of that package included.
I told you, Jonah Hill is savage.
Small arms and additional rounds, high mobility artillery rocket systems, 105 millimeter artillery rounds.
Yeah, bro, and then the fucking 7-year-old is like, yo, do they got enough weapons?
Things, Calvin, are part of our long-standing effort that has been in place.
My nephew is like 6,
February of 2022,
and he just knows the stats of every baseball team.
As they defend themselves.
I don't think he even knows Ukraine shit. I don't think we've propagated him at all, actually.
Go ahead.
You just let him enjoy sports and shit while he's still young. Before the world fucking
European
corrupts him.
Can we? So I think we got a couple of requests to stay in the Middle East, and then we'll come back. All right.
Jonah Hill got no chill at all.
Things I'm trying to get an answer for. One of the things is this country prides itself on the First Amendment right, which is the freedom of expression.
My nephew's just like an alpha.
What we see now
scary.
In this polarization and the protest movement in the universities, how can
dude, you have no idea. My nephew, he's 6 years old and he's just an alpha, Chad. You have no idea. I'm scared of him. I told you, he'll like go for my knees and try to like arm bar me. And like, nah, he's just too much of a Chad. That's his problem. No, he's not an only child. It's crazy.
Considering that most of a large number of the demonstrators are Jewish. The Jewish Voices for
Intel's
Peace
still
are
ripping.
demonstrating in the universities, whether it's in Columbia or in DC or elsewhere. So this is the message that's been used by lawmakers in Congress, and also when some other people hear, whether you hear it on TV or in American media. So how can you send a message to say that it is legitimate to criticize Israel, but it's not obviously everybody condemned anti-Semitism or Islamophobia as it stands. It's not even open for question. This is, we know, this is the message that's been repeated over and over again. But how can you separate the two? That's what I want to get to the bottom of.
Well, Nadia, we believe that the two issues are incredibly separate. Let me just say, though, that what you're asking about is not totally or necessarily in the remit of the State Department. I certainly understand your question, and in answering yours and your colleagues' questions about the demonstrations and protests that we're seeing.
It's not even 11.
I'm certainly not implying
so you still got
that
a little bit
any
more
kind
than
of
2 hours. All right,
criticism or
50-50, bro.
critique of any kind
You
of
might gap
policy
fill
that
is in
a
play now.
particular
You might go
government
green.
is
You at least
pursuing
hit
or
green
not
for a little
pursuing,
bit, and then
is
maybe we'll do the
equitable
little
to
sell-off like yesterday.
anti-Semitism or
Why
Islamophobia
we're
or
ripping?
anything like
I mean,
that. But it is true
refer
also,
back to
Nadia,
whatever.
that as part of
Ask
these demonstrations
ChatGPT.
happening
There's a general
on
narrative
various
answer to
college
that.
campuses, happening
But
in various places,
again, this
we
is
have
just
seen
earnings
rhetoric,
mode, and then
language,
what we're again after today,
commentary
after
that
hours is going to change
incendiary, that
everything.
is
You guys remember
offensive,
that.
that is rooted in anti-Semitism, and we've also seen things.
Don't
in the
act
same
like y'all
case
didn't
that
see
is
what happened
rooted in
yesterday.
Islamophobia or the targeting of Arab Americans.
Stop
and
acting
Palestinians.
like y'all.
That's not hyperbole. That
It
is,
was
I
12
didn't
hours ago.
Point you any further than the
Less than
public reporting
24
of what we're seeing as these demonstrations. It is totally fair and on the level for anybody to use their First Amendment rights to express their point of view peacefully on a particular foreign policy that the United States might be pursuing, that any government on the face of this planet might be pursuing. But it is also a moral imperative to ensure that in the midst of those demonstrations and in part of that process, charged offensive language does not become part of that discourse.
Sure. And finally, how can you avoid being accused of double standard if you condemn the Iranian regime for cracking down on peaceful demonstrators and you refuse to condemn another leader, in this case a friend, an ally, Israel, who's calling on you to crack down, on the U.S. to crack down on peaceful demonstrators?
Look, Nadia, again, as it relates to these calls for use of the National Guard, whether it be from
Nadia.
A foreign leader or from others within
He's
the
much more
U.S. government.
Boeing is on the
these
high
are
now.
ultimate decisions
So again,
for
everything's
individual
ripped up.
governors
Nasdaq was
to
down
make.
2.2. It's under 1%
really
right now.
something that,
And then
we would have
SPY,
when,
you have hit the
from the,
support level,
executive branch.
where now
Beyond
you
that,
got a
as it
potential
relates the
to
National
test
Guard,
break
also, I'm
even
sure
on the
my
day.
colleagues at the
You're still down
Defense
0.5%,
Department
and then
can speak
Russell
to
and
some
Dow
of this
still down the most.
specifically. I will also say that there is not any moral equivalency, Nadia, between what we see the Iranian regime do. They are one of the biggest abusers and perpetrators of violations of human rights, going back decades, versus a foreign leader opining on things that may or may not be happening in a country, which is something I do from up here, the secretary does, the president does, Matt does, all the spokespeople in this administration who speak on topics of foreign policy are asked about topics happening in other parts of the world. Sure.
David Satterfield, Honorable David Satterfield, in his last appearance, warned that there's a strong possibility of famine in the north of Gaza. Yesterday, Giancarlo Siri, the head of the WFP, he says we're 6 weeks away from famine. Are you aware of these reports? And what is the position of the United States in terms of having some sort of urgent plan to deal with this?
Well, Saeed, I'm pretty sure I'm aware of these reports because I was standing right there when David Satterfield said them. Right. You saw the ambassador speak pretty clearly about the positive steps that we are seeing on the humanitarian ecosystem, things that we believe are moving in the right direction. Some gates opening up, some ports opening up, some additional flows of trucks. But I cannot stress this enough, and I'm sure if the ambassador was here with me, he would not. He would say the same thing. More needs to be done. Absolutely, more needs to be done to avert this pending crisis.
Yeah, bro. New highs. Intraday, you
more,
still have not filled any gap, but this is still holding up. You're literally nonstop. No headlines. I know some of you want them to ease and make this make sense, but you don't have it. It's okay.
Israel will continue to push
a couple more hours.
Other partners and other humanitarian
2 hours.
actors,
2 hours, 7 minutes.
I will also just use this opportunity that to note that just this morning,
the video is still going again. Another breakout on Intel.
Lisa Grande as our new special envoy for Middle East humanitarian issues. She has more than 3 decades of experience on working
someone at my door,
on these
and then we're going to do previews.
Challenging large-scale, complex operations. She's done so for the United Nations. She joins us just coming from the U.S. Institute of Peace. We're very eager for her to get started immediately. I believe today was her first day, and I know she will continue to build on the foundation that Ambassador Satterfield and his team laid.
Will she be contacting WFP on this very issue?
I have no doubt that she will be engaging directly and immediately with the variety of humanitarian partners that we work with on this. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So a few months ago, we were told that the United States is waiting for the internal investigation report by Indian government on assassination attempt of Gopal Singh Pannu in New York. Now when this report is out, India admits the involvement of their agents in that assassination attempt, but we don't see any trial or punishments. What is your comment on this report, and how would you make Indian government accountable of these crimes?
So I'm not aware of the report that you're referencing, but look, we have, this is ultimately a Department of Justice matter, and I will defer to them and let them speak to this.
Sir, Australian journalist says she is being pushed out of India. Avani Dias said that she had been denied a visa renewal for weeks because of reporting on Sikh separatist movement. Do you have any comment on the free speech in India?
So look, the government of India can speak to its own visa policy. That's not something I'm going to opine on from here. Broadly, we have been clear with countries around the world the integral role that a free press plays in the fabric of democracy. That's why we come up here and take questions regularly. But I will let the officials in India speak to
one last question,
specific.
if you allow me.
Sure.
Sir, after the sanctions on suppliers to Pakistan ballistic missile program, we can see some kind of tensions in both the countries. We have seen some very harsh statements from Pakistani government officials. Is there something going on between the U.S. and Pakistan right now?
Absolutely not. You've heard me say this before. Pakistan continues to be one of our most important partners in the region. There continues to be a lot of cooperation that we have with the government of Pakistan, especially in the security space, especially in the trade sector. I think it was you that asked about a week and a half ago about the finance minister who was here holding consultations with members of the State Department. This is a robust relationship, and we'll look to continue strengthening it. Alex, go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of things from me on Russia and the region, if I may.
Sure.
Before that, on housekeeping, on this department's Global Engagement Center. It's fun they didn't make it through the supplemental. What's the Secretary's view on that? Are you guys trying to reauthorize it, or what is the policy?
So the Global Engagement Center, my understanding is that it is another congressionally mandated entity of the State Department. They continue to do important work, especially in the face of combating disinformation and misinformation in other parts of the world. As it relates to additional congressional engagements about funding levels for programs within the State Department, I don't have that level of technical breakdown for you.
Take it from me if there's
Sure.
any.
Yeah.
What's the level of concern on potential Russian attempts to disrupt European elections? We just recently had Czech Republic uncovering Russian operation inside Czech Republic and targeting elections across Europe. Now, elections are coming up. Any concern on your end?
This is something that we have engaged directly on with our partners in Europe on, particularly our partners in the EU, about being clear-eyed about when it comes to any kind of potential election interference from adversarial actors like the Russian Federation. I don't have a specific assessment to offer for you, Alex, but this is something that both we and our partners in Europe have been engaged on directly.
Thank you. Quickly follow up on Kelvin's question on supplemental.
Sure. Let me finish, Alex, then I'll come to you, and then we'll probably got to wrap
so
shortly after that.
On supplemental that Kelvin asked about.
Yeah.
Portion of it is about frozen assets, and you already probably have heard about Russian deputy foreign minister today threatened the United States by saying that if you follow through that law, then we're going to shut down our embassy in Washington, D.C. If they want to leave the time for the U.S. to say, they might, yes.
I appreciate you giving that opportunity, Alex. But let me just say that when it comes to sovereign assets, these are things that we're continuing to pursue through our partners in the G7, and we are assessing what options and avenues are feasibly possible in the various legal and judicial systems that exist in the various countries that make up our coalition. And I just don't want to get ahead of the process. We'll leave it at that.
Israel?
Georgia, go ahead.
Georgia, thank you. Today, the European Parliament voted to reject opening EU accession talks with Georgia while the Russian draft law is in place, and also urged the EU and all its partners to consider sanctions. As I have information, there is a serious discussion in Congress on how to react to the actions of the Georgian government as well. Can you confirm that, or do you have any close and real serious discussion with the Congress on this matter?
So I'm not going to comment on any consultations on Congress, but look, we've spent a number of weeks now talking about this draft law, and I will echo what you've heard me say before. We find the contents of this legislation incredibly troubling. It is akin to the kinds of legislation that we see in the Kremlin and in other countries in the world who have a track record of cracking down on media organizations, cracking down on civil society actors, cracking down on nonprofits. We think that this kind of legislation is inconsistent with the EU's own stated goals, which is something aspirationally Georgia itself has stated it's interested in. Go ahead. Yeah.
How has the signing of the law yesterday, which included the TikTok measure, changed the Secretary and State Department officials' conversations in China, or has it?
I would say it's not. It's not changed because this has been a longstanding position of not just this president, but also Secretary Blinken. The contents are the specific legislative contours of that provision. We've been clear about the substance of our national security concerns. And I just want to reiterate, this is not about the American people using TikTok. It is about ownership of TikTok by the People's Republic of China. And that is why we agreed with this call for divestment because it's clear that we have to ensure that the data, the privacy of the American people is not owned by an adversarial actor that could potentially use it against us. But look, behavior and actions like this from the PRC have always been part of our conversations in our ongoing relationship with them, and I have no doubt that these things will continue to come up. But this has been a longstanding position for you. I'm pretty sure you saw the president came out almost very quickly after this provision was first introduced, basically saying that he would sign this should it pass, which he obviously did.
Does the U.S. think that the PRC's position or objections to the potential of banning an app somewhat hypocritical?
I'm not going to opine on it or categorize it from here, but our view is that there's some clear runway here on what TikTok should be able to do. It provides for 270 days for a qualified divestment with a potential extension for another 90. And as it relates to the PRC's claims that they wouldn't allow something like this to happen, we believe that it should, and we believe that this divestment should move forward. Goyle, go ahead.
As far as TikTok is concerned, India had banned already 2 years ago. Why is it taking so long for the United States when everybody knows that this is a national security threat? And if anybody from the department have spoken with the Chinese Communist Party or Chinese leaders about this, and what's behind? There's a lobby or somebody is benefiting from this, and that's why they don't care about the national security issues in the U.S.?
So I will leave it to our partners in India to speak to their own efforts. But what I can say about the United States is that legislation is not the only sort of safeguard measure that we have when it comes to protecting things like our privacy and cybersecurity.
I forgot they banned TikTok in India.
Government devices and government assets. There has been a long-standing policy of the inability to use TikTok on those kinds of devices to ensure safety in the cybersecurity and tech space. So there's a number of things like that in place.
All right, man. Thanks, Jonah Hill. Game time. Chatadonia, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That wasn't too bad, honestly. You guys, I think you guys have been enjoying him a little bit more than Corinne. I have too. That wasn't, honestly, that's been kind of nice. I know the topics and the war always gets people going, but, it's a little refreshing hearing someone different. But, Chatadonia, it's that time. If you've been here, you know exactly what's about to happen. If not, I'm actually really glad that you're here because you're going to get a lot of information, and hopefully you could learn something that will prepare you for every single earnings for the rest of your life. Now, what we're going to be doing here is earnings previews. No, it's not push-up time, but push-up time does apply too. That's very good and life-changing, but what we're going to do now is go over the companies that are reporting today. I have most of the previews. I am going to go over what analysts are expecting or what the company has for info, how they've moved at their last earnings, and then we're going to go over the option chain and see what the market maker has priced in to know how the stock is going to move leading into tomorrow for earnings. So if you're unfamiliar with that, there is a tutorial how to price in options. You will learn everything. I'm going to do half of it or 3/4 of it in real time today, so you're going to get to see it. But if you want to know where the plays are going to lead to, you're going to need to watch that video and learn a little bit, baby. But it's a good time. There's a lot of risk involved, but I do think I'm going to be deferring that to you to figure out some of the plays. But at the very least, you will learn what is expected from these earnings. Hopefully, you'll get some info that you could apply into any strategy. And honestly, in a broader sense, it's pretty exciting because we're going to see where the market goes. So, Chad, don't gamble. Don't be dumb. Money that you need is cursed. Okay, baby? It's cursed. So, honestly, these are low probability plays if we end up taking them. And I had a nice discussion here today. And I'm telling you, the beauty of this strategy is that it tells you a lot of info. And quite frankly, compared to last earnings 2 weeks in, we were already hitting left and right 1,000%ers. So far, there's really only been one big earnings this season. And does that mean that the strategy doesn't work? No. It means that if you're actually listening to the information that is being presented from the option chain, it is actually telling you not to play some of these because there is a lot of high premium involved. So we'll figure it out here. Hopefully you can make some of that determination. But again, that discipline and deciding to make the play, that's on you, man. So be smart. Don't gamble. But now, Chatadonia, are you ready for the first one? So I do have most of these. I have for after hours, I have Microsoft, Google, Intel, Snap, Roku, Western Digital. I don't have Dexcom. I have T-Mobile, Gilead, and then no American Eagle. And then for the morning, I made a decision here in honor of Greta. And, I'm not going to do Exxon and Chevron because of climate change. So due to climate change and their effect on the world, and, y'all, just because I drink water bottles and got, mad V8s and shit, not the juice, but y'all get mad at me. So, as a show of my support for climate change and my fight against it, I am going to boycott a preview on any oil company. Okay? So, there you go. I got y'all. That's for you, Greta. So, but I do have Abivai and then Colgate. And then if you guys want HCA or Charter ACM, we could talk about them, or even Centene. But otherwise, the ones on Friday morning, not too nuts. How dare you? No, man. They stopped fossil. I feel you. Stop off fossil finance. I'm not going to do their previews. I'm not going to remind you how much money they make and go over those previews in honor of climate change. I got you. So that being said, let's start with that's not it. Okay, this is it. Sorry. False alarm. First alarm. All right, Microsoft. So they're expecting $60.83 billion in revenue. Productivity 19.5 versus 19.3. Azure 26.2 to 26.3. So literally, this is all that matters. You know that? There's a lot on this preview, but realistically, it's sad that this is such a big company, and it's so big, but all that matters is intelligent cloud and Azure. So all that matters is the number here, the guidance they give, and then the year-over-year growth. That's it, sadly. But I'll keep going. Gross margin expected to be 69.2, operating expense 15.83 billion versus guidance of 15.8 to 15.9, operating margin 43.1, operating income 26.2 billion, EPS $2.82, cash from operations 26.5 billion, share repurchase 5.09 billion, and ending deferred revenue 45.02 billion. Next quarter expecting revenue of 64.57 billion, gross margin 68.8, operating expense 17.88 billion, operating margin 41.5, operating income 26.83 billion. EPS 289, cash from operations 33.7 billion, share repurchases 5.24 billion, ending deferred revenue 59.26 billion. Since last quarter, January 3rd, Microsoft is down by 1.9, S&P is up by 1.7, and XLK is down by 3.8. Near-term options imply 4.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 3, gain of 3, loss of 4, gain of 7. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. Microsoft. So there's only one thing that stands out. Only one thing besides what I already told you. So Azure is literally all that matters for guidance and how they did, as sad as that may sound. Why only Azure? Azure and Intelligent Cloud is AI and their cloud business, literally the other driver that was the big driver besides AI and Copilot and all of that. So those are the two things, only two things that have been like the real growth drivers. Everything else is generally solid, stable. I mean, computing demand may be of interest, but I do think other AI and then cloud-based stuff have been the main drivers of growth for Microsoft over last couple of years, and especially the main focus as of lately. But there's one thing that stands out besides Azure. Does anybody know? It is underperforming a little bit. So now let's see what they price in. We're going to do the normal one standard deviation. What is that? 2050? That's 2090. That's 2020. I like it. We'll go 2050. Divided by 398.51. ChatGPT. So it's pricing in 5.1%. So the market maker thinks Microsoft will move $20.50 either direction after the report. That is what's priced in. So after the report comes out, if it moves $20, that's expected. So if everything's in line, nothing is a surprise on the release, you should expect the expected move or less. FCC approves T-Mobile purchase of Mint Mobile. That's good news. They have earnings after the bell. So the thing that's interesting is what I'm showing you right now. So the thing about Microsoft, the preview said 4%. Right now, pricing it in, it says 5%. So that's a little bit more. But if it was going to price in like 3 or 4%, I was going to say that's not a lot. But then again, Microsoft, surprisingly, does not move that much on earnings. However, Microsoft has gotten beaten down recently. So Microsoft is not a big earnings mover, but Microsoft has also dropped 5% just in the last couple of weeks. So 5% is not the biggest, considering I feel like there's a little bit more at stake. But we'll see, $20. So one standard deviation move would be between 378 and then 418-ish, 420-ish. So we'll see. But that is Microsoft. The next one, another big dog, Google. Honestly, they've held up pretty good. And then our premiums are up 50% actually too. So the play we made yesterday, that one actually went up. So they're actually holding up pretty nice in the earnings. Again, they got affected by Meta yesterday. So that's why too, some of you asking why we're going up, people buying Google could be an answer. Think about it. They sold off scared with Meta. Meta got a little rebound, and then they're like, okay, Google will do better. They buy Google ahead of earnings. That could be some of what you're seeing here. But as far as the preview, they're expecting $78.75 billion in revenue. Google Cloud 9.3 billion, other bets 405.8, hedging gains 14.9 million, TAC loss of 12.74 billion, net revenue 65.95 billion, operating income gap 22.15 billion, operating margin off gross revenue 28.1, off net revenue 33.6, EPS $1.51 a share, cash from operations 28.19 billion, capex 9.87 billion, free cash flow 18.2 billion. Since last quarter, January 31st, Google is up by 13.1, S&P is up by 4.6, and XLK is down by 0.2. Near-term options imply a 5.5% move, so not too bad. Not too bad. And where is it? Last 4 quarters, loss of 8, loss of 10, gain of 6, break even. So they're pricing in 5.5. In the last 2 earnings, they moved almost double that. I think we hit on Google, but briefly. We got lucky on Google. We only greened for like an hour, and we got out, and then it popped up. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters. Let's see if it's pricing in more or less than the preview. So TD Ameritrade, they say 1090. I'm getting 1080. We'll go 1080. So $10.80 divided by the price of the stock. 6.9, yeah. So that's why my premiums are up. So literally, this got a pre-earnings juice. So there's literally juice on the option chain today. So this one says 5.5. Right now, real time, I'm getting 6.97%. That's a lot. So like I was telling you, Google moved 8 and 10% last times. So very interesting. That's getting juiced up there. But market maker thinks that Google will move about what? $10.80 either direction. Okay. The next one, Intel. So the chip maker, man, I think this one's going to be big. Honestly, if you don't play Intel, just think about it. There's a lot of other chip earnings that have not reported yet. These, again, AMD would come in close, even NVIDIA, but they're in their own little world. But like I said, depending on how the chip earnings wake up or not, you're going to watch the next wave of companies pretty much come out here. So keep that in mind. But Intel, they're expecting $12.8 billion in revenue versus guidance of $12.2 to $13.2. So a little bit on the higher end, but below. Next quarter, revenue, non-GAAP margin 44.4 for this quarter. Non-GAAP operating 4.9. EPS 14 cents versus guidance of 13. Next quarter, expecting revenue of $13.61 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin of 45.1. Non-GAAP operating of 8.9. EPS a quarter. So due to recently announced reporting, cannot reach accurate consensus of revenue segments. We look to include consensus next quarter. I think this is from the company. So yeah, this guidance is going to be a weird one probably. They're going to have some weird shit. And then since last quarter, January 26, Intel is down 21.1, S&P is up by 3.6, and XLK is down by 2.5. Near-term options imply 6.7% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 12, gain of 9, gain of 1, gain of 4. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 with 1 in line. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 8 of the last 20. Uber on the high ticker is gassing, and honestly, SPY's like right there. So Intel, I have shares on this. I don't have puts on them. I think I might hold my shares, honestly. It just seems like one of the cheaper chip plays. I'm down 5% on it. It's a lot better. I was down like, I think 9 or 10 earlier. It's kind of crazy. So that little 3-4% bounce helped out a lot. But if I'm going to play the chips for the rest of the year, I mean, these are the discounted one. But I don't know. I am a little worried about their that whole new reporting structure thing. They might have some weird stuff that they come out with. So TD's saying $2.40. I'm getting $2.48. This is $2.46. We'll go $2.46. So divide that by 35. 16. 6.9. This was saying 6.7, so it didn't really go up or down too much, even though the stock gapped up too. Again, the Google options and the Microsoft got a little bit more juice there. So that one's interesting. But yeah, market maker thinks Intel will move $2.4 up or down by tomorrow. And then that's the first chip. The next one. Oh, good old Evan Spiegel, man. Good old Evan Spiegel. I don't know, man. You guys don't know what's going to happen? You don't know? I know exactly what's going to happen with Snapchat. Oh, look, that's a good, look at that little green shoe, man. Little TikTok man. Everything else. You don't know what's going to happen with Snapchat? Oh, man. Snapchat, bro. They going to come in. And then they going to beat earnings by like 50%. No, they're going to kill it. They're going to beat earnings by 50%. But then they're going to warn on guidance. And then not disclose guidance. No. They already had the war in Israel. You already had Boeing playing. You don't know? Oh, you don't know? Not the TikTok man. You don't know what they're going to use this time? They already used Israel, Iran. No, they already used that. You don't know? You already forgot. Snap, they keep up to date with the world and what's been affecting their business. No, not race. How dare you forgot? This has been a big issue for Snap this quarter. The Baltimore Bridge. How dare you? Yeah, that's it. They going to warn about the Baltimore Bridge. They'll be like, the bridge collapsed, the supply chain, we're worried about, we don't know how, so we don't have any color on the guidance for this quarter. So although we did well, we still feel like that the bridge, man, that was a big event. They're going to use the bridge. The bridge. You can't, that's a big event. Big bridge, man. Then they're going to say on top of the war and then on top of the doors on Boeing. They might even bring up the natural disasters. They're going to be like, Taiwan has had 55 earthquakes too, and we're worried in how it affects our advertisers. The bridge is over? Well, you clearly don't understand the advertising business. We've seen a lot over the last couple, at least for Snapchat. Evan, do you hear that, Evan? He said it's over, Evan. That's crazy. Yeah, this is sarcasm if you guys are not aware. So hopefully you picked up on that. But anyways, Snapchat, they're expecting $1.12 billion in revenue versus guidance of $1.09 to $1.13. EBITDA loss of $67.9 million versus guidance of loss of $95 to $55 million loss. EPS loss of 26 cents a share. Global daily active users 420.4 million versus guidance of 420. Average revenue per user $2.67 a share. Cash from operations $89.8 million. CapEx $45.3. Next quarter expecting revenue of $1.22 billion. EBITDA of $15.5 million. EPS loss of 19 cents a share. Global daily active users of 430.4 million. Average revenue per user $284. Since last quarter, February 6th, Snapchat is down 36.2, S&P is up by 1.1, and XLK is down by 3.7. Near-term options imply 20% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 35, loss of 5, loss of 14, loss of 17. Last revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. Nice. Team on the hot. Google. No, that was Snapchat. So that's Snapchat. Market maker. Oh, wait. Did I price it in? No. I was already getting to the next one. I was like, I don't know, man. It's pricing in 30. I don't even think you're going to play that. It's pricing in 25 or something. This just seems, I mean, it's always ridiculous. Remember, we hit Snapchat last time, believe it or not. So we actually, even though it was pricing in a lot, we hit it last time. But remember what happened? It was like $10 into $60. So you could play them small, or I think it was like, was it? Yeah, it was like 10 to 60 or 10 to 50. So it's still a good gain, but it was like it's just pretty small. It just doesn't pay out that crazy because it's still all very small. And then that was off of a 35% move. So if it don't move like that, then yeah, don't move like that. You in trouble. 11.5. So it's priced it in 260. That says 250. Again, and if you haven't, I'm going with the number that ends in the middle. So there's this number, and then the number that I price. I'm going with whatever number's in the middle. So in this case, it'll be the 249, 250 divided by 1151. 21.7%. A little less than what the preview said. So that came down a little bit. Not bad. Not bad. But still kind of a decent amount. Is gold going crazy? Is that crazy? No, gold is actually it's up on the day, but barely. It did move up a lot higher, but then chilled out. But 23.45. So it's literally $1 above where I had my gold short. That was terrorizing. That's a finicky price, isn't it? Ain't it? Isn't it? But yeah, Snapchat's insane. So good luck on that. Next one is Roku. Rokunian. Oh, wow. They kind of got a baby pin. A little bit. So Roku is expecting $843.5 million versus guidance of $850 million. Gross margin 44.3%. EBITDA $2.9 million versus guidance of break even. EBITDA margin 0.3% versus guidance of break even. EPS loss of 61 cents a share. Active accounts 81.16 million. Streaming hours 30.59 billion. Average revenue per user 40.24 million. Next quarter expecting revenue of $926.5 million. Gross margin 45.5. EBITDA 23.3 million. EBITDA margin 2.5. Active accounts 82.96. Streaming hours 30 billion. Average revenue per user $40.11. EPS loss of 48 cents a share. Since last quarter, Roku is down 14.9. S&P is up by 1.3. XLY is down 3.4. Near-term options imply 13.2% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 24, gain of 31, gain of 31, and +1. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters with 3 in line. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 12 of the last 17 quarters. So this one is underperforming the SPY and tech. And it's pricing in less than the last 2. Less than the last 3, honestly. I don't know, Roku. This one seems suspicious. What is that? $445 plus $475. $920. $850, $880, $920. We'll go with the $880. $880 divided by 62.29. 14%. CFR big sell-off conference call. I don't know, man. That one's weird. CFR is dropping. So I guess it's because they're down. They've moved a lot too. But Roku, market maker, thinks they're going to move $8.80 in either direction. So not bad. But that is Roku. This next one, I can't even read my own handwriting. I think I know what it is. I think it's Dexcom. But I did do it a little. I think the text, some of my writing on these started to get a little nuts. Oil spike. Again, gold was trying to tick up there too. No, I need the preview. So Dexcom, I played this one last time and I think it moved, but the play didn't hit. I actually really, really like it. I'm writing Arabic. No. McDonald's? That SPY's kind of drilling right now. And that CFR, Troy said they got a conference call right now and they took a candle down. I don't think any news on the SPY. I'm seeing Airbus CEO comments. That's about it. FCC approves the Mint acquisition. Yeah, nothing else. Just natural movement, baby. Remember, it's earnings. Earnings in an hour and a half. No matter what happened today, it all changes in an hour and a half. And in the morning. So, Dexcom, they're expecting $3.37 billion in revenue versus guidance of 3.2 to 3.4. Non-GAAP gross margin 23.7 versus guidance of 22 to 24. Non-GAAP operating margin of 4.7%. EPS 22 cents a share versus guidance of loss of 10 to gain of 20. Next quarter revenue 3.71 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin 27.6. Non-GAAP operating margin 11.2. EPS 89 cents a share. Since last quarter, January 26, WDC, or no, what? This is the wrong preview. I don't have Dexcom. This is for WDC. I'm an idiot. Forgive me. It's okay. Just imagine you were looking at WDC chart. Yeah, no. I forgot. I don't have Dexcom. I don't know why I wrote Dexcom. I failed myself. Are these all correct? The other ones are right. Coming your way. No. It's okay. Don't worry. We don't need the diabetes. Actually, it's kind of considering Ozempic, but this is for WDC. Ignore this Arabic tattoo. But yeah, WDC, they're up 15.5. S&P is up 2.4, and XLK is down 3.7. Near-term options imply 8.8% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 3, gain of 7, gain of 1, loss of 2. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 with 1 in line. Oil's on the high right now. So Western Digital. $274 plus 246, 520. So this says 516, 490. We'll go 516 divided by 69. And then WDC, I don't know. I feel like the earnings never hit 7.4. So it's pricing in less than the preview, but literally in the last year, it only had one earnings it went crazy on. So Western Digital, market maker thinks they will move $5.16 in either direction. All right. So the next one is T-Mobile. And then they just had news that they were approved to buy Mint. And again, they've been killing it. I don't think we played or we tried to post earnings on T-Mobile, but then that one ended up not working last earnings. So revenue for T-Mobile expected to be $19.8 billion. Core adjusted EBITDA $7.56 billion. EPS $1.87 a share. Cash from operations $4.88 billion. CapEx $2.7 billion. Free cash flow $3.27 billion. Total wireless net adds 1.15 million. Full year guidance, EBITDA of 31.3 to 31.9. Price history since last quarter. T-Mobile is up by 0.06. S&P is up by 3.7. And communications is up by 4.7. But that includes like Meta and Google. Last 4 quarters, break even, gain of 1, loss of 4. Near-term options imply 2.8% move. So they don't really move too much on earnings and not really pricing in a lot. Revenue has beaten 8 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. So T-Mobile. This is 535. I'm getting 535. So my numbers matches up exactly. 535 it is. 4.16, 4.33, 3.2. So a little higher than the preview. But probably one of the lower ones we've seen today. But then again, they don't have a big earnings history, but crazy outperformer, low-key. They're underperforming communications, but that includes a lot. But then again, as far as like communication stocks and like telecom, nobody do as good as T-Mobile. So there's that. Next one's Gilead. And then again, SPY's we did the same sort of drop towards the end of the day, but still an hour and a half till the close, 30 minutes till power hour. You guys know what you could always do? Since I'm telling you how to price in the one standard deviation, you guys as a Chad can all come to a consensus of what two standard deviation is. You know, no one's stopping you from posting that. You know what I'm saying? Do your thing, 21. Do your thing. So Gilead, they're expecting revenue of $6.36 billion. Product sales, 6.35. A lot of HIV products, and then oncology and liver disease. Expenses, R&D, $1.42 billion. SG&A, $1.35 billion. EPS, a loss of $1.51 a share. Gilead, since February 6th, is down 13.5. S&P is up by 2.3. XLV is down by 2.1. Near-term options imply 3.7% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, loss of 3, gain of 4, loss of 2. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20, with 1 in line. They got murdered. I think we hit on Gilead, actually. It was a continuation. We played it ahead of time, but it ended up working. But they were pricing in less, I think. I think Gilead was pricing in 2% when we played it. Yeah, can the Chad multiply by 2? And then can y'all, I mean, yeah, I'm figuring post the strikes. You know, sometimes people would post the plus or minus and they would like get it, but it would be wrong. So I don't know. Maybe you guys could all come up to consensus. I'm not going to comment on it. I'll let y'all do it, but if that's what your prerogative is, I don't know. Gilead. So they're at 65.36. What is that? 221, 227, 220. We'll go 221. $3.3. So not bad. They're just not a big mover. They've moved a ton. But then so is healthcare. I don't know. There's a lot of gap on there. That's the only one I could think of. That's the only thing to justify that. But that's again, on the smaller end of what we're pricing in. But that's for Gilead. Market maker thinks they will move $2.21 a share. Oh, this one, don't judge me. So, wait. That being said, oh man, my handwriting gets so progressively worse. I didn't drink at all today. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I'm hammered or anything, but like, I don't know. Like, it's starting from the Dexcom one. That was the totally wrong one. My handwriting gets like progressively bad on these. It's like I'm writing with a mouse too. Oh, it's because I sped up my mouse speed. I don't know if you guys have noticed. Have you guys noticed? My mouse is really fast. I've been trying to get used to a lot faster mouse speed. I think I could handle it. But now, like, bro, I could go from like 4 screens to 1 real quick. Literally, ready? I just went 4 screens and back. Did you see that? You see this? Like, look at this, where I'm at. I just went through all of them. Right back. I'm right back. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, bro, I got some speed on there. So I could go to these chains. I could click on these headlines. I could do a lot of things very quick, bro. Very quick. It works. But that being said, don't judge me about my handwriting. But that is all of them for after hours. So I think I keep closing out the other list. So we did all of them except Dexcom. I think that one's in my email. Thanks to Troy. But other than that, this will be the last one for after the bell. And then we're going to move into the morning. I like Dexcom. I always like him. San Diego. So Dexcom, first quarter adjusted EPS estimate is 27 cents a share. EPS 26, that's not adjusted. Revenue 909.3. Yearly revenue estimate 4.33 billion. Adjusted gross margin 63.7. What are they? April 16th, they had a transition may prevent guidance boost. 21 buys, 3 holds, 1 sell target. Average price target 149.39, 8.8% upside from current price, and then implied one-day move following earnings 6.8. Shares are up 10.9 in the past year, while S&P is up by 22.3. Oh, you did miss PHILO, yes. So that one's interesting. And what I think is interesting, it says it's implying 6.8. But it reminded me about the price targets. I forgot. Some of these names, depending on like if they have a really big skew from the average price target, those are the ones that have made like really big moves. Is oil still going nuts? Yeah, damn. Oil's almost at 80. I should have played it again, bro. I'm telling you, it sells off and goes up. San Diego. This spread is terrible. All right, well, it says it's pricing in 6.8 for Dexcom. Let's take a look. I like it, but I forgot. They're trading near their price target. That's the interesting part. $138. Was that 1030? 970, 990, and then 1030. We'll go with 999. 999 divided by 138. 90. Or no, 30. 7.2. So pricing in a little bit more. Intel, I don't remember. I think Intel was pricing in 6. Intel was like 250. It was 220 or 250. I know it's 251. See how good my memory is. I think it's 251. 251, Bob. I don't know who Bob is. I don't know why I'm on Price is Right. I should have said Alex for Alex Trebek. Rest in peace. But Dexcom is pricing in 7.2. Market maker thinks Dexcom will move 9.99. Either answer. Or either way, either answer. I'm reading the chat and talking. But, yeah. So that's after hours. After hours for them. All the plays. Unless there's any. But I think I got most of them. Literally, I'm missing AEM. That's a gold play. And then that's it. All these other ones, I mean, there's some other ones that are not. There's smaller names out there, but these are all the big important ones for today. And then, like I said, now coming into the morning, we're not going to do the oil plays to boycott oil plays because of climate change. Off fossil finance. And then I'm going to go, and then I'm going to start with the fan favorite, Abivai. But please do not judge my Arabic handwriting. That's Abivai. I don't know what happened. You could kind of see it. It's like there's the A, and then the B got up, and then the B got drawn lower, and then the V. I don't know what I wrote from top to bottom. It's the language of the Transformers, if you're familiar with the Offspark. I don't even know if it's called Offspark. People get mad that I call it that, but you know what I'm saying? It's just it's top to bottom. But you'll figure it out. But yeah, Abivai, man, this is our favorite. This is our favorite. So revenue expected to be $11.93 billion versus guidance of $11.9. Humera 2.2, Skyrizi 1.9, Vrinvok 1.04. Expenses, SG&A, $2.96 billion. R&D, $1.74 billion. Adjusted operating margin, 43.4. EPS, 226 versus guidance of 218 to 222. Full year guidance revenue, 54.2 billion. EPS, 1097 to 1117. Since last quarter, February 2nd. Oh, I don't even have Abivai up here. I gotta close all these other ones. It's AbbVie, okay. Good. So there's their chart. So literally since last quarter, they're down by 0.5. S&P is up by 2.3, and XLV is down by 0.5. Near-term options imply 4% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, loss of 4, break even, and gain of 5. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 with 1 in line, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 5 of the last 16 with 1 in line. Offspark is what powers Optimus, Chad. Was somebody like seriously inquiring? That's how you know it's earnings season and mother effers getting FOMO off plays. They're like, Josh, what's Offspark? What's Offspark? How do you? What's is Sam Witwicky? What's the who's that? The CEO? That's crazy. Oh my goodness. Mr. Allspark. I think the Offspark is the one you could get off StockX. It's like the designer version. If you know, you know. What is this? 660? 670? I have 670. So Abivai. $4.0. So priced it in a cool 4% on Abivai. So not bad. Again, everybody, they might come out with some higher guidance, but all that really matters is Skyrizi and Rinvoq growing, and then Humira not getting a hit. There was one more thing, and then how the dilution through the acquisition stuff. And then there's one other thing I'm missing on Abivai. But that one's interesting. You said pricing in 660. All right, what's the next one? That was Abivai. Okay, Colgate. I think this might be the last one unless you guys want any of the other ones. Up to you, man. Up to you. Globe Life on the low. So Colgate, they're expecting revenue of $4.95 billion, organic growth 5.1%, operating income 1.0. Oh, I remember Colgate. We were supposed to hit on this one, or no, that was Clorox and it didn't. And operating income $1.02 billion, gross margin 58.8, operating margin 20.7, EPS 81 cents a share, full year guidance revenue of $19.65 billion to $20.24 billion. Since last quarter, January 26, Colgate is up by 6.9, S&P is up by 3.7, and XLP is up by 3.8. Near-term options imply a 2.7% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 2, loss of 2, loss of 2, gain of 2. Oh, a lot of 2. 2. I think it was still like that last time. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 with 5 in line. Colgate. I thought this isn't. No. I played Clorox last. Yeah, CLX is Clorox. But I thought I confused it. This one is Colgate, like Palmolive. So I think this is this toothpaste and soap? I believe, right? I don't know. And then Clorox is like bleach and chapstick. I'm serious. They own Burt's Bees. That's what I learned last quarter. I didn't know that till last quarter. Isn't that crazy? You're not playing energy earnings to protest climate change. I said I'm not going to go over the previews to protest. Yeah, because I don't support climate. Because to bring awareness to climate change and my beliefs. Because y'all don't think I believe climate change, so I found the area where I could show my support. So this is for all my climate change people. I'm not doing any oil previews in support. I don't know. I thought you guys would be more supportive. Okay, I think I got like 9.8 miles per gallon this week driving around, so I thought this could alleviate some of my sins. But this is why, like, if you think you'll be saved off actions alone, it's not enough. You know what I'm saying? It's by grace. So, amen. But at the end of the day, I did want to show y'all. Keep saying y'all, so you know, don't tell me I don't believe in climate change no more. I'll be like, where was XOM earnings preview, huh? I know how much that I could get it. I could get the XOM preview, but I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I got you. I don't know if you guys want HCA or I don't know, HCA. That's expensive. I don't think we played that last time, so we could skip that. What's the other one? ACMR and then CNC. ACMR is a REIT, right? I'm just going to see which one's pricing in the least. If it's pricing in the least, we'll go over the preview. But if they're crackheads, then no. I don't have a preview for ACMR. So screw that. Next one is going to be Ball. And then Centene. You know these guys too? So these guys, bro, nobody ever says it. That too. I had to start doing deep dives on MPW's fucking tenant list. But you guys know the number 2 tenant now. Technically, it's their number 1 tenant is Centene for MPW. So MPW gets, I think, like 20 mil a month off them. But they make up like 20 or 30% of their revenue. Ball is pricing in 6.7. We could double check that, and it's outperforming. So I don't know. And then let me check CNC. Centene's pricing in 3.6, but it's moved 5, and then the other earnings, it barely moves. So yeah, I don't know. Mason Jazz. All right. I think that's going to be it, Chad. Now it's time for the plays. So we went over all the previews. I have a Google Play. Oh, actually, I want to do something. Oh. Maybe you guys might like this. You tell me. I want to try something, but I have a great idea. I have a beautiful idea. And then reports U.S. military vessels have started building pier for aid to Gaza. I had a fascinating idea I wanted to share with you guys. So are you ready? You know what I want to do this earnings? I want to sell every play. I'm not going to sell them early, but ideally, if we get a good gain on them before earnings, I'm going to take them every single time. I want to this earnings, I want to take profits on all of them. So, because again, I still have to get I have it all. I mean, I could show you guys. I have the video. I was waiting on like one more week, and then I lagged behind. But where is it? Let me pull it up for you. I have every single play from last quarter written out, and the profits and everything, and how it ended up. So we ended up positive. So from December, it was even crazier, but it wasn't like that crazy. It was like an additional, after the 7,000, we ended up making like an additional $4,000 after everything, after all the earnings plays. So it's, now that I have that data though too, I want to see what it would be like if we just take profits on all of them. But some of them I might play with shares like Intel. I'm already in that, so I'm going to run it. But I was thinking that, and if that's the case, I would just tell you which plays though. But I might not even play the play. But other than that, let me do my work now and let's see what we have. You let me know what I don't know. That's just an idea I had. We're going to flow. Oh, we get Pat Ryder. I think this guy. These are always fun to listen to.
My question is on TikTok. There's a lot going on as far as a U.S. national security threat
TikTok
is
question is the
concerned.
first one. Oh, and you got Biden?
It's a part of owned by
Oh, no, you need Joey Boy.
Party in
Yeah.
China. So why is
I told you.
Shut down.
I think they got to Josh.
22,000 local
I think Josh is a Democrat. Anytime he could play Biden, he's playing Biden.
nationwide.
The facts speak for itself.
Robbed of hope.
He's a Democrat.
But not on my watch, thanks to investing we're making in America.
I don't even think Joey could read
Partnership
time.
Reform. American manufacturing is back. New factories are going up all across the country. And communities like Syracuse are writing the great American comeback story. That's what it is, a comeback story, creating new jobs, new businesses, new hope. Today, folks, when folks see shovels in the ground in these projects, people going back to work, hope they feel the pride that I feel. Pride in their hometowns, making a comeback. Pride in America. Pride in knowing we can get big things done when we work together. That's why I've never been more optimistic about this nation's future. We just have to remember who we are, for God's sake. We're the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity to get done when we work together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. This is a big deal day. Congratulations, Syracuse. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
That's it? No. Yeah, he saluted and pointed. I love it. Yeah. Fuck yeah, my red guy is my dog. Fuck yeah, man. I'm out. Okay, where the fuck's this door? You better be here. Fuck yeah, we did it. Peace out, y'all.
Yeah, I know. You're voting a guy who can't walk off a stage. It's a shame. The fake news, the media, that's all they show. They show Joe actually walking. He can't. You know he can't.
All right. Sorry, I'm back to these
humanitarian
plays.
assistance.
Yeah,
So,
as
I understand it, the Israelis have shared some of their thinking in terms of what a Rafah operation could look like, but those conversations are still ongoing as we still have concerns about how they would go about doing that and taking into account the large number of displaced people and their safety. So I know that at the highest levels, Israeli officials and U.S. officials will continue having those
I'm just trying to make some plays.
But again,
no quiet Friday, Junior. We here, baby. Oh, no, Bradley, Fraser, Linda P. We need quiet. Oh, no. No. I'm making, bro. It's because my option chain is like right next to the Chad. So like I could see like a Chad and options at the same time. And I saw it. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, it's insane.
The Houthi
God bless
mindset
you.
in terms of
Peace
why
Nation.
they opted to not.
I hope it blesses this play.
conduct attacks for a couple of weeks. That's really something.
I'm mad. I found a play, but then it just all that volatility here in the morning.
Our
just
focus hasn't shifted. Which is
I'm
working
angry
with
at
our
how it
international
moved.
Partners to ensure the freedom of navigation through the Red Sea, and so as long as there continues to be a threat to international shipping and to the lives and safety of mariners transiting the Red Sea, we'll continue to work with international partners to degrade and disrupt Houthi capability.
Are there back-channel talks going on? With the
I don't
between
have
the US
any.
and
I don't have anything to talk to on that, Tom.
On going back to Ukraine, how confident is the Pentagon that the Ukrainian military can make up for what's being?
How weirded I was by
widely
the first
portrayed as
speech. I
lost
do
6
remember.
months? While Congress
I
is
thought
busy,
Bradley
and
was.
a lot of Russian
Thought he was going to try to
advances.
tickle me or something.
Are you confident that
at first I was nervous.
Zelensky and the
Not
military
gonna
are
lie.
going to be able to make up for that time?
Well, look, it's a tough situation right now.
Because he was chill at first, you know. I was like, I like this guy. I like this Bradley Frizzle guy. And then the peach at first, I was like, man, maybe I gave him the wrong impression. You know,
and
but I
so,
don't know. But
as Secretary
it worked out.
As Austin has
That's
said,
my guy.
Ukraine matters. What happens in Ukraine from a
Chad
security
was much slower
standpoint
back then. They don't know.
impacts
They
not
don't
only
know.
Ukraine but European security and international security. So we're going to continue to support them, not only to defend the territory that they've defended from Russian occupation, but also to take back their sovereign territory. And we're going to do that for the long haul. All right. Yes, Liz.
Thanks. Going back to the humanitarian pier in Gaza, just to clarify, you said that the pier itself the U.S. is going to build or is building is out of the range of the mortar fire, but what about the causeway?
Well, again, what I'm saying right now, so there was this mortar attack today onshore, right? So what I said is that initial construction has begun of the causeway and the temporary pier at sea. So they're not constructing that anywhere near the shore at this point in time, if that makes sense.
Okay. And you said there were no damage to any U.S. assets. Were any Israeli assets damaged?
I'd have to refer you to the Israelis on that. Sir.
Thank you, General. Two questions, and one is my colleague already asked you 2 days ago. U.S. and South Korean having the discussion on the sharing the cost of American troops in South Korea. I think they finished the talking, so do you have any readout on that discussion? And also,
I think I got
why you guys having this discussion at this time?
Is someone drinking water?
I appreciate the
peeing?
question. I don't have
Somebody
anything in
sounded
front of me.
weird.
Let me take that question and we'll get back to you. Okay.
Also, on China, actually, this is Secretary Blinken is on the trip to China right now and expected to give a warning to the Chinese side, not commercially, supposedly building the Russian defense industries. From point of view, do you have any specific concerning areas of the coordination between Russia and China?
I won't get ahead of Secretary Blinken and anything that he may be putting out. As you've heard us say, and as you heard the president recently say, we are concerned about some of China's activities as it relates to supporting Russia's defense industry. And again, essentially, by doing so, enabling them to conduct or to develop capabilities that are being employed against Ukraine in their occupation of Ukraine. So, yes, sir. Then I'll come back.
Thank you,
General. A couple of questions. The United Nations representative to Syria says Syria has become a focal conflict zone among superpowers.
Would you just call me?
So how do you see the situation in Syria now?
Well, look, Syria has...
All right, Chad. Not a recommendation. We went over I'm doing the plays right now, and I told you I'm going to let you guys know. And this one, I like it. So here's the deal. You got to figure it out. It's a very fucked up chain, excuse me, but I went with Roku, calls. I only grabbed one. I didn't spend that much. I did go a little further than 2 standard deviations, and I grabbed an extra week of time. But the Roku chain, I'm interested in it. Literally, it's a very that chain has caught my attention. Does anybody know why? We went over the preview. It's a really weird play, but I like it. And I said I'll tell you guys. I don't know. The only thing that sucks is that all of those plays were fucking dead in the morning. That's why I had to go further than 2 standard deviations, and I had to push it. The plays are already dropping now too, so that's the only problem with it, because it's literally this morning they were dirt cheap. So that the premium sucks intraday. There's this weird volatility with it. But this option chain, it's pricing in 14%, which is a ton. It's a lot. Usually that would scare you away. But the difference is that literally the last 3 earnings, Roku has moved 30%. So 2 standard deviations has happened 3 times in the last year. That's why I'm like in a weird way. And then it sucks because those plays were cheap if you got it in the morning before this little gap down and run up. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what ended up getting you killed. Oh, the alert's not right? What I put on there? No, it is. No, that's good. That's it. It was like about $40. It's cheaper now. So honestly, that liquidity brought it down. You're welcome for the sacrifice. But it works. It just, you could have got the real play for the right price in the morning or yesterday. That's the problem. That's the only thing I don't like about it, but I'm willing to put $40 on a stock that, like I'm saying, it seems as if the option chain is more conservative than any other company. That's what I'm telling you. Why? Because why is Roku pricing in 14% when it's moved 30% several times, and then all these other companies that haven't even moved 10% are pricing in 10%? You see what I'm saying? That's it's attractive. But I only have $40 on it. But out of any of those, that's the first one. But that's the first play in a while where it's compelling. It's interesting, but I wouldn't bet the farm on it. Oh, and Pat Ryder's over? Oh, well, I have two more. There's two more I'm looking at. Apple Pop. I only went with the call side. So remember, Roku, we hit Roku last time. I only went with the put side. So this time, I'm only going with the call side. I do think there's more upside than not. The downside, there's a little, the puts are expensive though on the downside. And then, I mean, we hit the put last time and I thought we would barely hit. I don't think I could do it twice in a row. And then SPY coming back up. A round table with Kamala Harris. Wow. This might be the only thing we got. I didn't even know she does anything. They got no Fat Joe.
Always will do better by just
second chance month. Check weed stocks. Again, last time we saw anything like this. Wait, is that Kim Kardashian?
Shoes, I give out snacks, meals, and
I think that's Kim.
Just encourage them that you can always do that.
Is that Kim Kardashian?
Before you walked in, I was texting with the Mayor Jackson.
I think that's Kim Kardashian, sir. So there you go. I guess you some of you that like if my girlfriend would be like, oh, let me watch this.
I meant your other name. Oh, DJ Kool-Aid.
Yeah, that's Kim Kardashian. All right, well there you go. Let me find some more plays. You can watch Kimmy K and Kamala K, Kamala H.
It has two missions. One is to provide access to healthy and affordable food options, which is located in the food desert. We also provide internships to kids in the community, and we teach them social skills, etiquette, financial management, how to operate and manage a small business, and culinary skills, and anything that prevents that kid from graduating, even to the extent to where mom's car breaks down. Mom loses her job, we get mom's car fixed. We get mom's job to keep that kid in school so they don't drop out and have to get a job, and then they fall into the system, and then they have kids, and those kids fall into the system. And the other part of that story is that store was a store in 1992 when I was 15 years old, where I sold my first dime bag of marijuana. So I tell people, if you're not pushing dope, you're pushing hope.
We can go in any direction. Let's talk about Tuesday, when you found out you're getting pardoned. What was your reaction? Jesse,
Sure. I was in the process. I was in my office typing up a contract for offer on the property, and when I got the phone call, it was like I forgot what I was doing. I ran downstairs and almost fell through the window trying to get to my wife and my kids just to let them know. It was exciting, but I don't even know what to say about that. It's just that overwhelming gratitude for being one of the few that they did pardon. It's real important and happy and exciting and all those other great words that I can't think of right now. But and then I'm sitting at the table with the VP and Kim K. So I'm ecstatic.
Did you go back and get the contract done?
Oh yeah, definitely. And it was exciting. So yeah.
But let me intervene for a moment, because it didn't just happen. You made it happen.
Yeah.
And perhaps you can talk a little bit about not only your journey that qualified you for the pardon, but what you did affirmatively, because we talk a lot about a lot of the spirit being behind your stories is about self-determination, which is an individual finding their own power to make choices and to chart a way, including what you did to apply for the party. Right?
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I think there are plenty of people who don't really know that they might be eligible.
Yeah, I didn't know either. It was actually a friend of a friend that brought it to my attention. He brought the packet to me. He knew somebody that knew somebody that knew somebody in politics. And when he gave me the packet, I went through it. I'm like, damn, this is a lot. But when I took the time and went through it and gave it to him, I felt relieved that, okay, I finally got all of this out. Let's start the next process. And after hearing how long they waited, my 4 years seemed like $6. So I'm actually, glad that it happened so quickly. So I thought it'd have been longer, but it's greatly appreciated. I love it, but I don't think it was a hard process. It's definitely worth it. Now I'm able to take this part and then apply for, I want to be a probation officer with the U.S. government, so I can assist other people in similar situations who need more access to different, networkings.
Yeah.
I have a large network that I can introduce them to and to show them how to do other things, because just as a realtor, I do extremely well as a realtor with the conviction. So just to be able to pass it on to them, the knowledge, so they don't feel pressure to go back to where they come from and try these other things thinking it can beat the system. I'm giving them something tangible that they can do to go make more money and not ever have to look back to do that all over again. So I'm looking forward to it. So putting a word for me with that probation officer, so I can make it happen.
I picked up what you were dropping
It's awesome.
Maybe the same question. What's your reaction on Tuesday, and then maybe how you got to where you are?
Yes, I was actually in a 1 to 2 year old room with the one.
All right, word. Anyways, Chattadoni, I made 2 plays. So very small, very, very small. The Roku, about $40. The other play I decided to do was Gilead. This one, right on the money, 2 standard deviations, and I only went with calls. Why? Big underperformer on the market. Just take a look at the chart. You'll see Guild, and then it's kind of pricing in a lot. They do not have a good history of moving. So this play, I know I got lucky on Guild, and I hit the put last time, but I'm not really expecting anything too crazy out of this one. So that's why it was like $20 or something. But I only went one direction of the call side, 2 standard deviation, not a recommendation. And then Abivi, this one is going to be a little difficult for you to find. But I went with the Abivi only for the call, but I spent $7. That's it. It was further than 2 standard deviations. I thought it was compelling. I wanted to take a look at it, but I only grabbed one for $7 because it's cheaper than a Chick-fil-A sandwich. And Abivi last earnings, I was waiting for a surprise. Again, I do want them. That 180 level is dangerous for them. But maybe we get lucky. But it was just dirt cheap. So I put $7 down on a next week play. Call side only. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. And that is it. That is it. Good luck. Good luck. We did Googl. I'm not playing Googl. Actually, no, I am. Well, that's what I need to get out of the plays, actually. I have Googl out of the monies. They're up 35 cents, 35%. I'm going to sell those. Actually, we'll get out of these. I bought these yesterday. If you guys liked the video, you would have known. I told you it was a Googl play. I just didn't tell you which ones because you didn't want to like the video. It was really weird. I was like, man, well, this is not enjoyable. I just sold out. They were up 50 or 70% earlier, so they came down. But I sold those out for 35. Only made like $20. Roku is expensive. If we got it earlier yesterday, that would have been a great deal. And then I grabbed Googl. Yeah. The Amazons, that's it. And then I'm gonna ride the Intel low key. I'm gonna ride a lot of shares there. That'll be fun. Let me check the puts on those now, but Intel, I just have shares that I'm down on. My shares are at 38. So I'm down 5%, 1,000 shares, but it's pricing in 6. I think it could do more. I'm cool. I mean, I was down on it a little bit more. I thought I was buying the dip. So I'm kind of down to push it. Covered calls. Oh, the premium's not that high. I didn't even consider it. I could look at the 40s. I could get back. Ooh. That might work. Honestly, I might get lucky because of earnings. That'll be interesting. I could get back all my money, I think, if I sell the 40s. No, I'm still down by 1,000. I would have to sell. I could sell the 39s, get all the money I'm down on the shares. So I'm down $3K on them. I could get all the cash back right now, and then I'd have a $500 max upside. And then I'd still have to pay for downside. But then that's only till next week. That's not bad. Not a bad idea. I mean, I need to go. I need to think on it. I need to take a piss. We have 45 minutes. I got to stare away from the screen a little. That's not a bad idea, though. I appreciate you. You sell Iron Condor for earnings? It's just high IV. Yeah, I have. I mean, there was one play. There was a big play I sold a IV for earnings on. Does anybody remember? It was dope, actually. I think I made 2,800 or 1,800. I think, or maybe or 3,600. One something with a multiple of 8. You guys remember that? It was like a year or two ago. No, it wasn't FedEx. I did a straddle. I sold the premium. I sold a Condor. I wasn't saying it wasn't Airbnb. I was thinking about this the other day. I remembered it. So it's testament of if you want to use the options to the other direction, you can sell these premiums if they're jacked. Yeah, it was Netflix. This was like a year ago, maybe longer, but I sold at the money. Remember, Netflix was pricing in something crazy, and I sold the premium, and then it ended up cucking, and then we got full cash payout. But that covered call idea is not bad. It'd be better if I wait, though. If I could wait and then those calls like do that crazy move into the bell, I might end up going with covered calls on Intel. It'll limit my gain. But then again, I don't know if it's such a small limit. It limits me, and I've already been down on it, but damn. It's good cash. Good cash. So we'll see, but I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And Chattadonia, SPY is near the highs, and we got 42 minutes remaining. See you in a little bit.
Is in part from the reduced deliveries of these Boeing planes. Where else can we see the Boeing challenge start to ripple into the airline industry?
Well, so United should have it, but I'd say, United used to be less focused on their domestic business, and they used to use smaller gauge airplanes on it. So they've been increasing size, which has been helping them, and they've been sort of bridging some of that gap between them and Delta in fares. So you should see it there, but you don't because, again, of this change going on at United. Alaska's another one I get concerned about. They're a very big Boeing shop, taking a bunch of deliveries. Alaska showed some pretty good results this quarter, and it was driven by what they called a nice return in California business travel, and we saw Southwest tell us the same thing, and so that tells me that Alaska might be getting a bit of a bump from maybe some better West Coast trends. Alaska does have some premium seating too that helps, but those are the ones I worry about the most. Right? There'll be Southwest, there'll be Alaska, there'll be United are the big Boeing customers here in North America.
George, we have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time and for all your analysis this week on a very busy earnings week. Also for the airlines, of course. That is George Ferguson of Bloomberg Intelligence. And coming up next, we're going to talk about tech because artificial intelligence and cloud infrastructure are top of mind over at Microsoft. We'll preview what to expect for the third quarter report. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
Good stock music. Canadian bonds priced more tightly in terms of credit spread than any 5-year U.S. dollar bond issued in the last year. Hey, man. That was kind of quick. Let's see, man. We're running, though. Gassing, actually.
It's the Rod Stewart tonight's the night.
New high, bro. You're
Young
about to go
tonight's the night
green. You're
because
only
they're very
down a
different
quarter.
things. And
Rod
if you know
Stewart.
music,
Just like yesterday's move.
everybody's on to Rod Stewart today. I don't get it. They're optimistic. All right. We are just getting started here on Closing Bell. And up next, here's a Meta. You might have heard about them having their worst day in over a year. But one top believer is pulling a monkeys. He's still a believer. We're going to make his case after the break. We are live from the New York Stock Exchange on this Thursday. We're back after this.
Today, give me no love, man. That's cool. We'll take it. Closing bell. Brought to you by Tesla. Bro, SPY, new high, man. That's kind of shocking, but not really because we've done this every day. Remember, yesterday, bro, the only difference is that yesterday we didn't go green, but you made up a lot of that move after kind of selling off. We're like, oh, and then you just sold off. This time, way more sustained. I mean, we are into the close right now. The earnings, I do think buying the dip on Google after it had the knee-jerk reaction to Meta, I mean, those are intraday have been wicked, but I think you might go green. Or you might at least touch it. You're only down by 0.3. But either way, like I've been saying all day here, man, by the end of the day, all of this is going to change. Again, Microsoft, Google, you ain't playing with nothing small. Tesla, those Teslas came back up. So did the GE. My goodness. Where is it? Oil, dude? I said I wanted the oil. It just won't go lower, and then it's like gold. Oil is these commodities, man. Oil's just crazy, and then even then, gold's back at 23.45. About Nvidia, I mean, today it was up today. Even while we were down 2%, it was the leader, but I mean, Nvidia is going to react off Intel, and their earnings is a little later, but, you know, a lot of people are really on this, you know, they're focused in on the big events. It's right in front of us. You know, Google, Microsoft, it's right here. And then by the time we wake up, even tonight, I think maybe while we're live, we might get Bank of Japan. So we'll see. Maybe I'll have to do it at 7 o'clock, but that might be too late. We'll see. The data from this morning was very bad. It's stagflationary. But remember, there was one part of the data that I told you about. The bad part was the prices, but remember, that GDP dropping is good. You know, in terms if you really want inflation to calm down. But then it didn't because the prices went up. But that's why Friday, you know, will be the dagger or the savior. But you're running here now. As far as today, though, it's going to be a question of either barely red or barely green into the earnings. And then these earnings are going to determine whether or not we get a gap up or gap down. You know, you're either going to give up all of this if they're bad, run if it's good, and then by the morning, PCE that will give us your final taste for the end of the week. PCE is tomorrow, yeah. Bro, Tesla's going crazy. Those plays are back up. So the plays are back up to almost 100%. That one we bought yesterday, made it free, went back down to negative, and then now it's back up to 100%. So those things are nuts. Not bad. Dude, Tesla is kind of, and Intel, again, remember, Intel's down a lot. Speaking from experience, so those bounces are pretty decent. More people buying Tesla stock than cars. No, I mean, isn't it like the number one? Selling Tesla at 174. Dude, 170. So that's it, I think. No, we sold out at 82. Hey, I'll tell you, yeah, Tesla's going nuts right now. Again, a couple of even Intel 2 is getting a big bid, but even the volume. And remember, Tesla's earning. I like Intel. I hope Intel does what Tesla did. I hope Intel's earnings are bad and then it rockets up 20%. That would be the best case scenario. I would like good earnings in RIP, but then again, if the earnings don't have to be good, I mean, I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? Again, Tesla, I couldn't tell you why. It's still running off of the run from earnings. It held up pretty decent. What a range. So 50, 56 now. Again, you've made it back. Anything above here, that's all I cared about from yesterday on the low side or the high side. But that level does cause big moves up or down. 50, 36. A very wild day. It's only going to get crazier. It's not over. Just about to begin. Like we said, man, it's the last 3 days, whatever you have seen intraday has been wiped out because of earnings. Literally. Every single time. Whether it was Netflix, even the JP Morgans to a degree, but JP Morgan, Tesla so far, or no, excuse me, Netflix and Tesla, whatever the market looked like right after the earnings, minutes later, it completely changed. So that's why this is why it's just even more wicked, but it's size. Today, NASDAQ was down 2%. Now you're down 0.4. SPY was down 1.5. Now you're down 0.29. So like I've been saying, the range is just wicked. So good luck. Trillions on the sideline. I mean, like I said the other day, man, everybody says trillions on the sideline, but like, you don't, the assumption that they would buy stocks, I don't know if they have to. That's the thing about it. Amazon will benefit. Yeah. Cloud and Microsoft too. And then Microsoft is going to be all about the cloud. Microsoft's kind of compelling too. If for earnings play, just because they moved so much recently, that's it. But it's still pricing in 4, and 4 is like one of its biggest moves. Microsoft doesn't surprise too much. But again, just the size of how Microsoft's moved lately. But then again, if they've moved a lot from the bottom, like those Roku, those options may just not be the best deal. How much time we have? 5:26. 15:26. 30 minutes. Almost 30. Hold on. Making sure. All right. Perfect. Holding any sympathies? No. I mean, I have plays like GE still. I have the Tesla. We're still in the IBM. That one was up way more in the morning. Should have taken that. I got rid of the Googl pre-earnings, and then I did Roku, Guild, and Abivai. I miss the days when this was considered an average volatility day. Yeah, I mean, there was a time just a year or two ago, I mean, the VIX was living. Literally made a home at 20. Every day for a year, you'd wake up, the VIX, whatever you were doing in the market, the VIX was at 19, 20. Every day. It's quite wild. I think of Riley, 65% short float. The volume's been crazy. There's a lot with that story. So I think it'll be extremely risky. I mean, so far, most of these banks have came out, like they ended up not getting totally clapped. But at the end of the day, it's it's a story. There's a lot to that story you got to follow along, and then if you're willing to take the risk. They did just give that, didn't they just come out with the 10K? That was delayed or something like that. So, I mean, it's part of all the banks and those regional crises and playing that dip. Where are we at? 4-9. So 60-point day. 60 points down, 60 points up. Just in the, you haven't filled the gap, but yeah. Equal and opposite reaction, huh? No, Newton, be proud, huh? No. Because look, 60 down, 60 equal, opposite, no. Okay, I guess not. People, no. Mish Mishkila. Lore. LOAR, that's IPO from this morning. Snap calls. If they're up a lot, I mean, I want to see. I think this quarter, if any play, if I do a pre-earnings and it like I'm just going to take all of them. If they run up like a lot, and like they're really, really just killed it ahead of the pre-earnings, I'm just going to take it. I kind of want to sell puts. The put premium dropped a little bit. I like it now. The calls are up. I like the sell calls idea with the shares, but I'm just hoping it kind of rallies here in the close, because if those calls gap up enough, I could get a nice amount back, or the 40s. But I'm also kind of down to just hold it. Again, Intel is down 30% on the year. Literally 20-something of that happening in the last couple of weeks. So I don't know. The way I might just hold the shares, because I'm like, if I'm going to play the chips any other point this year, I like the value, but they better not drop the ball, which they already have been. Chipotle. Is it Chipotle CEO?
You know, the thing that I think we've just done even better of late is bring that experience to people in a fast way. So, you know, one of the things that also makes our brand really special is the customization that you can get with all these great ingredients. And so we've been working hard to ensure we're staffed, we're trained, we're deployed, so that our team members can get people exactly the burrito or bowl experience that they want at a pretty meaningful speed, so that people can get on with their day. So I think that's what you're seeing, is the power of great food, great culinary, great people, and now also some great operations around throughput.
Can you talk to us a little bit, Brian, about the general state of the consumer? I think this stands out as a very strong success story, but also in the midst of a lot of skepticism with respect to how much the consumer can continue to spend and the general health of the consumer. What do you see from your consumer? Is it Chipotle specific, or do you generally see a very strong consumer out there?
Yeah, look, when we do the research on a broad scale basis, we definitely see that consumers are feeling a little bit of pressure on the economic side of things, right? Gas prices are elevated. They've been dealing with inflation for a while. Fortunately, the wage market has been strong and unemployment has been really low. So
you
the
sell
good news is
$7
jobs are
chips.
there, wages are there, but they are feeling pinched on, kind of their budgets.
Chipotle, does he sound like Powell?
The feedback we get is the value proposition has never been stronger. So
maybe when Powell was younger. This guy's young. I mean, bro, Powell's old. You saw Chipotle ketchup in Kroger? I've never seen that. Oh, Bidunius went up. I don't know. I feel like today there's a broader, some of the gains aren't that big. But you did get broader lift there towards the end of the day. What time is it? 32. So ramp capital effect in the final 30 minutes. Remember, most of the day it was dirty in the morning. Most were down. Now you have 11 names green on the Dow, 19 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 47 green, 54 red. I mean, I think it was 60 at one point. And then SPY, 214 green, 288 red. At one point it was like 106 green. So 100 names, 106 names found a way to go green. throughout this little rally that were red of the morning. Make it free or not? Well, so here's the deal. It's up to you, and I think you should make up your decision now. Like, obviously, if there's some plays you're going to want to play, I would play them. But at the same time, I think you should decide whether or not you're going to go for the bigger gainers this quarter or if you're going to just go for the gains. And, like, I need to make you the video to show you, but I think either way is going to produce you profits if you stick to it. And, again, assuming you don't have the bad luck of hitting every other play except the right ones, which can happen. But, like, because, again, if you play enough of the big plays and you play a shit ton of them, and then it takes a couple of misses, couple of burn ones, you'll still make gains, but it's not going to be that much. Like I'm saying, it was a couple of $1,000s that we made. If I limited extra plays with the gains, I would have made a lot more. But then also, too, there was some crazy pre-earnings run-up last time, and with the sheer quantity of these plays, I'm looking at the numbers. If you even just got all of these gains off of this many plays, it should add up to around the same amount of hitting all the big ones and then playing all the other ones while still losing too. So either way, I think you could go either direction, but you have to make your mind up. That's why I said I kind of want to try this time around. I think I'm going to sell all my pre-earnings. And I'm being very picky, but I didn't want to be picky this earnings, but literally every option chain is making me be picky because they're just really expensive. So I'm kind of down to sell because we've got some pre-earnings already, and I'm kind of down to hit them and just take them, and we'll see if we do that 100 times what happens. And if not, I'll get to compare them. But definitely this season's already different than the last earnings season. I'm sure some of you are astute enough to notice. It's on Riley. I just answered that question, my friend. So there's a lot to that story. Which time we got? Thursday. I'm not playing Microsoft. Nah. They're scared to play Snap. I mean, it's pricing in 27, and it's moved 35% on the last earnings and like 20 to 27 on the other ones. I did not play Googl. No Googl. I did pre-earnings on Googl, and I just took the quick profits on it. But no Googl play. Apple earning. Oh, that's the one. So Apple is just going to be a play. If any earnings end up good, Apple premiums are going to skyrocket. Because they're probably, I don't know. But then again, today fucked everything up. That gap down and pop messed up all of the call options. So even if the call option should be cheap, it's probably expensive because of today's move. Isn't that fucked up? Well, that's what I'm telling you. If you go look at some of the earnings plays, you'll see what I'm talking about. But this little gap down and move up, it lowered all the contracts, and then it just raised them back up. So now they have a new floor, new range, some even cheaper, but then now you're paying even higher than yesterday, and you're trading lower. So low-key, that move did jack up a lot of things, unfortunately. The Google effect meta. If Google does good, assuming it's not like a competition effect where it's like, oh yeah, they're going to fail now, then yeah, it should be able to. This guy's still talking. The Chipotle guy. No snow plays. Para dump. Paramount Skydance inch closer to a merger as key hurdle looms. SPY coming down a little bit, but man, you got 22 minutes. Para is dumping pretty big. 3% now in those candles. Not bad. Now it's down 3. Where is it? Apple, though. Well, I like the idea of Apple calls, but it just sucks. You could have got them cheaper. They're more expensive than yesterday. I guess technically it's green. Check. ICE on board approved rescission. Previously announced stock split. All right. All right, I made a play. I did it. I'm down. This one's very risky. This one's like pretty much it relies on the earnings. I said the premiums are high, but I'm kind of down with this one. We'll see how it plays. I went big on it because I plan to sell ahead of earnings, but you only have till Tuesday. I grabbed Apple May 10th, 205 calls. I grabbed 100 of them for 5 cents. So $500, again, a little more expensive. But the idea would be if Google or Microsoft is good, I've been saying this theory all day, all of these earnings are going to just jack up if there's a good earnings. If there's a bad earnings, I'm going to get murdered. I just lost the PlayStation 5. So we'll see. But not a recommendation. You will lose money. Their earnings are on Tuesday. So you get hype from tomorrow's earnings tomorrow, then Monday, 3 days of pre-earnings. It's a decent amount of runway. And then it is the most beaten down, bigger name out of all of them. And in a weird way, the premium's the same price as when you were here. So I'm kind of down, but it's just tricky. If bad earnings today, you're clapped. That's it, hands down. If Microsoft, Google fail, you fail. Market just turned. Well, we'll see. There will be a live watch list tonight. I don't know. I wanted to do it at 6 p.m., but the Bank of Japan is tonight. So if I do it later, we could do Bank of Japan. But then if I do it later, I'll be staying up. You know, I'm an old man. You know what I'm saying? I can't. I got to go to bed. Close the gap. We're down. 0.47. It was a little closer earlier. But still, this whole entire, like you guys see it, the answer is that this whole entire move just jacked up all of the premiums ahead of this earnings, low key. Alrighty. is it? Yeah, I'm scheduling it now, so that right when the stream ends. So if you guys just stay on this channel, it'll take you right there after we end the live stream. I did Roku calls, yeah. New Boeing situation, bad LAX. Uh-oh. Chad's saying that. I don't see that anywhere. Anybody else look into that? Chipotle, Brian, yeah. No challenges on chicken supply. Okay, that's good. Damn, the chicken supply. A Boeing messed up again in LAX. Teledoc. Oh, I looked at it earlier. It was dumping. Did they bounce today, actually? With everything else? No. So they just gave up the move from yesterday. That news had no effect. Wait till their earnings, though, if you want to play it. But like I said, the pin, Roku, there's a couple of there. I don't know. Somebody's saying something's happening with a Boeing at LAX. Not seeing anything. Check Twitter. But I don't see anything on that either. $747 carrying 345 people bounces on LAX runway during hard landing. Hard landing 3 hours ago. Well, there you go. There's a video. Doesn't seem that bad. Doesn't seem that bad. That happened yesterday. Oh, you guys hear that? Someone's riding a dirt bike in my house. Do you hear that? Because I hear it. Usually I don't hear it. You hear that, right? It's extremely loud. I'm supposed to be in a soundproof container. Oh, you don't hear it? That's crazy. All right, then good. It's doing its job. Because I'm like, that's oddly loud. How would you describe the resiliency of the stock market intraday? Have you ever seen an episode of Cops where they try to arrest somebody on PCP? Somewhat similar to that experience is how I would describe it. I mean, there's many. I could give a lot of descriptions, to be honest with you, but that's the first one that comes to mind. No, but you try to arrest someone on PCP, though? God bless your soul, dude. God bless your soul. That's like you probably like unlocked an achievement afterwards. I feel like the Xbox app just like bring. If you did that, yeah, that's insane if you've ever done that. Thank you for your service, sir. See, man. Why did you arrest him? Was it just because he was on PCP, or what did he do on PCP to incite the arrest? You guys don't hear that? I'm like tripping out right now. Running around naked, overheating, and freaking out on train tracks. Okay, that'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it. I think you might be schizo. I feel you on that, but this one's real, man. You know what I'm saying? I got a little bit of a grip of reality, but like this one is real. I'm 99% sure. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I still have a weird sense of awareness. Like, but I'm pretty sure this one's real, man. Yeah, I know when the other ones are fake. But this one's real. Dude, I hear it. It's like my room is vibrating. Oh, shit. I think, dog, something just hit my window. No one's whispering. This is a 2-stroke. It's a weed whacker. Oh, much. You heard that? Market on close, 320 million to the sell side. It is my yard guy, but usually he never gets this close. I think it's mine. It has to be, because usually I've never heard this in my life. I'm tucked away, man. I'm in a cave. Well, we'll take it. Well, Chad, you guys know it's only 10 minutes left, right? I'm sorry, I'm distracted. I can't even. That's why. I guess I had pretty OCD. Cause like this is just, I can't. I'm just. Woosah. Okay, we good. We good for now. Para new low. I had Teladoc up here. Someone asked about that. Pfizer new low too, 25.28. Yeah, Para's down 4. SPY again. 8 minutes left, you guys. That's it, man. Your day is almost over. Your day is almost over. My goodness. Get ready. Where is it? So Google and Microsoft. That's all that matters. We just made the Apple play. That's about it. And then par is down, but I might have to Google and Microsoft, man. It's crazy because they were down a lot this morning. So they got to recover a little bit, but shit. And then AZZ, but Microsoft is on the high again. Both of their premiums, these two premiums got juiced today. Believe it or not. Don't let the chart fool you. There was one more that didn't. It actually did that. Not every company was like that. But we'll see. It's 6 cents now on the asks. Yeah. It did go up a little bit. Those are going to move weird, 1 cent at a time. Apple moves very slow on those contracts, but we'll see. We probably triggered a sweep on that because nobody had those plays. So the open interest on that contract was 800, and it had like 40 in volume before I bought it. So that probably, it's one of the biggest on the chain now. That one's going to move slow. We'll see, though. That's it. We just get lucky. That's our luck. We get lucky off earnings or not. There's somebody right now in America, and they subscribe to some service, and that just came across their wire, and they're like, somebody knows something. Meanwhile, I'm telling you, it's a pure gamble. Okay? That's it. You would just get lucky off earnings or not. Nobody knows shit. That's it. That's all that happened. I know. It's funny, but it's just very accurate. It's not the truth behind that. Somebody's like, yeah, that's Apple. Somebody knows something. Someone always knows.
Yeah, that guy. I know, that guy you think that knows something. He's probably on YouTube. People think he's schizophrenic. He has voices. He has people. But we'll see. They charge you. The fake news media don't want to show the Mad Mango. I like Mango. I thought it's a good name. Yeah, shut up. Screw you. Who cares?
Zoom, USC protests circulating now. Uh-oh, they're going to shut down USC too? USC cancels main stage graduation. That's attended by 65,000 people due to safety measures. Wow. Damn, but oh wow, look at the time. Well, Chattadonia, God bless all of you. I hope you're ready, man. It's been a great day, but we're about to start another one, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, man. We are about to, that's it, man. We about to do a lot. This is a lot, baby. Because the day's about to start here after the bell with the earnings. So I hope you had a good one. I hope you're ready to make it even better, but it's been a great day so far. We have a lot more on the way, and you guys have been so great. So I want you to end your day on a good note, and that's why I'm letting you know. The new guy's about to get on here, and it is about to get extremely loud in here. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers, because if you don't know, I was informed that loud noises on YouTube when people are uninformed causes a wide host of problems, both health, mental, spiritual. It's ruined people's lives, relationships. It has hurt their self-confidence. It has made people think that they are a time traveler. It has made them more gullible. And worst of all, it has given them dormant BBB. And you know, there's many mutations of dormant BBB, so you got to watch out. You got to watch out, and you guys are good people, and you don't deserve any of that. Honestly, you liked the video, you showed love, you held it. You don't deserve any of that. So when I say earmuffs, please protect yourself and take this warning seriously, okay? Sound good? Sound good. It's going to get loud. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. It's not a drill. Earmuffs. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. Please. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 64 degrees, sunny on and off, partly cloudy, but looking like a good day if you thought the options would screw everybody and just buy the dip, baby. But still got earnings after the bell, and the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get to that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chattadonia, it's time to bring it home. It's time to wrap it up, baby. You know that? You better wrap it up right now. That's it. This is it. It's a new day starts in damn 1 minute. 1 minute and 20 seconds. You have no idea, bro. A new day begins. And then another one at 5:30. The action happens. More mega cap earnings. So, Chad, I hope you're ready, locked and loaded. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. I'm telling you, a new day begins as we get the earnings. It has unwound all the progress. Will it add to the progress today? We find out very shortly, but if it's an option play, you have only 20 seconds to finalize it. Otherwise, it's shares and futures. Otherwise, you wait till the morning bell. Still got some data, but you have less than 10 seconds, Chattadonia. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. That's it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go. Oh, Chattadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. We're going to stop this once the earnings come out. But I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go. Drop that GG. It don't matter if you win when you're lost. When I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities. Good questions. They answered questions. They posted the 2 standard deviations. They were part of it, baby. God bless you. Way to hold it down. Oh, I think we got Microsoft. There it is. Pause, pause, pause. Good game, good game, good game. Microsoft. It is out. Microsoft, I have it here. It's the only one that came out. So Microsoft revenue 61.98. Let me get the comparisons. It looks like a beat. So I hope that hooks up our shares there. But first one, and remember, Microsoft they had room to go up. So they were already down 4. So revenue, they beat on revenue 61.9. They were expecting 60.8. EPS 298. They were expecting 282. Azure went up 31. Oh, that's it. I told you. That's all that matters. Azure shot up by 3. So here's the deal. I think Microsoft, that's a beat. They don't come out with guidance till another hour. Microsoft does not give Azure numbers until then. Oh, Intel. Oh, Intel murdered. Madashirot. Intel 18 cents. They're down 2.5 after being up 2. Let's get the next ones. Intel adjusted EPS 18 cents. So again, Microsoft's a beat. You got to wait till the conference call, though. Intel, where's EPS? 14, they beat there. That's all I have. Let me get more. It looks like they beat on EPS, but I don't know if that's, again, accounting or not. Hold on. Intel's not totally dead. Amazon's running. Oh, there it is. Intel revenue 12.72. Estimate 12.71. Man, third quarter data center, or first $3 billion. What was the estimate? Gross margin 45.1. Estimate was 44. On track to regain process. Adjusted EPS was 10 cents. Was this adjusted? No, it doesn't seem that bad, but then again, they're just not doing good. So anybody else who reported like this was murdered. So is Tesla, but I mean, Intel just seems at the money right now. Doesn't seem that crazy. I don't have the full guidance numbers though. Google's taking off. Oh, Alphabet is out. Google is out. Microsoft. Hold on, let me get it. Yeah, Google is out. They're on the high? All right. I think our apples might hit. Google's up 5 right now. Let me see what I got there. Yeah, Alphabet. We have some on Alpha. Did this stop working? No, Alphabet's right here. Let me get the estimates. Oh, you have Microsoft ones? But I have to pull up this one for Google. I have the numbers, though. EPS was $1.89. I don't know what they were expecting 151. Net revenue 23.66. I think they were expecting 22.1. So EPS 189 versus 183. 20 cent a share dividend. Yeah, I think Google beat. I don't know where they're at on anything related to their cloud is small, so people don't care as much. But just YouTube really, and then the conference call. Traffic acquisition, YouTube ads. YouTube seems weak. 8.0. Roku. Oh, I see Roku on the high. Meta's coming up now, too. All right, we got Roku out. Intel non-gap. Intel's still dying again. Intel seemed to just meet expectations, but they died. Every other person got to go up. That's not fair. Google's still going. What was the other one? Roku. And then again, Microsoft good until guidance call. So we don't. But again, Azure killed it. Roku's up. Remember, 15% was priced in. So you're going to need a little bit more than that. It has to really, really be a good beat. NVIDIA took off. I mean, it's interesting. Yeah, it seems like some of the... I don't think the chips earnings was bad for Intel. I just think it's bad for them. If that makes any sense. And then again, everybody else is getting a lift off all the big tech. And remember, your progress, you're moving more right now after hours than like half of the day so far. So this is what I was telling you guys. So keep that in mind. By the morning tomorrow in the data, you're going to get something there. Googl dividend. Is that for all the oh, they didn't have that before, huh? No fucking way. They're taking it out of their book. Yeah. Googl did declare 25 cents a share dividend. Oh, shit. Well. I want to play that, but I feel like I'm going to get trapped, but that's good. Any other time, bro, every single one of you have to wait till the conference calls. That's the only problem. I should have held those calls. No, yeah, they declared 25 cents a share dividend. I overlooked that. I was there. But yeah, that's part of it. Intel more lows, Google more highs, Roku up under 10 right now. Yeah, Intel, they hold it. That sucks. They're going to have to either come up with something on the conference call or Intel, it might hit 29. So I think that's the next one. Yeah, Intel was 18 cents excluding items. Oh, some people had a higher estimate, so they did kind of miss. So I think they beat the Bloomberg estimate, but I see some estimates at 12.8 on Intel. And then guidance was 10 cents a share versus 25 cents. Estimate was 12 to 38. And then revenue 12.5 to 13.5. Estimate was 13.6. So no, they fucking did awful. No, Intel did awful. No, that guidance number is really, really bad. They were at the lowest end of all of it. Honestly, they're not down that much. That's fucking crazy. So low key, because I thought they were a beat, but I think Bloomberg was a little bit more favorable towards Intel. I'm getting other numbers that are really bad. Alphabet repurchased another 70 billion in shares. Roku going up. No, Intel is pretty terrible. We just had Microsoft up. Let me switch Intel to bottom left. Oh, yeah, what happened to Snap? Dude, Google is killing it. Microsoft's killing it too, but Microsoft doesn't move a lot. Technically, Microsoft's up 6. They were down, or no, up 4. They were down 2.5. Rokunian. All right, anything above 15%, those plays might get lucky. I don't know if Snap's out yet. I don't think so. That's crazy. It's only been 7 minutes, and like I'm telling you, you've moved 5 points after hours. You didn't even do that all day. So 497 to 50. That's like the whole move all day you just made after hours in 7 minutes. And not all of the names are even out yet. Hi. Yeah, Amazon might go nuts because of the cloud. So does that make sense? Because again, Azure was killer. If Azure has good numbers, Amazon's going to take off. But it's already up a little bit, 2%. Intel coming back down again. Snap is not out. Roku running. And then again, Microsoft, Google were solid. Yeah, Apple, I mean, we should wake up good, honestly. Even if Apple doesn't move a lot, after all the earnings just went good now, everybody's going to now start speculating and gambling on earnings plays. So I think those Apple plays will do good. We have a couple of days, hopefully. But then again, we'll find out. You never know. Do you want me to say it or do you want me to shut up right now? I could shut up right now. Just let me shut up right now, but if I could say it. You've been here before. You've been here before. A Guild, I think the earnings came out. NVIDIA all over. Google, Microsoft. I want Google. I really want to top tick Google. You have no idea. But I've been trapped on Google on a top tick before. Don't say Bro, we just moved more in 7 minutes after hours than the whole entire day today. And today was a massive day. You have all these earnings, people feeling away. They're going to start speculating, getting ready for the next earnings. Unless PCE just totally just shits on us tomorrow in the morning. So don't forget, all of this can be wiped out by the PCE. Sorry, I know. Yeah. My bad. Yeah, Microsoft's coming down first. Intel still clapped. Again, everybody, all the chip makers ran off of Intel. So everybody, but then again, I think they ran more off of Google and Microsoft. Again, the cloud stuff, everything is looking good. I just sold my Googles, man. Microsoft, Azure, and other service up 31 year over year. That's fire, bro. Yeah, and Google announced a dividend and $70 billion buyback. And then Google, strong financial results from first quarter revenue across company. Delivered revenues of $80 billion, up 15% year on year, and operating margin expansion. Oh, Skechers repurchased $60 million. There's Gilead, another Snap. Oh, what? Adjusted EPS, +3. Adjusted, hold on. Snap daily users. Snap beat. Yo, I think Snap just beat. Hold on. Yo. Snap numbers. Where'd that shit go? Daily active users beat for sure, but I think that EPS just came in positive. Adjusted EPS came in positive. I don't know if that was supposed to be negative. And then they see revenue 123 to 126. Estimate was 121. So they guided up. Oh, I didn't even know that was in the vocab. Evan. Just wait till he warns about the Boston Bridge. They're like, I thought it was Baltimore. He'll be like, I know, I'm worried about Boston. What? Makes no sense. Yeah, Snap daily active users up 10%. 305 million loss on first quarter. What does that compare to? It seems like they lost way more than expected, though. Hold up. What am I missing here? So I don't think this quarter was that good. They beat on revenue this quarter. They actually beat by 100 million, so they beat by 10%. Adjusted EPS 3. Estimate was a loss. That the unadjusted, so that was a beat. Then users, and then they guided up, and they see adjusted EBITDA at what? 45 million. Estimate was lost, so that's good. Yeah. So now they see a positive instead of a loss. That's the kicker right there. First quarter EBITDA 45 million. Estimate was, yeah, that's the kicker. They made money when they were supposed to lose, and then they raised guidance up. Nice. We'll take it. That was the first good Snap earnings in probably 2 years. Again, I'm that first quarter loss is staring at me there, but other than that, the EBITDA, I'll take it. In a while. It's not like it was like they've beat way by bigger margins, but that's the first time you got to guide up in a while. So we'll take it. Up 24, yeah. Remember, it dropped 35 on the last one. So they got a lot. Even then, that's not even filling the gap there. Hi. TSM. Again, SPY still holding up. Intel finding a home, 32.33. Gilead already came out, I think. Robert Half. Alphabet announced April consolidating teams. Yeah, Gilead backs full-year product sales 27, but they cut full-year view. So sales were 665 versus estimate of 63. Royalties were 39 versus 50. Expenses 14 versus 142. SG&A 13 versus 135. So they sold more and spent less. EPS was 345 to 385 excluding items. Expected to announce CymaBay. Prior guidance was 685 to 725. Huh? So, yeah, they guided lower on full year. And then products on EPS. But they beat on this quarter, but then guided lower. Autodesk intends to take steps to regain compliance with listing rules soon as practicable. Oh, Guild's starting to move. So they beat on this quarter, guided lower on EPS because of a closing transaction. And then full year revenue expected to stay the same. Got Snap and Roku. Let's go, baby. I hope they open up there. Roku came down a little bit. I want that one to do good. Disney, high after hours. A little bit. Yeah, and Snap's still holding again. It was a good report. I mean, better than just some bullshit every time. So we'll take it. Man, a lot going on. Yeah, Snap, Spy, where's the other ones? Just want to see if Intel's the first one to do bad and not go up. No, there's been a lot that did bad and went down. Microsoft and Google, they're killing it. Again, Google came down a little bit, but still 10. New dividend, big buyback, and they beat. Again, Microsoft killed it on Microsoft guidance, though. That's another part of this. But by the time there's the the watch list will be live. So there is going to be a live watch list. Huge earnings dump right there. It's not stopping. Jeez. So you got just a whole nother set. Erie, AVB, Midwest 1, BY, HIG, GLPI, Cube, FICO, CWS, SAM. My goodness. Everything's up after hours. We're still going. Apple kind of came down after that little pop. All right. So not bad, Chattadonia. Not bad. How do you feel? If PCE is positive, we're going to have a great day tomorrow. I think you'll see one of your biggest rallies in 2 months if you have a positive day tomorrow. Good Microsoft, good Google, fucking good Snapchat. Even Meta found a way to not flush. That's it. As long as you have PCE hooking you up, that's it. You'll have a great day tomorrow. But if PCE is bad, it's just going to make everything that much worse. And then Intel is going to be gulagged. Intel could get saved by conference call, maybe Microsoft, but it was bad guidance. It was really, and they've just been guiding down for 2 months. I don't know how it's possible, especially after they went up so much with all the AI stuff. And honestly, it's kind of, Intel was just complaining about how Wall Street doesn't give them credit. But, I got to give them credit for being that amazingly dog shit, because that's insane. How do you guide down that much that fast after just guiding up that much? They really cannot hold anything. So, hey, man. Oh, no. But we'll see. Like I said, earnings or conference call either from Microsoft or them to save it. Otherwise, it's going, I think I'm crazy. Josh getting sour. Yeah, just immensely sour about it. It's good, though. It's good. Better, though. Y'all used to say that about Airbnb. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to put you in a special category of people. Parth. You're the guy. You the earnings guy. You know what I'm saying? You the guy on earnings. You always got something to say about the earnings. You know what I do to y'all? I just ban y'all. So I love you, but no, not salty. But you the guy sitting there. You have a bigger play than me. My play on Intel was big, though, but you probably got a bigger play on me. And if I just tell you what happened with the earnings, you attribute it to my emotional state. That's why I said that's it. Any other time, 7 hours, I ain't see you. But yeah, man, we're going to have to.
No. You know me. You're fired. You're banned. Gonna have to fire him. Gotta get rid of him. Fake news. Fake news media.
What kind of guy am I? You're out of pocket. So, you're chill, at times, but then when you do it, you go out of pocket. You got crazy out of pocket. Eric Nguyen, I feel like if I say the name, Chad even knows what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. You either vibe with the conversation or then you'll just take it out of pocket. Mm-hmm. You toe the line, though. Not enough to get banned, but then, sometimes I would, but then I'm like, His other one was good. So then it's just, I don't know. You always toeing the line, man. Snap at 15, 35%. It has recovered the past earnings, not the amount, but the gain. So this was 35% down. This is 35% up, but now you're still down. Oh, I know. Intel again. So they're flushing. We'll see him on Twitch. We don't have a Twitch. That's the weird part now, too. I made a place for the band people, and then they reported themselves. Fucking dickheads. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gave them a home. I found a place to put, you get second chances. You got a safe spot to be in, and y'all fucking snitched on yourself? That's since. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Gilead beats earnings after rocky quarter. Best earnings coverage on the net, baby. Thank you, Josh. Oh, wow. Derek said he came out swinging, baby. Man. Or not. You could trade SPY 20 minutes after. Yeah, or 15 minutes. Or 30, I think. I got to double check. But, yeah. So now Intel is back. This is what it was pricing in. So that's the crazy part. That whole little drop there, it wasn't even the priced in move till like right about now. So this is your earnings mode from this morning. Again, they had a 2% gain, but they were pricing in. Oh, no, so it's moved a little more. I think it's 8% now. And the Twitch 2 years, that was your home. I know, man, it was a good place. So we still have it. Like I said, I'm just, I have to put my own band on there after all of it. But, like, legitimately, if out of every place I've been, like, no one had an issue with anything that day except the Twitch. They hurt themselves, man. They hurt themselves. It was weird. So, I don't know. What do you do with Intel shares? You average down, sell, or cry? A mix of both. I'm going to hold mine here, like I said, the conference call. Because, like I was saying this ahead of the play, I was cool with holding it. One, I was down prior, but more so, I do think I'm going to play the chips at some point by the end of the year. And I know I'm going to go for the value play. So I'm probably just going to keep averaging on Intel until I could get out of it. Because I don't think it's done, but at the same time, they have to have one recovery after giving up 38%, 36%. Don't group all y'all Twitch. Wasn't it 2 or 3? But the Twitch is small. It's a small group of people, and like that's just the attitude. Y'all just would argue and fight all day, and it finally just led to... it finally led to a culmination of an attack. You had your own little war in there, and then y'all took it out on me. Which, if that's not the moral of the story every time, and then it's on, I'm like, come on. That's why I'm like, man, it's the poetic justice of all of it. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, I just got to do my thing, man. I got to do my thing on it. Because now it disturbed my habit. It's easy handling one chat. It's easy handling one OBS. I could do all these, I have it as a backup still, so we'll find out. I don't think there's a call right now, is there? I don't think there is. Are the lunatics going to gamble? Let me see, Microsoft might be in an hour. But Microsoft, that's the thing you guys got to realize. We're not done yet. For now, most of the earnings are good. Yeah, Google, they start soon. Intel's going to be bad, but so far the chips are benefiting off of the other good news. But you're going to be dealing with the conference call for Microsoft. So don't forget, that's where they give their guidance, and that's where it's going to make another move. So all the gains can still be given up here in about an hour. And then if they all hold, we're going to gap up until PCE, and then that's it. And then if PCE is good, I think it could be a very big day tomorrow. And then if PCE is bad, then you might just give up all the earnings and be in a weird zone. Roku was good, unless they came down, and then Snap was good. A lot of earnings were good today. Even Guild, they had a slight EPS guide down, but it was generally a beat. PCE is 1 hour before the bell. PayPal, oh, good. That's what I was looking for. Roku. Womp, womp, womp.
They told you, fake news. These guys, the market makers, they drop it up, they bring it up, they sell it off. The earnings, the options. El Baghdadi, he died like a dog, and so did Roku. It's a shame. No rate cuts. We'll find out tomorrow. No rate cuts.
Are you going to get runs in the rec today? Hit me up like, are you talking like 2K or are you talking like real basketball? I'm still not fully following, but that'd be nice. That would be nice. But Chad, I think that's it, man. I think we might call it, unless, I don't know. We're going to have a live watch list, man. I'm going to be live a lot today. You know what I'm saying? So we might have to wrap it up. Google sales accelerate his ad in cloud. All right. Oh, hit him, Marty. It's a cold, baby. Hit him with it.
All right, guys, listen to this blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan, Timarag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat fool.
Acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for yeses, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets? I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking. What's inside?
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate it, love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god. Cold. Amen. Yeah, so pretty like her face, man. You know that? Amen, bro. Amen. I felt Uncle when he said, I said that, you know? I love my girlfriend. You know that? I do. I love her. She cute. You know, she hot. Yeah, but that's not it. Oh, man. Amen. She loved the Lord. She loved the Lord. That's it. I'm grateful, man. You know that? She ain't putting me in weird situations. You know, she loving. She nice. That's it. So, amen, man. Amen. The soul, baby. It's the soul. They don't know about the soul, man. They don't know about the soul, baby. That's it. Don't worry, man. The Twitch, I mean, I don't know. We'll see tomorrow, man. The Twitch might come back. But, like, listen, I want you, man, to, like, I want you to love. And, like, I hope you love this home as much as I do. You know what I'm saying? And I hope you all really do have the love. Like, for real, man. I wake up early. And I do, whether it's Twitch or anything, I don't care, man. Because it's like, dude, I do it because I want to be here. And I've said it so many times. There's not too many people. I don't want to charge you anything. Go ahead. We have our things. We don't have. It doesn't matter. I'm going to give it to y'all. Even the play, I'll tell you what I like. I'm going every single day. And I'll give you resources. You're like, where do you get this, man? I tell you where I get it. They gonna ban it and this and that. I give it to you though. I'll make sure you get it. I'll have it anything you want. And I don't ask anything. You see what I'm saying? But it's just like I really hope though that like you love the community the same way I do, and I hope you just treat it the same way that I do. You know what I'm saying? Both everybody in it and both things and like in the chat, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's all fun. It's like some people want to call out problems and you want to be the person to like call out and like low-key like expose something. Like if I made a mistake, you get more pleasure calling it out in the chat rather than trying to protect the chat from like a frivolous ban or getting in trouble for no reason. When I'm like, yeah, it does affect me. But at the same time, like I'm telling you, I'm like, if you guys get something from it too, I'm like, yeah, it does have an effect on me. That's sad. I don't get to be there. You're telling me other people are missing out and doing that. I'm like, yeah, and that got taken away from me for what? It didn't get taken even equivalently across the board. And that's just to show it. And that's why I'm like, man. So I really do hope, though. You know, and that's why I'm saying, like, I do hope the absence and, you know, again, familiarity breeds contempt. But that's just, I mean, I don't know. I do hope, though, that attitude-wise that, you know, it's not even about a hater, too. It's about if you really like, you know, I hope you all love it and protect the community and are involved in the same way I am. And, like, when stuff is going down like that, you know, I hope you have the community's back or not, because at the same time, you see how it is and for what? Because people just arguing, and what happens? I get banned, and now people... at least a couple hundred people. I need this. Can you put this on? I can't now without this. And then you know, think about it. And it's like, why? And then you make it a big deal of like why it's so important. And if it is that important, then we need to, from the get-go, I hope we hold that importance to it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it comes down to. So yeah, but it'll be there soon. You know, inshallah. We'll see, baby. We'll see. We'll see, baby. Now, Roku's coming back up. But, Chad, I think that's the day. His snap drops to, oh, man. But, Chad, that's it, man. We got a live watch list tonight. It's going to take you there. So, right when I end the stream, if you stay on this channel, it's going to take you there. It's going to take you there. You know what I'm saying? So, it's going to, and I don't know. Maybe we get action. Last live watch list was absolutely insane. It was absolutely insane. Because we had that event. This time we have the Bank of Japan again. So, I don't know, man. Let's see how it plays out. But I will see you there. I know today felt like a Friday, but no. And we have so much more by the morning, bro. So, honestly, you better still rest up. You better have a little bit more in the tank. Because I don't know if today drained you, but you better have a little bit more in the tank, baby. We got a lot more. So, Chad, I love you all. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And go check out the links. It'll take you there. Fill out the prayer request wall. And then I'm about to shout, man, I'm like, prayer request wall, and I'm about to shout out the dono. And then the dono's name is Left Sack. So fill out the prayer request wall and shout out to the donation. Shout out. I appreciate you, man. I'm praying for you. I'm praying for all of you. And y'all pray for me, man, for real. And listen, man, stop it. I love this community. I love y'all. I hope some of you either know it or not, and if you don't get it and you don't feel it and you don't vibe with it, you don't reciprocate it, you're just a baby back B, and you ain't done that to anybody, even the people that raised you in life anyway, so it don't matter. Don't worry, I ain't tripping. That's for God. But listen, I'm not saying all that. What I'm trying to tell you is this. I hope y'all encouraged. That's it. That's why, and I have a message here, baby. And above all else, don't ever forget, man, I don't care what you've done. Go ahead. Just don't fall into any despair, ever. Ever, bro. And you know that, this attitude, having a positive attitude no matter what. And we take punches and keep rolling no matter what, baby. Don't ever fall into despair. Make your mistakes. That's fine. Have your struggle. That's fine. And remember, real struggle will bring out real spirit. It really does. You ain't really prayed until you really wanted to get rid of something. Until you really wanted to. And that's an opportunity, okay? But above all else, I don't care what you believe. I hope, and I hope you could claim it. Literally, accept nothing less. Don't accept any despair. Because this despair's goal is to try to separate you. You got a purpose. You got a goal, dog. That's it. That's it. And that's all I'm trying. So, Chad, that's it, man. I love you all. Okay, drink the water, stay hydrated, healthy, all that good stuff. But don't forget why we here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why there may be mistakes, but we watch out for the despair, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh, Chadadonia. So let's see, man. I'm excited. This is still just all crack. You know that? There's crackheads everywhere. I'm telling you, by the conference call, by the morning, we still have so many more events, and we get another round next week. So get ready, Chadadonia. I hope you're locked and loaded, but I love you guys, and for real, thank you again. Have a good one. Finish it. You better wake up and drive and finish on 110% minimum, okay? But I'll see you in the AM, and peace out. Hey, Josh. It streams at 6 p.m. Pacific in the one where the Atlantic Ocean, where they have we're by Japan. That's the Indian Ocean, I think. And in the Indian, it's Indian, I think. That's Texas. It's the Indian Gulf. That's what it is. It's called it's the Indian Gulf. Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah, Match Pacific. I'm a president. Why would I be able to do that? Huh? Dominoes. What? I don't get it. Anyway. You see Kim? Yeah, they fucking Kim Kardashian, Kanye's wife. She's at the White House. Honor, see how so cool. Yeah. Okay. I froze. All right, I gotta go. Exactly. Now you've been getting a little bit of Donald. You guys are all been wanting to hear Donald. And then all you've been watching is Peter Pan and earnings time. How come the market maker, it's like 99-cent stores. There's no more 99-cent options. It's 9% priced in. I don't understand it. And then the capital gains tax, is it about rich people or is it about dead people? I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.
No, not quite. Not quite yet. Don't leave so fast. They don't want to zoom out. They don't want to show the crowd. Look it. Still 2,000 people in here. You know that? 2,000 people. Wow. That's amazing. That's 2,000 people, the fake news media. They don't want you to see. Josh has the earnings. He gets it fast. He gets it quick. And it's good. It's accurate. I know. Reuters. Those guys at Reuters, they've been wrong more than Josh. I'll tell you that much. And look, they don't want to show the people. Look how many people. Wow. Well, you have a good day, Chad. Have a good night. Okay. What do you do now, Horn? Yeah. You tell him bye. You stupid Donald Orange Mango. You say goodbye. Like a normal human, you prick. You tell him bye and good morning. It's fucking 4 p.m. You say good morning and happy Hanukkah. Bye. Good morning.